The November wind carried the smell of pine and snow down from the high peaks, and the lodge stood quiet in the late afternoon gray. Thomas Bridger checked the propane levels in the storage shed behind the main building, his breath visible in the cold air, his work gloves worn thin at the fingertips from 5 years of the same motions. The gauge read 3/4 full on the first tank, half on the second. Enough to get through the season if the winter stayed mild. If it didn't, he'd need to order more before the roads became impassable. He was 42 years old, had worked maintenance and caretaking at the Boulder Hiking Lodge since his divorce, and knew every nail, pipe, and floorboard in the 3-story structure. Before this, he'd done construction work in Denver, framing houses and running electrical, but after everything fell apart with his ex-wife, he'd needed something quieter. The lodge gave him that. Solitude most days, occasional company when hikers needed shelter, and work that kept his hands busy. He could fix a generator, patch a roof, replace corroded plumbing, or rewire a breaker box without thinking. The technical knowledge lived in his muscles. The main lodge had 12 guest rooms, a common area with a massive stone fireplace, a commercial kitchen he kept stocked for emergencies, and a basement that doubled as storage and his workshop. The building sat at 7,800 feet elevation, accessible by a winding mountain road that became treacherous after the first heavy snow. Cell service was spotty. The landline still worked when the weather cooperated. Most guests were through hikers on the Continental Divide Trail or climbers heading up to test themselves against the 14ers. Thomas locked the shed and walked back across the gravel lot, his boots crunching on scattered pine needles. The sky had that bruised quality that meant snow within 24 hours. He needed to check the roof gutters, make sure the downspouts weren't clogged. Ice dams could tear gutters right off the eaves if you weren't careful. Inside, the lodge felt warmer but still carried the faint chill of high altitude. He'd started a fire in the main room earlier, and now the flames had settled into steady orange heat. The furniture was sturdy and plain, wooden tables, canvas chairs, a worn couch facing the fireplace. Maps of the surrounding wilderness covered one wall, marked with trails and elevation lines. The radio sat on the counter near the kitchen, tuned to the AM station that came in clearest from Boulder. He poured himself coffee from the pot he'd made that morning, reheated now and bitter, and stood near the fire while he drank it. The radio played classic rock, then switched to news at the top of the hour. The anchor's voice carried the professional calm of someone reading a script. Confirmed cases in Denver now number over 200, with officials urging residents to avoid hospital emergency rooms unless absolutely necessary. The illness, which has been described as a severe form of viral encephalitis, causes high fever, confusion, and aggressive behavior. Health authorities are working to identify the source, though initial reports suggest possible contamination in the municipal water supply. Thomas listened with half his attention. Denver was 90 miles away, down the mountain and across the plains. Whatever was happening there felt distant, unconnected to the quiet routine of his life up here. People got sick every winter. Flu season always brought panic and news coverage. He'd weathered enough of them to know the pattern. He finished his coffee and went to work on the gutters. The ladder was aluminum, 20 feet tall when fully extended, and he hauled it from the maintenance shed to the east side of the building. The roof slanted at a steep angle, shingled in dark gray that absorbed what little sunlight broke through the clouds. He climbed carefully, his gloves gripping the cold rungs, and started clearing leaves and pine needles from the gutters. The work was methodical, repetitive. He liked that. It gave him time to think about nothing. By the time he finished, the light had started to fade. He climbed down, collapsed the ladder, and returned it to the shed. His shoulders ached. His knees hurt. 42 felt older than it should. He checked his phone out of habit. No signal. That was normal for this area. The landline was the only reliable communication, and even that went down when storms knocked out the lines. Inside again, he made dinner, canned chili heated on the stove, bread that was starting to go stale. He ate alone at one of the long tables in the common room, the fire crackling behind him, the radio still playing news. More about the illness in Denver, something about hospitals reaching capacity, a statement from the governor urging calm. Thomas washed his dishes in the kitchen sink and stared out the window at the darkening forest. The trees were black shapes against the gray sky. No other buildings visible, no lights except his own. The isolation had appealed to him when he took this job. Now, sometimes, it felt like living in a held breath. He spent the evening in the basement workshop organizing tools. He had a methodical system, hand tools on pegboards, power tools on metal shelves, supplies sorted by type and size, screws, nails, bolts, washers, all in labeled containers, electrical wire coiled neatly, plumbing fittings in bins. The generator sat in the corner, a diesel-powered backup for when the grid failed. He tested it once a month, made sure the fuel lines were clean, the oil fresh. At 10, he climbed the stairs to his small room on the second floor, one of the employee quarters near the back of the building. The room held a bed, a dresser, a chair, and a window that looked out at the mountains. He read for an hour, a paperback western he'd found in the lodge's small library, then turned off the light and lay in the dark, listening to the wind. Sleep came slow. It always did. The next morning arrived cold and bright, the clouds from the previous day blown east, leaving a hard blue sky. Thomas woke at 6, dressed in layers, thermal shirt, flannel, work jacket, and went downstairs to restart the fire. The lodge lost heat overnight, and it took time for the building to warm again. He made fresh coffee, fried eggs, and bacon in the kitchen, and ate while watching the sunrise through the east windows. The light turned the peaks gold, then white, then settled into the pale illumination of mountain winter. The radio news continued its focus on Denver. More cases. The hospitals were overcrowded. Some reports of violence, patients attacking medical staff. The anchor described it as delirium caused by the fever, a symptom of whatever pathogen was spreading. Officials were recommending people stay home, avoid large gatherings, practice good hygiene. Thomas thought about the propane tanks again. Maybe he should order an extra delivery, just in case the supply lines got disrupted. He made a note to call the supplier later. At 8:30, a car appeared on the access road, winding up through the pine forest. Thomas watched from the window as it pulled into the gravel lot, a Honda sedan with Colorado plates covered in road dust. 2 people got out, a man and a woman, both in their 30s, dressed in hiking gear. They looked tired. He met them at the front door. "Morning," Thomas said. "You folks need a room?" The man nodded. He had a beard, glasses, a nervous energy. "We were supposed to camp, but the weather forecast changed. Figured we'd rather sleep somewhere warm." "Got plenty of space," Thomas said. $12 a night per person, includes access to the kitchen and common room. Just sign the register." They came inside, grateful for the heat. The woman pulled off her gloves and warmed her hands near the fire while the man filled out the registration book. Their names were David and Ann. They'd been hiking the trail for 3 days, planning to summit one of the nearby peaks before heading back down. "You hear about what's going on in Denver?" David asked, glancing at the radio. "Some kind of flu," Thomas said. "It's worse than that. My brother lives there, sent me texts yesterday before we lost signal. Said the National Guard is setting up checkpoints trying to control traffic in and out of the city." Thomas studied him. "That seems extreme for a flu outbreak." "That's what I thought." David looked at Ann, then back at Thomas. "We're thinking about cutting the hike short, heading home early. We live in Fort Collins. I want to make sure our families are okay." Ann nodded. She looked worried, her eyes distant. Thomas gave them keys to 2 rooms on the second floor, showed them where the bathrooms were, explained the meal situation. They could use the kitchen to cook their own food if they had supplies, or he'd make something communal if they wanted. They thanked him and went upstairs to drop their packs. The day passed quietly. David and Anne stayed mostly in their rooms, resting from the hike. Thomas worked outside, splitting firewood with a maul, stacking the logs in the covered woodshed. The physical work felt good, the rhythm of the swing and the crack of wood splitting clean. He built up a sweat despite the cold, and by afternoon he had enough wood to last another week. At 4, 2 more vehicles arrived, a pickup truck and a Jeep traveling together. 4 people total, 2 couples. They looked shaken, their expressions tight. Thomas met them at the door again. "You have rooms?" the first man asked. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a hunting jacket. "We need a place to stay." "Yeah, I've got space. You folks hiking?" "No. We're trying to get away from the city." "Denver?" "Aurora," the man said. Things are bad there. Really bad. The hospitals are overwhelmed, people are rioting, and the cops aren't responding to calls anymore. We decided to get out while we could." The second man, younger and pale, added, "We saw someone attack a woman at a gas station. Just ran up and bit her throat out. There was so much blood. We didn't stop." Thomas felt something cold settle in his chest. "You're saying someone bit her?" "I know how it sounds," the first man said, "but I saw it." "We both did. And it's not isolated. The news isn't reporting it, but people are going crazy. Violent, like rabid animals." Thomas let them in. They registered quickly. Greg and Linda, Peter and Michelle. All of them looked exhausted, their movements jerky with adrenaline. Greg explained they'd driven up into the mountains hoping to find somewhere remote, somewhere away from the crowds. They'd brought supplies, camping gear, enough food for a few days. "You picked a good spot," Thomas said. "Not much up here but trees and rock." Greg looked at the fire, the solid walls of the lodge. "Is there a TV? Internet?" "No TV. Internet's satellite, barely works. Radio and landline phone, that's about it." "Better than nothing." Thomas showed them to rooms, got them settled. The lodge felt suddenly crowded, voices echoing in the common room, footsteps on the stairs. He wasn't used to this many people at once, especially not outside the normal hiking season. That evening he cooked a large pot of chili, using supplies from the pantry, and everyone gathered in the common room to eat. The fire burned hot, shadows dancing on the log walls. The radio played softly in the background, still cycling through news reports. Martial law declared in Denver metro area, Governor Hartley urging residents to remain indoors. Reports of widespread violence continue, though officials deny claims of a zombie outbreak, calling such rumors dangerous misinformation. The CDC has dispatched teams to investigate the source of the illness. "Zombie outbreak," Peter said, his voice brittle with something between laughter and fear. "They actually had to deny that." David looked up from his food. "What else would you call it? People dying and then attacking others?" "It's a virus," Linda said. She was older, maybe 50, and she spoke with the careful tone of someone trying to convince herself. "Some kind of aggressive infection that causes brain inflammation and violent behavior." "It's not zombies. That's ridiculous." "Call it whatever you want," Greg said. "Doesn't change what's happening." Thomas ate slowly, listening. He wanted to dismiss it. To think these people were overreacting, panicking over sensationalized news, but the details accumulated: the violence, the biting, the hospitals failing, the National Guard, martial law. Those weren't normal responses to a flu outbreak. After dinner, everyone stayed near the fire. The temperature outside had dropped, and the windows showed only darkness and the faint reflection of firelight. The isolation of the lodge, which had always felt comfortable to Thomas, now seemed fragile. They were far from help if things got worse. Anne spoke quietly, her voice almost lost under the crackle of burning wood. "My sister works at a hospital in Littleton. She texted me this morning, said the ER was full of people with bite wounds, all of them with the same symptoms: fever, seizures, then they'd die and wake up. She said they had to lock the morgue because bodies were moving inside. The room went silent. "That's impossible," Linda said. "She wouldn't lie to me." Thomas stood and walked to the window, looking out at nothing. His reflection stared back, a middle-aged man with graying hair and weathered hands, standing in a warm room while the world outside shifted into something unfamiliar. He thought about the propane tanks, the generator, the food supplies in the pantry. How long could they last up here if the roads became impassable? A month? Maybe 2 if they rationed carefully. The lodge was designed to be self-sufficient for short periods, but it wasn't a fortress. The windows were single-pane glass, the doors solid but not reinforced. If something or someone wanted to get in, they could. "We should get more information," he said, turning back to the group. "I'll try the phone, call down to Boulder, see if I can reach anyone who knows what's actually happening." He went to the landline near the kitchen and dialed the number for the county sheriff's office. The line rang 12 times before disconnecting. He tried again. Same result. He tried the main number for Boulder City Services. Busy signal. He tried a local news station. Nothing. When he returned to the common room, everyone was watching him. "No answer," Thomas said. "Lines are jammed or down." Greg swore quietly. Michelle was crying, her face buried in her hands. Peter sat beside her, staring at the fire. David stood. "We should leave. First thing tomorrow, head back down while we still can." "The roads might not be safe," Greg said. "Staying here might not be safe either." They argued, voices rising, fear sharpening their words. Thomas let them talk, his mind working through scenarios. If the infection, or whatever it was, spread to the mountain communities, they'd be cut off completely. The lodge's supplies would become critical. He'd need to inventory everything, figure out rationing, secure the building. But part of him still hoped this was temporary. A crisis that would peak and then fade, order restored, life returning to normal. People always panicked during emergencies, saw patterns that weren't there, imagined worst-case scenarios that never materialized. He excused himself and went down to the basement, to the workshop where everything was organized and logical. He checked the generator, made sure it was fueled and ready. He looked at his tools, his supplies, the neat rows of materials that represented years of accumulated preparation. If things got bad, these would matter. Knowledge and equipment, practical skills. Upstairs, the arguments continued. He could hear them through the floorboards, the rise and fall of frightened voices. He stayed in the basement until after midnight, when the lodge finally went quiet. The next morning, Thomas woke to shouting. He pulled on his clothes and ran downstairs, his heart already pounding. The common room was chaos. Greg and Peter standing near the door, David backing away, Anne screaming. In the center, near the fireplace, stood Michelle, or what had been Michelle. Her skin was gray-white, her eyes clouded and unfocused. Her mouth hung open, teeth stained dark. She moved with a jerking, uncoordinated gait, and the sound coming from her throat was a wet, rasping moan. Blood covered the front of her shirt. "She died," Linda was saying, her voice high and breaking. "She died in the night. I heard Peter screaming, and then she got up." Michelle lunged toward David. He stumbled backward, tripped over a chair, fell hard. Michelle collapsed on top of him, her hands clawing at his face. He screamed, trying to push her away, but she was impossibly strong, her fingers digging into his skin. Thomas grabbed the fire poker from beside the hearth, heavy iron with a pointed end, and swung it at Michelle's head. The impact made a sound like a hammer hitting wood, and she fell sideways, off David. But she didn't stay down. She rolled, tried to stand, the same horrible moan building in her throat. Greg had a knife in his hand, pulled from somewhere. He moved forward and drove it into the side of Michelle's skull, through her temple. She collapsed, twitched once, and went still. The silence that followed felt unreal. David was on the floor, blood streaming from scratches on his face and neck. Anne crawled to him, sobbing, pressing her hands against the wounds. Peter stood frozen, staring at Michelle's body, the knife still buried in her head. "What the fuck?" Greg whispered. "What the fuck just happened?" Thomas looked at Michelle, at the blood pooling beneath her, at her gray skin and clouded eyes. This wasn't a virus-causing delirium. This was something else, something impossible. "Peter," Thomas said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline making his hands shake. "What happened to her?" Peter didn't look away from the body. "She was sick yesterday, fever, headache. We thought it was just altitude sickness. She went to bed early and I stayed with her. Around 3 in the morning she started having seizures. I tried to help her, but she stopped breathing. I checked for a pulse. There wasn't one. She was dead." "How long?" "Maybe an hour. I was going to wake everyone, but then she opened her eyes and grabbed me. She tried to bite me and I ran. I locked the door, but she broke through it. She was so strong." Thomas looked at the door to the room Peter and Michelle had shared. It hung open, the frame splintered where the latch had torn free. "Was she bitten?" Thomas asked. "Before you came here, did anything happen to her?" Peter shook his head. "No, nothing. We were at home, packing, then we drove here. She was fine until yesterday." Greg moved closer to Thomas, lowering his voice. "This is what they were talking about on the news. People dying and then coming back. That's not possible. I just killed my best friend's wife, and she was already dead." "Tell me what's possible." Thomas had no answer. David was still bleeding, Anne trying to clean the wounds with a towel someone handed her. The scratches didn't look deep, but they were ragged, the skin torn. Thomas thought about infection, about blood-to-blood contact, about Michelle's clouded eyes and gray skin. "We need to quarantine him," Thomas said quietly to Greg. "What?" "If this spreads through bites or scratches, David might be infected. We need to keep him separate. Watch for symptoms." Anne heard him. "No, absolutely not. He's hurt. He needs help, not to be locked in a room. If he turns into what Michelle was, he won't." But her voice held no certainty. They argued, the same panicked edge returning to everyone's words. Eventually they compromised. David would stay in one of the second-floor rooms, and Anne would stay with him. They'd check his temperature regularly, watch for fever. If he showed symptoms, they'd deal with it. Thomas helped Anne get David upstairs, the other man moving slowly, his face pale with shock. They settled him in a room near the back, away from the others. Thomas gave Anne clean towels, hydrogen peroxide, bandages. He showed her how to clean the wounds properly, how to watch for signs of infection. "I'm sorry," Anne said. "I know you're trying to help." "Just keep the door locked," Thomas told her, "and yell if anything changes." Back downstairs, the others had covered Michelle's body with a blanket. Peter sat on the floor near the fireplace, his head in his hands. Linda and Greg stood by the window, talking in low voices. Thomas picked up the fire poker, still sticky with blood, and carried it to the kitchen sink. He washed it methodically, the water running red, his mind working through everything he'd just seen. A dead woman had attacked them. She'd been strong, violent, unresponsive to pain, and Peter said she died an hour before reanimating. If this was happening here, in an isolated mountain lodge, it was happening everywhere. The reports from Denver weren't exaggerations. They were the beginning. He dried the poker and set it beside the door, within easy reach. Greg approached him. "We can't stay here. Where would you go?" "Anywhere. Somewhere more secure. A town with defenses, other people." "The towns are probably where this spreads fastest," Thomas said. "More people, more contact. Up here we're isolated. That's an advantage. We don't have enough supplies." We have enough for a while, and I know where to find more if we need it. Greg looked at him, weighing options. You think we can survive this? Thomas thought about the basement workshop, the generator, the tools and materials. He thought about the forest surrounding them, the streams and wildlife, the knowledge he'd accumulated over 5 years of maintaining this place. I think we have a better chance here than down there, he said. Linda joined them. Peter's in shock. He won't talk, won't move, and I don't know what to do about. She gestured at the blanket-covered body. We need to bury her, Thomas said, away from the lodge, somewhere the ground isn't frozen yet. They spent the morning dealing with Michelle's corpse. Thomas found a tarp in the storage shed and they wrapped her carefully, trying not to look at her face. The 4 of them, Thomas, Greg, Linda, and a silent, vacant-eyed Peter, carried her into the forest behind the lodge, where the pine needles were thick on the ground and the soil was still soft. Thomas had a shovel, and they took turns digging while the others kept watch. The work was hard, the ground rocky beneath the thin layer of soil. They dug for 2 hours, creating a hole deep enough that animals wouldn't disturb it. Peter finally spoke when they lowered Michelle's body into the earth. I should have done something, he said. When she got sick, I should have realized. No one answered. What could they say? None of them had realized either. They filled the hole, piled rocks on top, and stood in the cold forest while the wind moved through the trees. No one said a prayer. No one knew what to say. They walked back to the lodge in silence. Inside, Thomas locked the front door and checked all the windows. The lodge suddenly felt vulnerable, its walls too thin, its doors too simple. He went to the basement and began bringing up tools, hammers, nails, boards. If they were going to stay here, they needed to make the building more defensible. Greg helped him board up the ground floor windows, leaving only narrow gaps to see through. Linda inventoried the pantry, making lists of what they had and how long it might last. Peter sat in the common room, staring at nothing. The radio played continuously, the news cycling through reports that were increasingly fragmented and desperate. The infection had spread beyond Denver. Cases reported in Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, Boulder, Grand Junction. Hospitals had stopped accepting patients. The National Guard was retreating to secure zones. Civil order was breaking down. Recommend citizens shelter in place and avoid all contact with infected individuals. Symptoms include high fever, seizures, and extreme aggression. If a family member displays these symptoms, do not attempt to provide care. Lock them in a secure room and contact authorities. But the authorities weren't answering. Thomas had tried the phone again. Every number he called either didn't connect or went to a busy signal. That afternoon, Anne came downstairs. Her face was drawn, eyes red from crying. David has a fever, she said. Thomas felt the weight of those words. How high? 103. He's sweating, shaking. He says his head hurts. The others stopped what they were doing. Peter looked up for the first time in hours. It could just be an infection from the scratches, Linda said, but her tone carried no conviction. Or it could be what Michelle had, Greg said. Anne's hands were shaking. What do we do? Thomas thought about the locked room upstairs, about David burning with fever, about Michelle's gray skin and clouded eyes, about the impossible fact of the dead walking. We wait, he said. We watch. That's all we can do. And if he turns? The question hung in the air, unanswered. Anne went back upstairs. The rest of them continued their work, boarding windows, organizing supplies, trying to prepare for something none of them fully understood. Thomas moved through the tasks mechanically, his training taking over. Secure the structure, account for resources, establish defensible positions. But underneath the practical actions, fear coiled tight in his chest. Evening came, and they ate a quiet dinner of canned soup and crackers. The fire burned low. No one spoke much. Peter had retreated back into silence. Linda sat close to Greg, her hand on his arm. Thomas stood by the kitchen window, looking out at the darkness, seeing only his reflection. Upstairs, a door slammed. Then Anne screamed. Thomas grabbed the fire poker and ran for the stairs, Greg right behind him. They took the steps 2 at a time, their boots pounding on the wood. Anne's screaming continued, high and terrified, coming from the room at the end of the hall. The door was open. Anne stood in the hallway, blood on her shirt, her hands held up defensively. Inside the room, David moved toward her with that same jerking, uncoordinated gait Michelle had shown. His eyes were clouded, his skin gray-white. Blood stained his mouth and chin. He'd bitten her. Thomas could see the wound on Anne's forearm, deep and ragged. David lunged at Anne again. Thomas stepped between them and swung the poker hard, catching David in the side of the head. David staggered but didn't fall. He turned toward Thomas, that wet moaning sound coming from his throat, and reached out with clawed hands. Greg hit him from the side with a piece of wood they'd been using to board windows, a solid 2x4. David went down. Greg hit him again and again, the impacts brutal and final. When Greg stopped, David wasn't moving. Anne collapsed against the wall, sobbing, holding her bleeding arm. Thomas knelt beside her. The bite was deep, crescents of torn flesh, weeping blood. He could see tooth marks clearly. "We need to clean this," he said gently. "Come downstairs." "He was burning up," Anne said through her sobs. "The fever got worse and he started convulsing." Then he stopped breathing. "I checked. I swear I checked. He was dead. But then he grabbed me. He bit me. David bit me." "I know. Come on." He helped her down to the kitchen, sat her at the table, and cleaned the wound with hydrogen peroxide. She hissed at the pain, but didn't pull away. Linda brought bandages and helped wrap the arm tightly. "How long did it take?" Thomas asked quietly. "From when David died to when he reanimated?" "Maybe 20 minutes, Anne said. "It was fast." Thomas looked at the others. Peter had emerged from the common room, drawn by the commotion. Everyone's faces held the same terrible understanding. "The fever comes first," Thomas said. "Then seizures, then death. Then they come back." Michelle and David both followed the same pattern. "If the bite transmits it." He didn't finish the sentence. Anne's face crumpled. "I'm going to die." "We don't know that." "Yes, we do." The kitchen fell silent except for Anne's quiet crying. Thomas thought about time frames, about how long they had. If Michelle had been sick by yesterday and died around 3 in the morning, that was maybe 36 hours from infection to death. If the bite transmitted the pathogen, Anne had a day and a half left. "I don't want to turn into that," Anne said. "I don't want to attack you." Greg spoke carefully. "We can lock you in a room. Keep you isolated." "And then what? I die and come back as one of those things? You bash my head in like you did to David?" She shook her head. "I should go. Leave now before the fever starts." "You can't leave," Linda said. "It's dark, it's freezing, and you're injured. Better than staying here and risking infecting all of you." They argued, but eventually Anne's logic won. She would leave at first light, take supplies, try to get somewhere far away before she died. None of them said the obvious, that she'd die alone in the forest, reanimate with no one to stop her, and wander until she found someone else to attack. But that was better than dying here, in the lodge, where she might kill the others. Anne went upstairs to pack her gear. Thomas heard her crying through the ceiling. He wanted to say something comforting, but there was nothing to say. She was infected. She was going to die. That was the reality they were living in now. He went to the basement and checked the generator again, a pointless action that kept his hands busy. He needed to think, to process what was happening. but his mind kept circling the same impossible facts. The dead came back. Bites spread the infection. Fever, seizures, death, reanimation. The pattern was clear, and if it was happening here, to strangers who'd sought shelter in his lodge, it was happening everywhere. Civilization wasn't just collapsing, it was dying and reanimating, turning into something that hunted the living. He sat on the concrete floor of the basement, surrounded by his tools and supplies, and felt the magnitude of the change settle over him. The world he'd known was gone. The routines, the stability, the assumption of tomorrow being like today, all of it erased in the span of 3 days. When he went back upstairs, the others had gone to their rooms. The common area was empty except for Peter, still sitting by the dying fire. "I should have recognized the symptoms," Peter said without looking at Thomas. "Michelle was my wife. I should have known something was wrong." "None of us knew," Thomas said. "This is new. We're all figuring it out." "You think we can survive?" Thomas thought about the question honestly. "I think we can try." Peter nodded slowly. "That's something, I guess." They sat together in silence while the fire burned down to coals, and outside the wind picked up, carrying the smell of coming snow. Anne left before dawn. Thomas woke to the sound of the front door opening and went downstairs to find her already dressed in her hiking gear, pack on her back, the bandage on her arm hidden under her jacket. "You don't have to do this," Thomas said, knowing it was a useless thing to say. "Yeah, I do." She managed a sad smile. "Thank you for trying to help us." "I'm sorry we brought this to your door." "You didn't know." "No one did." She looked around the lodge one last time, at the boarded windows and the cold fireplace. "Good luck up here." "You too." She walked out into the pre-dawn darkness, and he watched until she disappeared into the trees. Then he locked the door and returned to the common room, where the others were gathering. "She's gone?" Linda asked. Thomas nodded. They spent the morning in a kind of shocked efficiency, everyone working on tasks that needed doing. Thomas showed Greg how to maintain the generator, explained the fuel system and the electrical panel. Linda and Peter continued the inventory, making detailed lists. They found enough food for maybe 3 weeks if they rationed carefully. Water wasn't an issue. The lodge had a well with a hand pump, and there were streams nearby. Fuel for the generator would last longer if they used it sparingly, only when necessary. Thomas broke the lock on the gun cabinet in his personal quarters and brought down the 3 rifles he'd kept there. 2 were hunting rifles, bolt action, with a few boxes of ammunition. The third was a .22, useful for small game. He'd been a mediocre hunter before taking the caretaker job, but he'd kept the rifles out of habit. Now he was grateful for them. Greg knew firearms better than Thomas did, and he checked each rifle methodically, cleaning and loading them. They divided the ammunition, not much, maybe 100 rounds total. "We should test them," Greg said. "Make sure they're sighted properly." "Not here," Thomas said. "Noise carries in the mountains. We don't know who else is out there or what might hear it. The infected seem drawn to sound. That's what I'm worried about." The radio continued its degradation into chaos. By midday, the regular news broadcasts had been replaced by emergency alerts on loop. Shelter in place, avoid contact with infected, boil all water, do not attempt to reach evacuation centers. The government was gone, or at least silent. The structure of authority had collapsed in less than a week. Thomas tried the phone again. Still nothing. That afternoon, while he was in the basement workshop, he heard a vehicle approaching. He ran upstairs and looked out through a gap in the boarded windows. A pickup truck, moving fast up the access road, skidding on loose gravel. The truck stopped in front of the lodge. 3 men got out, all of them armed. One had a shotgun, the other 2 had pistols. They looked haggard, dirty, their movements aggressive. Thomas's chest tightened. He called to the others. "We have company. Stay back from the windows." Greg grabbed one of the rifles. Peter and Linda moved to the back of the common room. The men approached the door and pounded on it. "Anyone in there? Open up." Thomas stood to the side of the door, out of the line of fire if they started shooting. "What do you want?" "We need shelter. Food. Let us in." "The lodge is closed." "Bullshit. I can see smoke from your chimney. You've got people in there. Open the door or we'll force it." Thomas looked at Greg, who shook his head. They didn't know these men, didn't know if they were infected or desperate or violent. The way they carried their weapons suggested they were used to threatening people. "You need to leave," Thomas said through the door. The man with the shotgun laughed. "Not happening. We've been driving for 2 days and we're done being nice. This place has supplies and we're taking them." One of the men moved to a window and peered through the gap in the boards. Thomas saw his face, gaunt, angry, eyes wild. The man raised his pistol and fired. The shot punched through the boards and shattered against the log wall inside, splinters flying. Greg didn't hesitate. He aimed through another gap and fired the hunting rifle. The crack of the shot was deafening in the enclosed space. Outside, the man at the window screamed and fell. The other 2 men scattered, taking cover behind their truck. The man with the shotgun fired at the building, pellets hammering the boards. Glass broke somewhere. More shots followed, wild and panicked. Thomas grabbed the second rifle and moved to a different window. He could see the truck, see the men crouched behind it. He aimed carefully and fired, the bullet punching through the truck's door. One of the men yelled. The exchange lasted maybe a minute. Shots traded back and forth, but the lodge's walls were solid logs, and the men outside were exposed. Greg fired again, hitting the truck's engine block. Steam hissed from the radiator. Then the men were running, abandoning the truck, disappearing into the forest. Thomas watched them go, his heart hammering, his hands shaking on the rifle. When he was sure they were gone, he opened the door carefully. The man Greg had shot was lying in the gravel, blood pooling beneath him. He wasn't moving. "Check him," Greg said, covering Thomas with the rifle. Thomas approached carefully. The man was dead, a bullet hole in his chest. His pistol lay a few feet away. Thomas picked it up, a 9mm Glock, nearly full magazine. He checked the dead man's pockets and found another magazine, some cash, a wallet with an ID. Just a guy from Colorado Springs, now dead in the mountains. They dragged the body into the forest, away from the lodge, and left it there. Burial seemed pointless now. Everything was pointless except staying alive. Back inside, Thomas and Greg assessed the damage. One window was shattered, boards splintered, but the structure was intact. They reinforced the damaged areas with more boards, used spare blankets to cover the broken glass. Linda was pale, shaking. "They would have killed us." "Maybe," Greg said. "Or maybe they just wanted supplies. They shot at us. We shot first, because they were threatening us." The argument was circular, guilt and justification tangled together. Thomas left them to it and went to check the rest of the building. Everything was secure. The truck outside was disabled, leaking fluids into the gravel. He'd have to deal with it later, maybe salvage useful parts. That night they slept in shifts, someone always awake and watching. Thomas took the first shift, sitting in the common room with a rifle across his knees, staring at the door. The fire had burned down to embers, and the lodge was cold and dark. He thought about the men who'd attacked them, wondered if they were still out there in the forest, wondered if they'd come back, or if they'd starve, or if they'd run into something worse. He thought about Anne, alone somewhere, fever beginning to burn through her body. He thought about Michelle and David, buried in shallow graves. The world had changed in less than a week. The rules he'd lived by, work hard, stay quiet, fix what was broken, no longer applied. Now the rules were simpler and more brutal. Stay alive. Trust no one. Kill when necessary. The night passed slowly. Dawn came gray and cold, snow beginning to fall in small, dry flakes. Thomas stood at the window and watched it accumulate, white against the dark pines. Winter was coming early this year. Greg joined him. "We need to talk about supplies." "I know." They gathered everyone in the common room. Linda looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. Peter seemed more alert, some of the shock fading into grim acceptance. "We have maybe 3 weeks of food," Thomas said, "less if we're not careful. The well provides water, and we have fuel for the generator, but eventually we'll run out of everything. We need to plan." "Scavenge," Greg said. "There are houses down the mountain, vacation cabins, maybe stores if we go far enough. People left in a hurry, there'll be supplies." "There'll also be infected," Linda said. "Maybe. But we can't stay here and starve." They discussed routes, logistics. The access road was the obvious path, but it was also exposed, visible from a distance. Better to use forest trails, stay hidden. Thomas knew the area well. 5 years of maintenance work had taken him all over the surrounding mountains. He knew where the cabins were, which homes were seasonal, where the nearest town sat in the valley below. They decided to make a supply run the next day. Thomas and Greg would go, armed with the rifles and the pistol they'd taken from the dead man. Linda and Peter would stay at the lodge, keep watch, maintain the defenses. The rest of the day was spent preparing. Thomas gathered empty backpacks, made a list of priorities: canned food, bottled water, batteries, medical supplies, ammunition if they could find any, warm clothing, blankets, anything that could help them survive the winter. That night the snow fell heavier, and by morning the world was white and silent. Thomas and Greg dressed in layers, checked their weapons, and left the lodge at first light. The forest was transformed by snow, every sound muffled, every landmark softened. They moved quietly, their breath visible in the cold air, following a trail Thomas knew led down toward the nearest cluster of vacation cabins. The walking was slow, the snow making footing uncertain, and they stopped frequently to listen. The first cabin was small, wood-sided, windows dark. They approached carefully, Thomas in front with the rifle raised. He tried the door, locked. He broke a window with the rifle butt and climbed through, Greg following. Inside, the cabin was cold and empty. Furniture covered with dust sheets, a kitchen with bare cupboards. They searched methodically, closets, drawers, under beds. Found a few cans of soup, some stale crackers, a first aid kit. Better than nothing. The second cabin was larger, 2 stories. The door hung open, snow drifted in the entryway. Thomas felt his nerves tighten. They entered slowly, rifles ready. The ground floor was ransacked, drawers pulled out, shelves emptied. Someone had been here before them. They moved to the second floor, checking rooms. In the master bedroom, they found a body. A woman, lying on the bed, a bullet hole in her temple, a pistol on the floor beside her. The smell of decay was thick, even in the cold. Greg swore quietly. "Suicide." Thomas didn't answer. They searched the rest of the room quickly, found nothing useful, and left. The third cabin was locked and showed no signs of intrusion. Thomas forced the door with a pry bar he'd brought. Inside, the place was intact, supplies still on the shelves. Canned vegetables, beans, pasta, rice, bottled water, batteries, propane tanks for a camping stove. They loaded everything into their backpacks, working quickly, listening for sounds from outside. The weight of the supplies was substantial, but they couldn't leave anything behind. As they were finishing, Thomas heard movement outside. He froze, signaled to Greg. They moved to the window and looked out. 3 figures were shambling through the snow, coming from the direction of the road. Even from a distance, Thomas could see their jerking gait, their gray skin. Infected. "We need to go," Greg whispered. They left through the back door, moving quickly but quietly through the trees, circling away from the infected. The snow helped. It muffled their footsteps, hid their tracks. but it also meant they left a clear trail. They moved uphill, back toward the lodge, the weight of the packs making the climb difficult. Thomas's lungs burned, his legs ached. He was 42 and out of shape for this kind of exertion, but adrenaline kept him moving. Behind them, in the distance, he heard the wet moaning of the infected. They reached the lodge by mid-afternoon, exhausted and sweating despite the cold. Linda let them in, locked the door behind them. They dumped the supplies on the kitchen table and collapsed into chairs. "Any trouble?" Linda asked. "Infected?" Greg said. "At least 3, maybe more by now." "They're spreading up into the mountains," Thomas said, "following people who fled the cities." Peter helped them unpack the supplies, sorting and organizing. The haul was decent, enough to extend their timeline by another week, maybe more. But they'd need to make more runs, and each run would be more dangerous. That evening, as they ate a rationed meal of canned stew, they heard gunshots in the distance, multiple shots echoing through the mountains. Then silence. "Someone else is out there," Linda said. "Lot of people fled to the mountains," Greg said. "They're all running into the same problems we are." Thomas thought about the men who'd attacked the lodge, about the woman who'd killed herself, about Anne walking into the forest to die alone. How many others were out there, hiding in cabins, slowly starving or freezing or turning into the thing they were running from? The snow continued through the night, and by morning the drifts were knee-deep. Thomas woke to silence, the kind of profound quiet that only comes with heavy snow. He went downstairs and found the fire had died completely. He rebuilt it, using precious firewood, and stood near it until the warmth returned. The others emerged slowly. Greg looked haggard, Linda withdrawn. Peter moved through the lodge like a ghost, doing tasks mechanically, speaking rarely. They spent the day inside, conserving energy, rationing food. Thomas worked on reinforcing the doors, adding extra boards, building simple barricades that could be moved into place if needed. Greg cleaned the weapons, checked ammunition counts. They had 53 rounds for the hunting rifles, 37 for the .22, 42 for the pistol. Enough for some defense, but they couldn't afford a prolonged fight. The radio had gone silent, not static, just silence. The broadcasts had stopped. Thomas twisted the dial, searching for any signal. He found one faint station, someone speaking Spanish in a panicked voice, but it faded after a few minutes. "That's it then," Greg said. "The infrastructure's completely gone." Thomas turned off the radio to save batteries. Days blurred together. They fell into a routine. Sleep in shifts, ration meals, maintain the building, keep watch. The snow kept falling, isolating them further. Thomas was grateful for it. The infected couldn't move well through deep snow, and the cold seemed to slow them down. But it also meant they were trapped. On the 8th day after Anne left, they heard scratching at the door. Thomas grabbed his rifle and moved to the window. Outside, in the gray morning light, a figure stood at the door, clawing at the wood. Gray skin, clouded eyes, clothes torn and bloody. It might have been Anne, but Thomas couldn't tell. The infection had erased individuality. The figure moaned, that wet rasping sound, and continued clawing. After a few minutes it gave up and shambled away into the trees. "They remember shelter," Linda said quietly. "They remember doors." "Muscle memory," Greg said. "Whatever's left of their brain follows patterns." Thomas watched the figure disappear. How many more were out there? How long before they came in larger groups? That afternoon they held a meeting around the fireplace. The mood was grim. "We can't stay here indefinitely," Greg said. "We're running out of food and winter's going to get worse." "Where would we go?" Linda asked. "South, down out of the mountains, find somewhere warmer, somewhere with more resources." "The cities are overrun," Peter said. It was the first time he'd contributed to the conversation in days. "Then we avoid cities. Find a small town, Rural area, somewhere defensible. Thomas shook his head. We're safer here. Isolated, defensible water source. Moving means exposure, risk. Staying means starvation. The argument went in circles. Thomas understood Greg's logic. They couldn't survive a mountain winter with limited supplies. But he also knew that traveling in winter, through infected territory, with minimal resources, was close to suicide. Eventually, they agreed to a compromise. They'd make more supply runs, hit every cabin and home within reasonable distance, stockpile as much as possible. If they could gather enough supplies to last through winter, they'd stay. If not, they'd consider moving in spring. The next 2 weeks became a grinding routine of scavenging. Thomas and Greg made runs every 2 or 3 days, always armed, always careful. They hit a dozen cabins, a small general store in a nearby hamlet, an abandoned ranger station. Each location yielded some supplies, food, medicine, tools. But each run also showed them the spreading infection. They saw infected everywhere, shambling through the snow, clawing at doors, congregating near areas where the living had been. The infection was spreading like a slow fire, consuming everything in its path. Twice they had to fight. The first time, an infected man stumbled into their path while they were carrying supplies. Thomas shot him in the head, the crack of the rifle impossibly loud in the snow-muffled forest. The second time, they encountered 3 infected near the general store. Greg handled it. 3 quick shots, methodical and cold. Each kill took something from them. Not guilt, the infected weren't human anymore, but each one was a reminder of what the world had become. By the end of the second week, they'd accumulated enough supplies for maybe 2 months if they rationed strictly. It wasn't enough for the whole winter, but it was better than they'd had. The lodge became their fortress. Thomas used his construction knowledge to reinforce weak points, the doors, the windows, the roof access. They built simple traps around the perimeter, noisemakers made from cans and wire that would alert them if anything approached. They established routines for watch duty, for cooking, for maintaining the generator. The 4 of them became a unit, bound by necessity and shared trauma. But the cracks were there. Linda grew increasingly anxious, jumping at sounds, unable to sleep. Peter retreated further into himself, speaking only when necessary. Greg became harder, more ruthless in his decisions, and Thomas felt his own personality eroding, the quiet caretaker replaced by something more calculating and cold. On the 19th day after the first infection at the lodge, they heard vehicles approaching. Thomas was on watch, sitting in the common room with the rifle across his knees. The sound of engines was unmistakable, multiple vehicles grinding up the access road. He woke the others immediately. They positioned themselves at windows, weapons ready. Through gaps in the boards, Thomas counted 5 vehicles, trucks, SUVs, all of them battered and mud-splattered. They stopped in the lot, and people got out. Maybe 15 of them, men and women, some carrying weapons, others just standing in the cold, looking lost. One man, tall and broad with a military bearing, approached the door. He knocked, but it was more a courtesy than a request. Anyone inside? Thomas considered not answering, but these people had clearly come here deliberately. Ignoring them wouldn't make them leave. "The lodge is occupied," Thomas called through the door. "We're not looking for trouble. We're looking for shelter, safety. We heard this place was isolated, defensible. We're hoping we can work together. We don't know you. And we don't know you. But we're all in the same situation, trying to survive this thing. There's strength in numbers." Thomas looked at Greg, who shrugged. Linda shook her head frantically. Peter said nothing. "Give us a minute," Thomas said. They moved to the back of the common room, out of earshot. "We can't let them in," Linda said. "They could be infected. They could be dangerous." "They could also be helpful," Greg said. "More people means more security, more skills. Or more mouths to feed." Thomas thought about it. The man outside seemed rational, organized. Military training. That could be valuable. But Linda was right. They didn't know these people, didn't know if they were infected or what their intentions were. We talk to them, Thomas decided. Through the door, no one comes in. We find out who they are, what they want, what they can offer. Then we decide. He went back to the door. Tell me about your group. The man outside complied. His name was Roberts, former National Guard. When the infection started spreading, his unit was deployed to Denver to maintain order. It fell apart in 3 days. He'd gathered survivors, soldiers, civilians, anyone who could fight, and they'd been moving through the mountains, looking for a secure location to establish a base. We have skills, Roberts said. Medical training, weapons expertise, organizational experience. We have supplies, ammunition, vehicles. What we don't have is shelter that can protect us through winter. This lodge could do that. How do we know you're not infected? We've been screening everyone. Anyone with fever or symptoms gets quarantined immediately. We've had 3 cases, dealt with them before they could spread. We're clean. Thomas listened to the wind, the cold seeping through the boards. He thought about the supplies they'd gathered, the 2 months they might last. He thought about trying to defend this place with 4 people against a horde of infected or hostile survivors. We need to discuss it, Thomas said. Make camp outside. We'll give you an answer by morning. Roberts agreed. The group set up tents in the lot, started fires. Thomas watched them through the windows, trying to assess the threat. They seemed organized, disciplined, but that could be an act. The 4 of them talked late into the night. Linda was adamant they refuse. Peter was indifferent. Greg saw the potential value. Thomas found himself torn between caution and pragmatism. Eventually, they put it to a vote. Greg voted yes, Linda voted no, Peter abstained. Thomas held the deciding vote. He thought about it for a long time, weighing the risks against the benefits. More people meant more complexity, more variables, more potential for conflict. But it also meant more security, more skills, more chance of surviving the winter. Yes, Thomas said finally, but we establish rules. Screening for infection, quarantine protocols, shared resources, shared labor. And if anyone threatens the group, they're out. Greg nodded. Linda looked like she wanted to argue, but didn't. Peter said nothing. In the morning, Thomas opened the door and let Roberts in alone. They talked for an hour, establishing terms. Roberts agreed to everything: screening, quarantine, equal contribution. He seemed genuine, desperate, but rational. One by one, they let the others in. Thomas checked each person for fever, injuries, bite marks. Most were clean. 2 had superficial wounds, but no signs of infection. 1 woman was pregnant, maybe 6 months along. That complicated things, but Thomas didn't have the heart to turn her away. By noon, the lodge was transformed. 15 new people, all of them exhausted, traumatized, grateful for shelter. They filled the empty rooms, spread sleeping bags in the common area. The building felt crowded, noisy, alive in a way it hadn't been since before the infection. Roberts proved competent. He organized teams, security, supply management, maintenance. He had 2 other former soldiers with him, both skilled with weapons and tactics. One of the civilians was a nurse, another a mechanic, skills that would be useful. Thomas showed them the lodge's infrastructure, the generator, the well, the fortifications. Roberts nodded appreciably. "You've done good work here," he said. "With more people, we can make this place truly secure." They spent the next week integrating the groups. Thomas taught the soldiers about the lodge's systems, showed them where supplies were stored, explained the routines they'd established. In return, Roberts organized a proper defense, guard rotations, fallback positions, fields of fire. The 2 other soldiers, Hicks and Ramirez, trained everyone in basic weapons handling. The nurse, whose name was Catherine, set up a medical station in one of the empty rooms. She had supplies, antibiotics, bandages, painkillers, more than Thomas and his group had found. The pregnant woman, Veronica, stayed close to Catherine, afraid but hopeful. The mechanic, a gruff man named Daniel, examined the generator with Thomas, making suggestions for improving efficiency. He also looked at the disabled truck outside and declared it salvageable with some work. For a few days, Thomas allowed himself to feel something like hope. They'd survived the initial outbreak, secured shelter, and now had a group large enough to defend themselves. Maybe they could make it. But tensions emerged quickly. The supplies Thomas's group had carefully rationed were now split 19 ways. Food that might have lasted 2 months would last 3 weeks, maybe 4. They needed more, and that meant more dangerous supply runs. Roberts organized scavenging teams, 4 people, heavily armed, systematic searches of the surrounding area. They brought back supplies, but never enough. The mathematics were brutal. 19 people needed approximately 60 pounds of food per day. Even with rationing, the numbers didn't work, and the infected were getting more numerous. The teams reported seeing them everywhere, sometimes in groups of 10 or more. The cold seemed to slow them but didn't stop them. They wandered through the forest, drawn by some instinct Thomas didn't understand. On the 7th day after Roberts's group arrived, one of the scavenging teams didn't come back. They'd left at dawn. 4 people, including Hicks. They were supposed to hit a cluster of homes near the valley floor, should have been back by mid-afternoon. When evening came without any sign, Roberts sent another team to search. That team found Hicks and 1 other dead, torn apart by infected. The other 2 were missing. Roberts assembled everyone in the common room. His face was grim. "We're losing people," he said. "The infected are everywhere, and they're getting bolder. We need to change our approach. No more small teams. From now on, we move in force. 8 people minimum, heavily armed. We also need to consider finding a better location. Somewhere with more resources nearby, easier to defend." "We are defended here," Linda said. "We're isolated." Isolation cuts both ways. We're running out of supplies, and every run costs lives. We need to be near resources, near other survivors who might trade. "Or who might attack us," Greg said. The argument escalated. Some people sided with Roberts, wanting to move. Others, including Thomas, thought staying was safer. The group fractured along the fault lines of fear and desperation. That night, Thomas lay in his small room, listening to the murmur of voices through the walls. He felt the weight of too many people, too many needs, too much friction. The simplicity of those first days, when it was just him and a handful of survivors, felt impossibly distant. In the morning, 2 more people were gone. They'd taken supplies, weapons, and one of the vehicles. No note, no warning. Just gone. Roberts was furious. "We can't afford deserters. Those supplies were for everyone." "You can't stop people from leaving," Thomas said. "I can, if it threatens the group's survival." The conversation left Thomas uneasy. Roberts's military discipline was becoming authoritarian. Thomas understood the logic. In a crisis, clear authority kept people alive. But it also meant surrendering autonomy, following orders without question. He kept his concerns to himself, but he started watching Roberts more carefully. The next week brought more losses. Another scavenging team was ambushed by hostile survivors, losing 2 people and most of their supplies. The infected attacked the lodge directly one night, a group of 7 drawn by the generator's noise. They killed them all, but not before one got inside and bit Ramirez. They quarantined him immediately. Catherine monitored him closely. The fever came within 12 hours, seizures a few hours after that. He died in the night, and Roberts shot him in the head before he could reanimate. The executions were becoming routine. No ceremony, no mourning, just brutal pragmatism. The lodge was down to 14 people. Supplies were critically low. The snow was getting deeper, the cold more intense. Winter had fully arrived and they were trapped. Roberts called another meeting. "We're moving. There's a town 40 miles south, lower elevation, more resources. We leave in 2 days, take everything we can carry." "The infected own the towns," Thomas said. "We've heard the reports. We don't have a choice. We stay here, we starve." "Some of us want to stay," Linda said. "This is our shelter. We know it, we've defended it." "Then stay. But you'll do it without our weapons, our vehicles, or our manpower." The ultimatum was clear. Thomas saw the group splitting again, allegiances forming. He found himself in an impossible position: stay and risk starvation, or go and risk everything else. That night he sat with Greg, Peter, and Linda, the original 4, bound by shared trauma. "I'm staying," Linda said. "I can't keep running." Peter nodded. "Me too." Greg looked at Thomas. "What about you?" Thomas thought about it. He thought about the lodge, the work he'd put into making it secure. He thought about the forest, the isolation, the cold. He thought about the town Roberts wanted to reach, the infected that would be there, the unknown dangers. "I'm staying," he said. Greg was silent for a long moment. "Then I guess we're all staying." They told Roberts the next morning. He didn't argue, didn't try to convince them. He just nodded and said, "Good luck." The split was efficient and cold. Roberts's group took half the supplies, half the weapons, the vehicles. They left at dawn, 14 people loading trucks and heading down the mountain road. Thomas watched them go from the window, wondering if he'd made the right choice. When they were gone, the lodge felt enormous and empty. 4 people in a building meant for dozens. The silence was oppressive. They inventoried what remained. 10 days of food if they rationed strictly. 3 rifles, 1 pistol, limited ammunition, fuel for the generator for another month. After that, they'd be in the dark. "We need to scavenge," Greg said, "now, while we still have strength." They spent the next week hitting every location they'd previously avoided. Places too dangerous, too far, too risky. They found some supplies, but not enough. The infected were everywhere, and fighting them burned precious ammunition. On one run, they found a family dead in their home, all killed by infection. On another, they encountered a group of survivors who tried to rob them at gunpoint. Greg killed one, and the rest fled. The violence was becoming automatic. Thomas barely felt anything anymore when he pulled the trigger. Just the recoil, the sound, the body falling. Then move on to the next task. Linda broke first. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. She sat by the fire and stared at the flames. Thomas tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't respond. On the 14th day after Roberts left, Linda took one of the rifles and walked into the forest. They found her the next morning, a bullet hole through her temple. The rifle lay in the snow beside her. They buried her near Michelle and David, in a spot where the ground was still soft enough to dig. Peter spoke a few words, but Thomas couldn't hear them over the wind. 3 left. Days bled into weeks. The food ran out. They survived on what they could scavenge: small game shot with the .22, frozen berries, bark they boiled into bitter tea. They were starving slowly, their bodies consuming themselves. The generator ran dry. They burned furniture to stay warm. The lodge was falling apart around them, and they didn't have the energy to fix it. Peter died in his sleep, malnutrition and cold taking him. Thomas and Greg wrapped him in a blanket and left him in one of the empty rooms. They were too weak to dig another grave. And then it was just Thomas and Greg, 2 men dying slowly in a fortress they'd built for nothing. "We should have left with Roberts," Greg said one night, his voice weak. "Maybe," Thomas said. "This was always going to happen." "We were dead the moment the infection started." Thomas didn't argue. He thought about the lodge, about 5 years of maintaining it, learning every board and pipe. He'd thought he could make it through anything if he just worked hard enough, stayed disciplined. But some things couldn't be fixed with tools and knowledge. The infected found them on a gray afternoon in late January. Thomas didn't know how many, dozens, maybe more. They'd been drawn by some instinct, following trails through the snow, converging on the lodge. Thomas and Greg barricaded the doors, but the infected were persistent. They clawed at the wood, pushed against the barriers. Slowly, methodically, they broke through. Thomas fired until his ammunition ran out. Greg did the same. When the rifles were empty, they fell back to the second floor, using furniture to block the stairs. The infected climbed over the obstacles, slow but relentless. Gray hands reaching, clouded eyes staring, that wet moaning filling the lodge. Greg went down fighting, a knife in his hand, taking 2 infected with him. Thomas backed into his small room, the one he'd slept in for 5 years, and closed the door. He had the pistol, 1 round left. He sat on the bed and listened to the infected clawing at the door, splintering the wood. He thought about Anne, walking into the forest to die alone. He thought about Linda, choosing the same fate. He thought about all the bodies buried in the snow, all the people who'd sought shelter and found only death. The door broke open. Infected poured in, gray and hungry. Thomas raised the pistol, pressed it against his temple, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the empty lodge, and then there was only silence and the shuffling of the dead. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering everything in white. The lodge stood quiet and dark, its windows broken, its walls breached. The fire had long since gone out. Winter deepened, and the mountains held their secrets close. The infection spread and consumed, and the world turned slowly into something unrecognizable. The survivors scattered, each searching for shelter that didn't exist, for safety that couldn't be found. And in the end, there was only cold and hunger, and the endless, patient hunger of the dead. The Boulder Hiking Lodge stood abandoned through the rest of winter, a monument to failed survival, to the ordinary man who'd tried to hold back the dark with knowledge and determination. Thomas Bridger had been a caretaker, a builder, a survivor, but none of it had mattered. The infection didn't care about skills or preparation. It didn't care about barricades or isolation or hope. It simply spread, consumed, and moved on. By spring, the lodge was overgrown, its roof collapsed from snow weight, its rooms filled with the bodies of the infected who'd wandered in and couldn't find their way out. Nature reclaimed the structure slowly, pine needles covering the gravel lot, moss growing on the logs. There was no salvation, no rescue, just the quiet dissolution of everything that had been built, everything that had mattered. The world didn't end in fire or revelation. It ended in gray silence, one frozen death at a time, while the mountains watched indifferent and eternal. The last sounds in the lodge were wind through broken windows and the soft settling of old wood. Then even those faded, and there was only winter and forgetting. Now let's move on to the next story. The hangar smelled like hydraulic fluid and jet fuel, scents so familiar they barely registered anymore. Grant wiped his hands on his flight suit and squinted at the cargo manifest clipped to his tablet, running through the pre-flight checklist with the mechanical precision that came from 15 years of flying C-130 Hercules transport planes out of Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. Outside, the October darkness pressed against the hangar's massive doors, broken only by the sodium lights that turned the tarmac into pools of amber and shadow. Anchorage winters started early this far north, and the temperature had already dropped to the low 20s, cold enough that his breath misted when he stepped outside earlier to inspect the external fuel tanks. The cargo pallets were already loaded, medical supplies bound for Nome, part of a routine resupply run that he'd flown 100 times before. Nothing unusual about the mission parameters, nothing that should have triggered the vague unease that had been gnawing at him since the morning briefing. But something had felt off for days now, though he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Maybe it was the way the briefing officer had stumbled through the weather report, distracted and pale. Maybe it was the unusual radio chatter he'd overheard in the break room, snippets about hospital overcrowding in the lower 48, about some kind of respiratory illness spreading faster than the CDC could track it. Grant glanced across the hangar floor where his loadmaster, Peterson, was securing the last of the cargo straps. Peterson had been with him for 3 years, a stocky Wisconsin native who could calculate weight distribution in his head faster than most people could work a calculator. Good man, reliable, the kind of crew member who made dangerous missions feel routine. But tonight, Peterson moved slowly, his motions sluggish as he worked the ratchet straps, and twice Grant watched him stop and press a hand to his forehead. "You feeling all right?" Grant called out, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Peterson looked up, and even from 30 feet away, Grant could see the sheen of sweat on his face. "Just a headache, sir. Been fighting something the last couple days. Maybe you should sit this one out." "Nah, I'll be fine. Just need some coffee." Grant frowned, but didn't press it. Half the base had been cycling through some kind of bug lately, people calling in sick, others working through it with that particular brand of military stubbornness that refused to acknowledge weakness. He'd felt it himself 2 weeks ago, a scratchy throat and body aches that lasted a day before fading. Nothing serious, or so everyone kept saying. Just the usual shit that circulated when you crammed thousands of people together in close quarters. He returned his attention to the tablet, scrolling through the fuel calculations. The flight to Nome would take just under 2 hours, accounting for headwinds off the Bering Sea. Weather looked clear enough, though this time of year you could never be completely sure. Arctic storms could materialize with minimal warning, turning a milk run into a white-knuckle instrument approach through ice and crosswinds that could flip a smaller aircraft onto its back. Footsteps approached from behind, and he turned to find Rodriguez, his co-pilot, climbing the crew ladder into the cockpit. Rodriguez had transferred in from Travis Air Force Base 6 months ago, young and eager with the kind of textbook flying skills that made older pilots simultaneously impressed and envious. He was good, maybe too good, the type who followed procedures to the letter and could recite emergency protocols in his sleep. "Pre-flight's looking good," Rodriguez said, settling into the right seat. "A PU's running clean, hydraulics check out, nav systems synced. Peterson's looking rough," Grant said, pulling himself up into the cockpit. The familiar space closed around him, banks of switches and indicators, the control yoke worn smooth by countless hands, the smell of old coffee and electronics. He'd spent more hours in this cockpit than in his own apartment some months. "Keep an eye on him during the flight." "Copy that." Rodriguez began working through his own checklist, fingers moving across the overhead panel with practiced efficiency. "You hear about the hospital downtown?" Grant's hands paused on the throttle quadrant. "What about it?" "My girlfriend works ER there. She called this morning, said they're completely slammed. People coming in with high fevers, respiratory failure, violent episodes. She sounded scared, which isn't like her." "Flu season," Grant said, but the words felt hollow even as he spoke them. "Yeah, maybe." Rodriguez didn't sound convinced. "She said some of the patients are biting the staff. Biting them, like full-on animal bites. Security's been called in 3 times this week." Grant said nothing, focusing on bringing up the engine start sequence. Biting. That was new, or at least newly discussed. He'd heard rumors, of course, the kind of scuttlebutt that filtered through the enlisted ranks and made its way to the officers' club in fragments. Stories about people in Seattle attacking each other in the streets, about entire neighborhoods in Portland going dark, about the National Guard mobilizing in California. But rumors were always bullshit, exaggerated through repetition. until they bore no resemblance to reality. "Tower, this is Heavy 7-3 requesting clearance for engine start," he said into his headset, pushing the concerns aside. Flying required focus, and he'd learned long ago to compartmentalize everything else when his hands were on the controls. The tower's response crackled through his headphones, but the transmission was choppy, breaking up in ways that suggested either equipment malfunction or atmospheric interference. He caught enough to understand they were cleared for start, and he began the sequence, watching the gauges as the first turboprop coughed to life. Behind him, in the cargo bay, he heard a metallic clang, followed by muffled cursing. Through the small window that separated the cockpit from the cargo area, he glimpsed Peterson on his knees, one hand braced against a pallet. The loadmaster's shoulders heaved like he was trying to catch his breath. "Shit," Grant muttered, keying the internal comm. "Peterson, you good back there?" No response, just another clang, then the sound of something heavy hitting the deck. Rodriguez was already unstrapping, moving toward the cargo bay before Grant could stop him. "I'll check on him." Grant kept his hands on the controls, running through the start sequence for the remaining engines, but his attention was split now, divided between the instruments and the muffled sounds coming from behind him. The second engine caught, then the third, their combined roar filling the hangar with a physical vibration that thrummed through the airframe. He could feel it in his bones, that familiar sensation of the aircraft coming alive around him. Then Rodriguez's voice cut through the engine noise, sharp and panicked. "Sir, we need medical, now!" Grant hit the parking brake and unstrapped, moving back through the cargo bay faster than regulation probably allowed. The interior was dimly lit by the red overhead lights used during flight operations, turning everything into shades of crimson and shadow. He found Rodriguez kneeling beside Peterson, who was convulsing on the deck, his body jerking in violent spasms that made his flight suit ripple. "What happened?" Grant dropped to his knees, reaching for Peterson's shoulder. "I don't know. He just collapsed." Rodriguez's hands hovered over Peterson, uncertain. "He's burning up. I can feel the heat through his suit." Peterson's eyes were open but unfocused, rolling back until only the whites showed. Foam bubbled from his lips, thick and pinkish, staining his chin. His teeth chattered together with enough force that Grant heard them clicking over the engine noise. The smell hit him then, sharp and wrong. Not quite the sour smell of regular sickness, but something more organic, like spoiled meat mixed with copper. "Kill the engines," Grant ordered. "Get base medical out here." Rodriguez scrambled back toward the cockpit while Grant tried to hold Peterson still, though it was like trying to restrain a live wire. The loadmaster's muscles were rigid, locked in some kind of full-body seizure that no amount of pressure could control. Grant had seen seizures before, had received basic combat medical training that covered a dozen emergency scenarios. But this was different. This was wrong in ways he couldn't articulate, some primitive part of his brain screaming warnings that his conscious mind hadn't yet processed. The engines began winding down, their whine descending through octaves until the cargo bay fell into relative silence. Through the open crew door, Grant could see other personnel moving across the hangar, drawn by the commotion. Someone was shouting for a medic. Peterson's convulsions slowed, his body going limp against the deck. For a moment, Grant thought he'd passed out, that whatever seizure had gripped him was releasing its hold. Then Peterson's head turned, moving with a strange mechanical quality, and his eyes locked onto Grant's face. The pupils were dilated so wide they looked black, swallowing the iris completely. "Hey, stay with me," Grant said, keeping his voice calm despite the ice forming in his stomach. "Help's coming." Peterson's mouth opened. More foam spilled out, and beneath it Grant glimpsed the loadmaster's tongue, swollen and darkened. The smell intensified, and Grant had to fight the urge to recoil. He'd smelled death before, had transported bodies out of remote villages where people died from exposure or accidents, but this was different. This was the smell of something rotting from the inside. The loadmaster's hand shot up faster than Grant could react, fingers closing around his wrist with crushing strength. Grant tried to pull back, but Peterson held on, his grip iron tight, despite the fact that moments ago he'd been barely conscious. Those black eyes stared up at him, and there was nothing in them. No recognition, no humanity. Just a void of hunger that made Grant's skin crawl. "Peterson, let go," he said, prying at the fingers locked around his wrist. The loadmaster's lips pulled back from his teeth, foam still dripping from his chin, and he lunged upward with a guttural sound that was more animal than human. Grant threw himself backward, breaking the grip, and Peterson's teeth snapped shut on empty air inches from his throat. The momentum carried the loadmaster forward, and he crashed face first into the deck, but immediately began pushing himself up again, movements jerky and uncoordinated but relentless. "Jesus Christ," Rodriguez said from the cockpit doorway, his voice barely a whisper. Grant scrambled to his feet, backing toward the crew ladder. Peterson rose with him, swaying like a drunk, but those eyes never left Grant's face. Blood ran from the loadmaster's nose where he'd hit the deck, mixing with the foam on his chin to create pink rivulets that dripped onto his flight suit. His breathing came in ragged gasps, each exhalation carrying that rot smell. "Peterson," Grant tried again, using his command voice. "Stand down. That's an order." The loadmaster took a step forward, then another, his gait shuffling and wrong. His arms hung at his sides, fingers twitching. Behind him, through the open cargo ramp, Grant could see base security vehicles approaching, their lights strobing blue and white across the hangar interior. "Sir, we should go," Rodriguez said, already halfway down the crew ladder. Grant wanted to stay, wanted to help his loadmaster, but every instinct screamed at him to run. He'd seen men snap under stress before, had witnessed the psychological breaks that combat could induce, but this was different. Peterson wasn't having a breakdown. Something had broken inside him on a fundamental level, something that transformed him from human to predator in the span of minutes. He descended the ladder quickly, Rodriguez right behind him, and they hit the hangar floor just as Peterson reached the cargo bay door. The loadmaster stood there, silhouetted against the red interior lights, swaying but still focused on them with that terrible, single-minded intensity. Then security personnel rushed past, 3 of them in full tactical gear, and Grant let himself be pushed back toward the hangar wall. "Stay back, sir," one of the security airmen ordered, bringing up his carbine to a low, ready position. The team moved forward in a practiced formation, voices calling out commands to Peterson to get on the ground. The loadmaster didn't respond, didn't even seem to hear them. He took another step forward, off the cargo ramp, and collapsed onto the tarmac. The security team swarmed him immediately, forcing him onto his stomach, zip-tying his wrists behind his back while he thrashed and made those inhuman growling sounds. Grant's heart hammered against his ribs. His hands were shaking, he realized, a fine tremor that made his fingers twitch. Rodriguez stood beside him, pale and breathing hard, looking like he might throw up. "What the hell was that?" the co-pilot whispered. "I don't know." But he did know, or at least part of him did. The part that had been noticing the subtle wrongness for days now, the escalating whispers about sickness, the increasing tension in the briefing rooms. Something was spreading, something that turned people into the thing he'd just watched Peterson become. And if it could happen to Peterson, a healthy 30-year-old who'd passed his physical last month with perfect marks, it could happen to anyone. An ambulance arrived, its siren cutting through the night. Medics in full hazmat suits emerged, approaching Peterson with obvious caution. The loadmaster had stopped thrashing but continued making those sounds, a constant low growl that raised the hair on Grant's neck. The medics administered some kind of sedative, and slowly, Peterson's struggles weakened until he went limp. "Captain Grant?" A base medical officer approached, a woman Grant recognized from previous interactions but whose name he couldn't immediately recall. She wore her uniform correctly but looked exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes that suggested she'd been pulling long shifts. "I need you and Lieutenant Rodriguez to come with me for evaluation." "Evaluation for what?" "Exposure protocol. Anyone who's had close contact with infected personnel needs to be screened." "Infected with what?" Rodriguez demanded, an edge of panic in his voice. The medical officer's expression was carefully neutral, the kind of controlled face that military personnel learn to wear when delivering bad news. "We're still determining that. Please come with me." Grant wanted to argue, wanted answers instead of vague protocols, but years of military discipline overrode his frustration. They followed the medical officer across the tarmac toward the base hospital, leaving behind the chaos of the hangar. As they walked, Grant noticed other activity around the base. More emergency vehicles, more personnel moving with urgent purpose, more lights on in buildings that should have been dark at this hour. The entire installation felt like it was on alert, though no official announcement had been made. The hospital entrance was controlled by armed guards, a new addition that made Grant's unease deepen. Inside, the normally quiet corridors bustled with activity. Gurneys lined the walls, patients secured with restraints, their bodies twisting against the bonds. Most were covered with sheets to their necks, but Grant glimpsed enough. The foam, the dilated eyes, the same wrongness he'd seen in Peterson, to understand that whatever this was, it wasn't isolated. It wasn't some random illness that struck one or two people. This was widespread, and it was accelerating. They were separated at the intake desk. Grant was led to a small examination room where a nurse in full protective gear took his vitals, drew blood, checked his temperature. The process was thorough and professional, but the nurse's hands shook slightly, and she kept glancing toward the door like she expected something to burst through at any moment. "How long have you been feeling symptoms?" she asked, pressing a thermometer against his forehead. "I haven't. I feel fine." "No fever? No headache? No nausea?" "No." She made notes on her tablet, then studied his face with the kind of clinical assessment that made him feel like a specimen. "Any changes in behavior? Aggression? Confusion?" "No, nothing. I was just doing pre-flight when my loadmaster collapsed." "And he bit at you?" "Tried to. Didn't make contact." "Scratched you?" Grant examined his arms, rolling up his flight suit sleeves. A few old scars, some recent bruises from working around the aircraft, but no fresh breaks in the skin. "No." The nurse seemed to relax fractionally. "That's good. Initial exposure usually requires fluid contact, blood, saliva, mucus. If he didn't break your skin, your risk is significantly lower." "Risk of what?" Grant asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. She hesitated, clearly weighing her words. "There's an outbreak. Started in the lower 48 about 2 weeks ago, but it's spreading faster than anyone expected. The CDC is calling it a hemorrhagic fever variant, but that's..." She trailed off, shaking her head. "That's the official line. What we're seeing here doesn't match any fever I've ever encountered. People are dying within 24 hours of first symptoms. Then they're what? They're getting back up." Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "They die. We confirm death, and then they get back up. And when they do, they're not the same. They attack anyone nearby. They bite, they scratch, they don't stop until they're restrained or..." Another pause. "Or put down permanently." The words hung in the air between them, so absurd that Grant almost laughed. But the nurse's face was deadly serious, and the sounds filtering through the door, screams, shouts, the occasional gunshot that made them both flinch, suggested she wasn't exaggerating. "You're telling me we have zombies," Grant said flatly. "I'm telling you we have dead people attacking living people. And anyone they infect follows the same pattern. Call it what you want, but it's happening. She finished her notes and stood. You're clear for now, but I need you to stay on base for observation. If you develop any symptoms, any at all, you report immediately. Understood? Understood. She left him alone in the examination room. Grant sat on the paper-covered table trying to process what he'd just heard. Zombies. Fucking zombies. It was ridiculous. The stuff of late-night movies and video games, not reality. Not something that happened in the real world where physics and biology followed rules. But he'd seen Peterson, seen the way his loadmaster had changed from human to something else in the space of minutes, seen the absence in those eyes, the mechanical hunger. If that wasn't some movie monster, what was it? His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, expecting a message from his squadron commander or maybe Rodriguez checking in. Instead, he found a string of texts from his younger sister, Emily, who lived in Seattle with her husband and 2 kids. Is Alaska getting hit too? Grant, please answer. Things are bad here, really bad. We're going to try to get out of the city. Call me when you can. The timestamps showed she'd sent them over the past 3 hours, while he'd been absorbed in pre-flight preparations. His stomach dropped. Seattle. That's where a lot of the early reports had originated, though details had been sparse and contradictory. He tried calling her, but the line went straight to a busy signal, the automated message suggesting all circuits were occupied. He sent a text instead. I'm okay. Stay safe. Get somewhere secure and don't let anyone in who's sick. The response came back almost immediately. Too late. Mark got bit at work yesterday. He's running a fever. Mark. His brother-in-law, a construction foreman who worked on commercial building sites across the Seattle metro. If he'd gotten bit at work, Grant's fingers trembled as he typed, "Get away from him. Take the kids and leave now." No response. He stared at the phone, willing it to buzz again, but the screen remained dark. Outside the examination room, he heard more shouting, more footsteps running past. Someone was crying, a raw sound of absolute despair that cut through the walls like a blade. The door opened, and the medical officer from earlier stepped in, now wearing a surgical mask. Captain, we're activating emergency protocols. All non-essential personnel are being confined to quarters. Essential personnel are being reassigned to defensive positions. Defensive positions? Grant stood. What the hell is going on? The base is being quarantined. No one in, no one out. We've had 17 confirmed infections in the last 6 hours, all following the same pattern. Command has authorized lethal force to contain the spread. 17 infections. On a base that housed thousands of people in close quarters, 17 might as well be 1,700. Grant had done enough biological warfare training to understand how exponential growth worked. Every person infected could potentially infect dozens more before they were identified and isolated. And if those people were getting back up after dying, if they were attacking anyone nearby... I need to get in touch with my sister, he said. She's in Seattle. Her husband's infected. The medical officer's face softened. I'm sorry, Captain. All external communications are being routed through command now. You can submit a message through official channels, but I can't guarantee it'll get through. The entire West Coast is experiencing network failures. Network failures. A sterile term for what was probably widespread chaos. Grant imagined Seattle, a city of millions, trying to cope with the same nightmare that was unfolding here. Imagined his sister trying to protect 2 small children while her husband transformed into the thing Peterson had become. Imagined her calling for help that would never arrive. What are my orders? He asked, forcing himself to focus on what he could control. Report to squadron operations at 0600. They'll have assignments for qualified pilots. For now, get some rest if you can. She paused at the door. And Captain? Don't trust anyone who looks sick. Don't try to help them. Don't get close. Just report and isolate. That's the only way we slow this down." She left before he could respond. Grant stood alone in the examination room, surrounded by the sterile smell of antiseptic and the distant sounds of a military base trying to contain the impossible. His hands had stopped shaking, replaced by a strange numbness that settled over him like a blanket. Shock, probably, his mind's way of protecting itself from processing too much horror at once. He made his way back to his quarters, a small apartment in the base housing complex reserved for senior officers. The streets were quieter than they should be at this hour, most personnel already confined to their rooms. Armed patrols moved between buildings, their weapons no longer carried at rest, but at ready positions that suggested they expected to use them. Overhead, the Alaska night pressed down, moonless and heavy with clouds that promised snow. His apartment felt too empty, too quiet. He'd lived here for 3 years, but it had never quite felt like home. Just a place to sleep between missions, furnished with the bare minimum of personality. Photos on the refrigerator showed Emily and her family during a visit 2 summers ago, all of them smiling at some restaurant near the harbor. The kids had been smaller then, their faces round with baby fat that was already disappearing as they grew. He wondered if he'd ever see them again. Grant sat on his couch and turned on the television, though he expected nothing but emergency broadcasts. Instead, he found regular programming still running on most channels, sitcoms and late-night shows, playing as if the world wasn't ending. Only the news channels had shifted to coverage of what they were calling a significant public health crisis. Talking heads in studios far from the affected areas discussed quarantine procedures and CDC recommendations, their language carefully sanitized to avoid causing panic. One channel showed footage from downtown Seattle, and Grant leaned forward, searching the chaos for any sign of his sister. The camera captured overturned cars, broken storefronts, people running through the streets. Fires burned in several buildings, their smoke rising into the night sky. The reporter's voice was strained as she described civil unrest related to the ongoing medical emergency, but her words didn't match what the camera showed. Those weren't rioters. Those were people fleeing for their lives, chased by jerky, shambling figures that moved with the same mechanical wrongness he'd seen in Peterson. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Emily. "Mark died. I'm sorry, Grant, I have to..." The message cut off mid-sentence. Grant tried calling, tried texting, but received no response. The messages sat there with their little delivered notification, mocking him with their inadequacy. What good were words on a screen when his sister was watching her husband die, when she had 2 small children to protect and nowhere safe to go? He should be there, should be doing something other than sitting in an apartment hundreds of miles away, waiting for orders. But what could he do? Even if the base wasn't locked down, even if he could somehow get to Seattle, what then? He had no plan, no resources beyond his flying skills and basic combat training. He'd be just another body adding to the chaos, another person needing rescue rather than providing it. The television cut to a White House press conference. The president stood at the podium, reading from prepared remarks about federal response efforts and the activation of emergency protocols. Behind him, Grant could see advisors whispering urgently to each other, their faces betraying the fear that the president's calm words tried to obscure. This wasn't just a public health crisis. This was the beginning of something unprecedented, something that governments and militaries weren't equipped to handle despite all their planning and contingencies. Grant turned off the television and sat in the darkness. Outside, he heard a burst of gunfire, sharp, controlled shots that spoke of military training rather than panic. Then silence, broken only by the wind rattling his windows. He wondered who had just died, or who had just been prevented from coming back. wondered how long the base could maintain control before the infection overwhelmed their defenses, wondered if he'd see morning and what that morning would look like if he did. Sleep came in fragments, broken by nightmares where Peterson lunged at him again and again, those dead eyes boring into his. When his alarm finally went off at 05:30, Grant felt more exhausted than he had before sleeping. He showered quickly, dressed in his flight suit more out of habit than any real expectation that he'd be flying, and headed toward squadron operations. The base was transformed. Checkpoints had been established at every major intersection, manned by armed guards who checked IDs and took temperatures before allowing anyone to pass. A field hospital had been set up in the parking lot outside the main medical facility, white tents glowing in the pre-dawn darkness. Grant caught glimpses of activity inside, more restraints, more struggling figures, more people trying to contain an outbreak that showed no signs of slowing. Squadron operations was packed with pilots and crew members, all summoned for what the notice had called emergency briefing. Grant found Rodriguez in the crowd, the younger pilot looking like he hadn't slept at all. His eyes were red-rimmed, his hands wrapped around a coffee cup so tightly his knuckles had gone white. "Peterson died," Rodriguez said without preamble, "about 2 hours ago. They tried to stabilize him, but the fever just kept climbing until his organs shut down." "Did he—" Grant didn't need to finish the question. "Yeah. Took him about 15 minutes. They had him in isolation so he didn't hurt anyone, but the doctors confirmed the pattern. Death, reanimation, aggression, same as all the others." Rodriguez took a shaky sip of his coffee. "My girlfriend finally called. She got out of the hospital, said the ER was completely overrun, people coming in faster than they could treat them, and anyone who died was coming back. Security shot 3 reanimated patients before she evacuated." The briefing began before Grant could respond. The squadron commander, Colonel Vickers, stood at the front of the room looking like he'd aged 10 years overnight. He didn't bother with pleasantries or routine announcements. "Gentlemen, we're facing an unprecedented situation. The pathogen causing infections across the continental United States has reached Alaska. As of 0400 this morning, Elmendorf-Richardson is under full quarantine, with orders to maintain defensive positions and contain any outbreak within the base perimeter. All flights are grounded except for specific evacuation and supply missions authorized by Northern Command." A murmur ran through the assembled personnel. Grounded. For transport pilots, being grounded during an emergency went against every instinct. They were supposed to be helping, moving supplies and personnel, providing the mobility that made military response possible. "I know what you're thinking," Vickers continued, "but understand that the infection vector is extremely aggressive. Anyone traveling could be spreading the pathogen to uninfected areas. Until we have better protocols for screening and containment, the risk is too high." "What about evacuation?" someone called out. "We've got families in the civilian areas." Vickers' expression hardened. "The city of Anchorage is establishing its own quarantine zones. Military families living off base have been ordered to shelter in place. We're coordinating with local authorities, but our priority is maintaining the security of this installation." He paused, letting the implications sink in. "I know that's not what you want to hear. But right now, the best thing we can do for our families is ensure we don't lose this base to the infection." Grant thought of Emily, trapped in Seattle with her dying husband and 2 terrified children. Thought of all the other families across the country facing the same nightmare, waiting for help that wasn't coming. The military's job was to protect people, but how could they protect anyone when the threat came from within? When anyone could become infected and turn into a threat themselves? "Your assignments are posted," Vickers said. "Most of you will be on base defense or logistics support. A select few will be on standby for authorized missions. Dismissed." Grant checked the assignment board and found himself on defense duty, responsible for securing one of the perimeter checkpoints on the east side of the base. Not flying, not even working directly with aircraft, just standing guard like any basic infantryman. The assignment felt like a waste of his skills, but he understood the logic. They needed bodies, and pilots trained in weapons handling were as good as anyone for checkpoint duty. He collected his assigned weapon, an M4 carbine with 4 magazines, and reported to his position. The checkpoint consisted of a simple barrier across the road, backed by sandbags and jersey barriers. 2 other airmen were already there, both younger than Grant, both looking nervous as they scanned the tree line beyond the base perimeter. "Anything moving out there?" Grant asked as he took his position. "Not yet," one of them replied. "But we heard gunfire from the civilian side about an hour ago. Lots of it." Grant peered through the pre-dawn gloom toward Anchorage proper. The city's lights seemed dimmer than usual, entire sections dark where power had failed or been shut off. He could make out individual fires burning in different neighborhoods, small orange glows that marked some tragedy unfolding. Sirens wailed in the distance, an endless chorus that spoke of emergency services overwhelmed beyond capacity. The sun rose slowly, revealing a world that looked deceptively normal at first glance. Trees still stood, their branches heavy with early snow. The mountains rose in the distance, their peaks catching the first light. But as Grant watched, he noticed details that shattered the illusion of normalcy. Abandoned cars on the highway, their doors hanging open. Bodies lying in ditches, some moving with that telltale jerky motion that suggested they were no longer human. Smoke rising from buildings that should have been occupied. A family approached the checkpoint around 800. A man and woman with 3 children ranging from maybe 6 to 12 years old. They looked exhausted, their clothes dirty and torn. The man carried a hunting rifle, and the woman clutched a backpack like it contained everything precious she owned. "Please," the man called out when they were still 20 yards away. "We need to get on base." "We need somewhere safe." Grant raised his hand, signaling them to stop. "Sir, the base is under quarantine. No civilian access." "I'm retired Air Force. I did 20 years. The man took another step forward, and Grant noticed the limp in his gait, the way he favored his left leg. "Tech Sergeant Morris, stationed here until 2019. You can check my records." "Sir, I believe you, but orders are orders. No one gets on base without authorization from command." The woman made a sound that was half sob, half scream. "They're everywhere out there. We watched our neighbors die, watched them get back up. We've been walking all night trying to find somewhere safe." The children stood behind their parents, silent and wide-eyed. The youngest, a girl with blonde hair pulled into a messy ponytail, clutched a stuffed animal that was missing one ear. Grant saw himself in her position, saw Emily's children, saw every terrified kid who was learning that the world wasn't safe and adults couldn't always protect them. "I'm sorry," he said, and meant it. "I'll radio command, see if we can get authorization for you. But I can't let you through without orders." He called it in, explaining the situation. The response came back quickly, negative. No exceptions to the quarantine. The family would have to seek shelter at one of the civilian evacuation centers being established downtown. Grant relayed the message, watching the hope drain from the man's face. "The elementary school on Muldoon Road is supposed to be a safe zone. You might try there." "Supposed to be," the man repeated bitterly. "Everything's supposed to be something. The hospitals were supposed to help people. The police were supposed to maintain order. But all of it's falling apart, and you're telling me to go to another place that's supposed to be safe. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them." "Yeah, following orders." The man spat on the ground. "I followed orders for 20 years. Know what that got me? A pension I can't access because the banks are closed, and a family I can't protect because the fucking dead are walking." He turned away, shepherding his family back toward the highway. Grant watched them go, feeling the weight of his rifle like a physical accusation. He could have let them through, could have looked the other way, found some excuse. But then what? If he broke quarantine for one family, word would spread. More people would come. The infection would find its way onto the base, and everything would collapse that much faster. "That sucked," one of the other guards said quietly. "Yeah." Grant kept watching until the family disappeared around a bend in the road. It did. The day wore on in a strange mix of boredom and terror. Hours of watching empty roads, punctuated by brief encounters with desperate people seeking shelter. Most accepted the refusal with resignation, too exhausted to argue. A few tried to run the checkpoint, forcing Grant and the others to fire warning shots. No one got through, but each encounter left Grant feeling more hollowed out, more aware that he was watching the breakdown of every social contract that held civilization together. Around noon, a supply truck arrived from downtown, its driver wild-eyed and shaking. He reported that the safe zones were failing, overwhelmed by infected and panicked civilians. The National Guard had shot their way out of 2 locations, abandoning the people they were supposed to protect. Downtown Anchorage was in flames in several places, and the police had stopped responding to calls. "How long until it reaches here?" one of the guards asked. The driver laughed, a sound with no humor in it. "It's already here. You've got infected on base, right? It's everywhere. There's nowhere safe, just places that haven't fallen yet." He drove through the checkpoint after being cleared by command, leaving Grant to contemplate his words. Places that haven't fallen yet. That's what the base was now, not a secure installation, but a temporary holdout that would eventually be overwhelmed like everywhere else. The only question was how long they could hold out, and what would be left when the inevitable happened. His phone buzzed with a text from Rodriguez. "Check the news." Grant pulled up a news site on his phone and immediately wished he hadn't. The entire West Coast was going dark. Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, all of them reporting complete breakdowns of civil order. The footage showed cities on fire, highways jammed with abandoned vehicles, mass graves being dug in parks, and everywhere the infected shambling through streets that had once bustled with normal life. The East Coast wasn't much better. New York had fallen in less than 72 hours, the dense population turning its greatest strength into fatal weakness. The infection spread building by building, floor by floor, until entire neighborhoods were dead zones where no living person could safely venture. One video, taken from a high-rise apartment, showed Manhattan from above. Grant watched, transfixed, as thousands of infected filled the streets below, a writhing mass of former humanity drawn by some signal he couldn't hear. They moved with that characteristic jerky motion, bumping into each other, into cars, into buildings, but always moving forward. The camera shook as whoever was filming started crying, their sobs audible over the footage. The video cut off abruptly. Grant didn't need to imagine what happened next. His relief arrived at 1600, another pilot looking as exhausted as Grant felt. They exchanged brief updates. No breaches, several civilians turned away, no signs of infected near the perimeter, and Grant trudged back toward his quarters. His body ached from standing all day, from the tension of constant vigilance, from the accumulated stress of watching his world end in real time. His apartment felt like a foreign space, somewhere he'd visited once but never lived. He heated a meal from his emergency supplies, ate mechanically without tasting it, and tried to call Emily again. Still no answer. He tried her husband's number, her neighbors, anyone he could think of who might know what happened to them. Every call went to voicemail or busy signals. The television news had devolved into chaos. Half the channels were offline, showing only error messages or frozen footage from hours ago. The remaining channels broadcast a mix of official emergency announcements and raw footage from locations that still had working infrastructure. Grant watched footage from Houston, from Phoenix, from Denver, each one showing the same pattern: initial containment efforts failing, safe zones collapsing, military units forced to retreat or be overrun. A press conference from what the banner identified as an undisclosed secure location showed military brass and government officials trying to maintain the appearance of control. They spoke about strategic relocations and establishing defensible perimeters and preserving continuity of government, all euphemisms for retreat and abandonment. The infected territories were being written off, the living sacrifice to protect whatever could still be saved. "We are implementing Operation Safe Harbor," a general announced, his uniform pressed and perfect despite the chaos everywhere else. "All surviving military assets will consolidate at designated stronghold locations. Civilian populations in uninfected zones will receive support and protection. Those in infected zones are encouraged to shelter in place and await rescue operations as resources permit." As resources permit. Grant translated that easily enough. Don't hold your breath. There would be no large-scale rescue operations. The government had given up on most of the country, written off millions of people as losses in a war that couldn't be won. Those who survived would do so on their own, without support or supplies or hope of military intervention. His phone buzzed. Emily. Finally, Emily. The text message was a video file. Grant's hands trembled as he downloaded it, watching the progress bar crawl across the screen. When it finally opened, he saw his sister's face, tear-streaked and terrified, the camera held at an awkward angle that showed she was hiding somewhere dark. "Grant, if you get this..." Her voice was barely a whisper. "Mark died this morning. He came back just like they said. He went after the kids. I locked him in the bedroom, but he's breaking through the door. We're in the basement now, but I don't think we have much time." The video shook as she adjusted the camera, and Grant glimpsed the kids huddled behind her, their faces white with fear. His nephew, barely 8 years old, held a baseball bat in hands too small for it. His niece, the one who'd sent him a birthday card covered in crayon drawings last month, clutched that same one-eared stuffed animal from the morning's checkpoint encounter. Number, different family, different girl. The world was full of terrified children now, all of them indistinguishable in their fear. "There are things outside," Emily continued. "So many of them. They smell us, I think. They keep scratching at the windows." A bang echoed through the video, making her flinch. "That's Mark." He's almost through. "Grant, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you. Tell Mom and Dad. Tell them." The video cut off. Grant stared at the frozen final frame. His sister's face, eyes closed, preparing for whatever came next. He tried calling immediately, but the number was disconnected. Tried texting, tried everything, but received no response. The silence was absolute and final. He sat on his couch and stared at nothing, his mind unable or unwilling to process what he'd just witnessed. Emily was gone. His sister, who'd taught him how to ride a bike, who'd defended him against bullies in elementary school, who'd been the first person he'd called when he got his wings, gone. And her children, innocent kids who'd never hurt anyone, who'd been looking forward to Halloween in 2 weeks, gone with her. The grief was too large, too overwhelming to feel all at once. Instead, Grant felt nothing, just a vast emptiness where emotions should have been. Shock again, probably, his mind's circuit breakers tripping to prevent a total breakdown. He'd grieve later, when there was time, when he could afford the luxury of falling apart. Right now, he had to function, had to survive, because giving up would mean Emily's death was pointless. A knock at his door pulled him back to awareness. Rodriguez stood in the hallway, still in his flight suit, looking like he'd been through a war. "You okay?" the younger pilot asked. "My sister's dead." The words felt strange coming out of Grant's mouth, too concrete, too final. "Seattle fell. She sent me a video." "Shit, I'm sorry." Rodriguez stepped inside, closing the door behind him. I just got word. My girlfriend didn't make it either. The hospital was overrun this afternoon. She called me while it was happening, while they were breaking through the security doors. I listened to her die. They stood in silence, two men united by loss and helplessness. Outside, night had fallen again, bringing with it the sounds that were becoming familiar. Distant gunfire, sirens, the occasional scream. The base was holding, but barely. How much longer before it followed the same path as everywhere else? Command's talking about evacuation, Rodriguez said, consolidating all Alaska military assets at a location in the interior, somewhere more defensible, away from the cities. When? Soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. They're waiting for clearance from Northern Command, but everyone knows we can't hold here much longer. The civilian areas are completely gone. Anchorage is a dead city now, literally, just infected wandering the streets. What about the people still alive out there? Rodriguez looked away. Orders are to prioritize military personnel and essential civilian contractors. Everyone else is on their own. Grant thought of the family at the checkpoint, of the retired tech sergeant and his children seeking shelter that didn't exist. Thought of all the families like Emily's, barricaded in homes that would eventually be breached, waiting for rescue that would never come. The government had given up on them. The military had given up on them. They were being sacrificed to buy time for a privileged few to establish new defenses in remote locations. This is wrong, Grant said. We should be helping people, not abandoning them. With what resources? How? Rodriguez's voice carried a desperate edge. You saw the news. Everywhere they tried to help, they got overrun. The infection spreads too fast. Anyone we save could be infected and not showing symptoms yet. They could doom whatever safe zone we establish. So, Command made the call. Save who we can save. Write off the rest. So we just fly away and leave them to die. We leave them to whatever chance they can make for themselves. Maybe some will survive. But we can't save them, Grant. We can barely save ourselves. Rodriguez left shortly after, heading back to his own quarters. Grant sat alone again, wrestling with the impossible mathematics of triage. How many lives was the base worth? How many civilians should be sacrificed to preserve the military capability to maybe, possibly, establish secure zones elsewhere? There was no right answer, just a series of least bad options that all involved people dying. He tried to sleep, but nightmares kept jolting him awake. Emily screaming as infected broke through her defenses, Peterson lunging at him with those dead eyes, cities burning while he flew overhead, unable to help. Each time he woke, he checked his phone compulsively, hoping for a message that would never come. Emily was gone. Seattle was gone. The world he'd known was gone, replaced by something out of a horror movie that didn't follow any rules he understood. Morning brought new orders. All pilots were to report for mission briefing at 0800. Grant showered, put on a clean flight suit more out of routine than any real concern for appearance, and made his way across the base. The changes were even more dramatic overnight. Entire sections closed off, buildings dark and abandoned, more checkpoints with heavier armament. The base was contracting, pulling into itself like a wounded animal. The briefing room was packed with every pilot and crew member still operational. Colonel Vickers looked even worse than yesterday, his face drawn and gray, but his voice remained steady. Operation Safe Harbor is a go. We're evacuating all personnel and critical assets to Eielson Air Force Base northeast of Fairbanks. It's more remote, more defensible, and currently has no confirmed infections. We'll begin flights at noon today, continuing until everyone and everything essential is relocated. He brought up a map showing the flight path. It's a relatively short hop, about an hour and 20 minutes, but you'll be flying over infected territory, and we've had reports of refugees on rural highways trying to signal aircraft for help. Do not deviate from your flight path. Do not attempt rescues. Your mission is to get your cargo and passengers to Eielson safely. Understood? A murmur of acknowledgement ran through the room, though Grant heard the discomfort in it. Pilots trained to help people were being ordered to ignore them. It went against every instinct, but the logic was sound. Stop for one person, and you'd have dozens rushing the aircraft. Try to help, and you'd either get overrun or bring infection to the destination. You'll be carrying a mix of personnel and equipment, Vickers continued. Loadmasters will ensure proper weight distribution. You'll also be armed. He paused, letting that sink in. Sidearms are now standard issue for all flight crew. If infected breach security at any point during loading or flight, you are authorized to use lethal force. Grant received his assignment. He'd be flying one of the first loads out, carrying mostly personnel with some high-priority equipment. Rodriguez would be his co-pilot again. They had 3 hours to prep the aircraft and run through procedures. The hangar felt haunted when they arrived. Peterson's blood still stained the deck near where he'd collapsed, no one having bothered to clean it yet. Grant tried not to look at it as he began his pre-flight walk around, checking fuel levels, inspecting the engines, testing control surfaces. The familiar routine helped center him, gave him something concrete to focus on instead of the horror everywhere else. Their passengers began arriving an hour before departure, a mix of officers, essential support personnel, and a handful of civilian contractors. All were screened at the hangar entrance, temperatures taken, symptoms checked. One woman was turned away when she admitted to a headache, despite her protests that it was just stress. No exceptions. Any doubt meant denial. Grant watched them file aboard, faces tight with fear and exhaustion. These were the lucky ones, the ones deemed essential enough to save. But essential compared to what? Essential compared to the families huddled in homes hoping for rescue? Essential compared to children who'd done nothing wrong except be born at the wrong time? He pushed the thoughts aside and climbed into the cockpit. Rodriguez was already there, running through the pre-start checklist with mechanical precision. Neither of them spoke beyond necessary communications. What was there to say that hadn't already been said? The engines fired up smoothly. Tower clearance came through without the usual bureaucratic delay. No traffic to coordinate with, no civilian aircraft cluttering the airspace. Just military flights evacuating a dying installation. Grant taxied to the runway, feeling the weight of the loaded aircraft through the controls. Behind him, dozens of people who'd trusted the military to protect them now trusted him to fly them to safety. He couldn't afford to fail them the way the government had failed everyone else. Takeoff was textbook perfect, the aircraft lifting off and climbing into cold air that was clear enough to see for miles. Grant turned northeast, following the plotted course toward Eielson. Below, anchorage spread out like an open wound. Fires burned unchecked in multiple neighborhoods. The highways were parking lots of abandoned vehicles. He glimpsed movement in some areas, masses of infected roaming streets that would never be safe again. Jesus, Rodriguez breathed, staring down at the devastation. Grant said nothing, focusing on flying. But he couldn't help seeing the small details. Individual people on rooftops waving desperately at the aircraft, hoping for rescue. SOS messages painted on parking lots, bodies scattered like discarded toys. Each one represented someone's Emily, someone's family that wouldn't be saved. They flew over Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson one last time, and Grant got a full view of what they were abandoning. The perimeter was breached in multiple locations, infected wandering onto the airfield. Fires burned in some buildings. It looked like a war zone, which Grant supposed it was, a war against an enemy that couldn't be negotiated with or defeated by conventional means. The flight passed uneventfully, the landscape below gradually shifting from urban sprawl to wilderness. Alaska's interior was vast and empty, millions of acres where a person could get lost and never be found. Maybe that emptiness would prove valuable now. Harder for the infection to spread when people were scattered across hundreds of miles rather than packed into dense cities. Eielson appeared ahead, its runway lights blazing in the gathering afternoon gloom. Grant brought the aircraft in smoothly, touching down with barely a bump. As they taxied toward the parking area, he could see other aircraft already on the ground, the evacuation well underway. Eielson was smaller than Elmendorf-Richardson, more isolated, situated in a landscape that was hostile to human life even before the dead started walking. But it was defensible, and right now that mattered more than comfort. They offloaded quickly, the passengers filing out into a receiving area where they were checked again for symptoms before being assigned temporary quarters. Grant noticed armed guards at every entrance, their weapons loaded and ready. No chances being taken here. The moment anyone showed signs of infection, they'd be isolated or eliminated. Harsh, but necessary. 4 more flights today, Rodriguez said, checking his tablet. Command wants everything critical moved by tomorrow night. Grant nodded, already going through the shutdown procedure. 4 more flights meant 4 more opportunities to see the devastation below, 4 more chances to ignore desperate people begging for help. But it also meant 4 more loads of people saved, resources preserved, the thin line of human civilization held for another day. They flew back to Elmendorf-Richardson to find the situation deteriorating rapidly. The base was in active combat, security forces engaging infected who'd breached the perimeter. Grant watched tracer rounds cutting through the darkness as they approached, small arms fire like deadly fireflies. The infected kept coming, drawn by the noise and lights, shambling forward despite bullets tearing through them. Landing might be dicey, he told Rodriguez. Be ready to go around if the runway's compromised. But the runway remained clear, held by security forces who'd established a perimeter specifically to allow the evacuation to continue. Grant touched down and taxied quickly toward the hangar, not wanting to stay on the ground any longer than necessary. Already he could see infected moving across the airfield, drawn by the sound of engines. The second load was mostly equipment, communications gear, weapons, ammunition, supplies that couldn't be replaced. Also, several encrypted servers containing God knew what classified information that Command deemed too sensitive to destroy. Grant didn't ask questions, just made sure the cargo was properly secured and took off again. This flight was worse. The sun had fully set, turning the landscape below into darkness broken only by fires. Anchorage burned like a beacon of civilization's end. Grant could make out individual neighborhoods going up in flames, each one probably set deliberately to try to contain the infection. It wouldn't work. The infected didn't fear fire, didn't fear anything. They'd simply walk through the flames if their prey was on the other side. Between flights, during the brief turnarounds, Grant heard updates from other pilots. Elmendorf-Richardson would fall by morning. The infected had overrun the western perimeter completely, and it was only a matter of time before they reached critical facilities. Command had given the order to abandon and destroy. Anyone still there by sunrise would have to find their own way out, and demo teams would blow key infrastructure to deny it to any hostile forces, human or otherwise. By the 5th flight, exhaustion had settled into Grant's bones like radiation. His hands moved through procedures on autopilot, muscle memory carrying him through tasks his conscious mind barely registered. Rodriguez looked similar, slumped in the co-pilot seat with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept any more than Grant had. They landed at Eielson just before midnight. This time, Grant was told to shut down completely. No more flights tonight. Get some rest. Report back at 0600 for the final push. Temporary quarters had been set up in what looked like an old barracks building, bunks stacked too high with barely enough room to turn around. Grant claimed an empty one and collapsed onto the thin mattress without bothering to undress. Sleep took him immediately, dragging him down into a darkness that offered no rest. only dreams of his sister screaming while he flew overhead, unable to help. Morning brought news that Elmendorf Richardson was gone. The final personnel had evacuated during the night, flying out under fire. The demo teams had done their work. Explosions destroying runways, fuel dumps, munition storage. Nothing left for the infected to use, though Grant wasn't sure what they thought the infected would do with a military base. Shambling corpses didn't fly planes or operate weapon systems, but he understood the real reason. It wasn't about denying resources to the infected. It was about making sure no survivors could take shelter there and form a potential threat to Eielson. Any large group of survivors could harbor infected individuals, could bring the outbreak to the one safe location remaining in Alaska. Better to eliminate the option entirely. Force survivors to scatter into the wilderness where they'd be isolated and unable to threaten the military stronghold. He tried not to think about the people who'd been counting on reaching the base, finding it destroyed instead. Tried not to imagine their desperation as they fled into the frozen wilderness with nowhere left to go. But the thoughts came anyway, persistent and accusing. Eielson was crowded now, hundreds of personnel packed into facilities designed for far fewer. Grant was assigned to perimeter defense again, this time on the north side where the base backed up against miles of taiga and tundra. The position offered clear sight lines across open ground, making it difficult for infected to approach undetected. But it was also exposed to the Arctic wind that cut through his parka like he was wearing nothing. Days blurred together. Guard duty, brief sleep, meals eaten standing up because the mess hall couldn't accommodate everyone. News from the outside world came in fragments, often contradictory. Reports said Atlanta had fallen, or maybe it was holding. Denver was gone, or under siege, or successfully defending. Communication networks were failing, making it impossible to get accurate information. What was clear? The infection had spread coast to coast. Every major city was either fallen or falling. Rural areas fared better but weren't immune. The infected spread outward from urban centers, following highways and roads, shambling endlessly in search of prey. Nowhere was truly safe, just isolated pockets that hadn't been reached yet. Grant learned to recognize the infected by sound. They made a distinctive noise, a wet, gurgling rasp that carried in the cold air. He'd hear them before seeing them, shambling across the tundra toward the base's perimeter. Most collapsed from exposure long before reaching the fences, the Arctic cold freezing their bodies until they couldn't move. But some made it, drawn by the lights and sounds of human activity. The first time Grant shot one, he hesitated. The infected had been a woman once, middle-aged, wearing the torn remains of civilian clothes. She shuffled forward with mechanical determination, arms outstretched, that awful rasping sound coming from her throat. He'd called out warnings, protocol demanding he identify himself and order her to stop, even though he knew she wouldn't respond. She kept coming. 20 yards, 15, 10. Grant's finger tightened on the trigger, but some part of him still saw a person, still hesitated to kill what looked human. Then she lunged with sudden speed, that same shocking burst of aggression Peterson had shown, and instinct took over. His shot caught her center mass, punching through her chest. She staggered but didn't fall, didn't even slow down. Second shot, third, fourth. Finally, a headshot dropped her, and she collapsed into the snow like a puppet with cut strings. "They don't feel pain," one of the guards explained, a sergeant who'd been dealing with infected for days now. "Shots to the body just poke holes. You've got to hit the brain, destroy the motor control. Anything else is wasting ammunition." Grant looked down at the body in the snow, at the woman he'd just killed. Her eyes were still open, those dilated pupils that characterized the infected staring at nothing. Who had she been before? A mother maybe, or a teacher, or a mechanic like him? Someone with a life and dreams and people who loved her? Now she was just a corpse twice over, first killed by the infection, then killed again to stop her from spreading it. He'd vomited after returning to his bunk that night, his body rejecting what his mind couldn't process. It got easier after that, or at least more routine. Easier wasn't the right word. Nothing about shooting human-shaped targets could ever be easy. But he learned to compartmentalize, to see the infected as threats rather than victims, to pull the trigger without hesitation because hesitation got you killed. The refugees started arriving a week into the Eielson occupation. Small groups, survivors who'd fled the cities and made the dangerous trek north, hoping to find military protection. Most were turned away at checkpoints miles from the base. A few made it close enough to see the lights, to call out desperately for help. They were evaluated from a distance, temperatures taken with infrared scanners, any sign of symptoms resulting in immediate rejection. Grant watched them through binoculars, families mostly, a few individuals. All looked half-frozen, exhausted, desperate. Many had children. All were told the same thing. No room, no resources, cannot guarantee your safety. Please move on. Move on to where? Into the wilderness where they'd freeze or starve? Back toward the cities that had become charnel houses? There was nowhere else to go. Eielson represented the last visible sign of governmental authority in interior Alaska, and that government was telling them to go die somewhere else. One family refused to leave. They camped just beyond the security perimeter, building a fire from scavenged wood, huddling together for warmth. Grant recognized the father from somewhere. Maybe he'd seen him on base before the evacuation. Maybe it was just the universal look of a desperate parent. The man kept pointing at his children, miming that they were hungry, cold, sick, begging for mercy that command wouldn't authorize. "Orders are to disperse them," Grant's sergeant said. "Fire warning shots if they don't move. They've got kids out there. They'll freeze. Then they should have gone somewhere else. We can't take in every refugee that shows up. We barely have enough supplies for the people already here." Grant fired warning shots into the snow near the family's camp. The father grabbed the children and they ran, disappearing into the tree line. He hoped they'd found shelter somewhere, but realistically he knew they were probably dead within days. The cold up here was unforgiving, and they'd looked too poorly equipped to survive extended exposure. That night, lying in his bunk, Grant tried to remember what normal life had been like. Going to work, complaining about paperwork, grabbing drinks with crew members after a successful mission. It felt like memories from someone else's life, a person who'd existed in a different universe where the dead stayed dead and governments protected their citizens. He'd been that person once, barely 3 weeks ago, before Peterson collapsed and everything went to hell. His phone still worked, though network coverage was spotty at best. He'd stopped checking for messages from Emily. She was gone, and no amount of compulsive phone checking would change that. But he couldn't quite bring himself to delete their message thread, that final video still sitting in his inbox like a wound he kept picking at. Sometimes he watched it, torturing himself with her terrified face, with the sounds of her dying husband breaking through the door. He wanted to remember her alive, smiling, the way she'd been before the world ended, but that memory was fading, replaced by the video's horror. Soon it would be all he remembered, his sister dying while he flew away to safety. More days passed. The perimeter stayed secure, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time. Infected continued appearing, drawn by some instinct that pointed them toward concentrations of living humans. Most were dealt with easily, single targets shambling across open ground. But occasionally they came in groups, dozens at once, requiring sustained fire to bring them all down. And the supplies were running low. Eielson hadn't been stocked for a long-term occupation by this many people. Food was being rationed, everyone on reduced calories. Water wasn't a problem. They could melt snow. But fuel for heat was becoming scarce. They'd need to start rationing that soon too, which meant people would be cold in a climate where cold could kill. Command announced plans to send out scavenging missions to surrounding towns and facilities, abandoned stores, warehouses, anywhere that might have supplies worth recovering. It was dangerous work. The infected had spread throughout the region, and any excursion risked bringing infection back to the base. But the alternative was starvation, so the missions were approved. Grant volunteered, not because he was brave or particularly capable, but because sitting behind the perimeter waiting for supplies to run out felt worse than taking action. At least on a scavenging mission, he'd be doing something, contributing beyond just shooting infected who shambled too close. The team was small, 6 people including Grant, led by a Special Forces sergeant named Kowalski, who'd been assigned to Eielson before the outbreak. They were equipped with suppressed weapons to minimize noise, backpacks for carrying supplies, and vehicles that had been modified with welded reinforcements to prevent infected from breaking in. Rules are simple, Kowalski briefed them the night before departure. Stay together, stay quiet, don't take unnecessary risks. We're going to Iman, about 30 miles northeast. Used to be a small village, maybe 200 people. Should have a general store, maybe some residential homes we can scavenge. Get in, grab what we can, get out. Any questions? What if we run into survivors? Grant asked. We avoid them if possible. Can't trust anyone we don't know. They could be infected and not showing symptoms yet, or they could be desperate enough to kill us for our supplies. Either way, not our problem. And if they're kids? Families? Kowalski's expression hardened. Then we avoid them and move on. I know it sounds harsh, but we're not running a rescue operation. Our mission is to get supplies and return safely. That's it. They departed before dawn, 2 vehicles driving northeast on roads that were eerily empty. Abandoned cars littered the highway, their occupants long gone. Some bore signs of violence, smashed windows, blood stains frozen black on the pavement. Others had simply been left when they ran out of gas or broke down, their owners continuing on foot toward destinations they'd probably never reached. Grant rode in the second vehicle, watching the landscape pass. The taiga was beautiful in its desolation, endless miles of stunted trees and frozen ground. Before the outbreak, he'd appreciated Alaska's wilderness, had even gone hiking in the national parks during his off-duty time. Now it just looked like a vast graveyard, beautiful and utterly indifferent to human suffering. They encountered their first infected about 15 miles from Eielson, a lone figure standing in the middle of the road. Kowalski didn't slow down, just steered around it. The infected turned to follow their movement but couldn't keep pace. Grant watched through the rear window as it receded into the distance, still walking in their direction with mechanical persistence. Amon appeared ahead, a cluster of buildings hugging the road. At first glance it looked abandoned but intact, structures still standing despite weeks without maintenance. Then Grant noticed the details: broken windows, doors hanging open, dark stains on the snow, and the infected, dozens of them, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Shit, Kowalski said. More than I expected. Stay in the vehicles while I assess. They parked at the village entrance, engines idling. The infected noticed immediately, turning toward the sound with that eerie synchronization. They began shambling forward, drawn by the noise and movement. Grant counted at least 30 visible, with possibly more in the buildings. Too many, Kowalski decided. We'll try the store on the edge of town. Quick in and out, don't engage unless necessary. They drove slowly forward, the infected following, but unable to match their speed. The general store was a weathered building with Eamon Trading Post painted on its facade. Its windows were broken, but the structure seemed intact. Kowalski pulled up directly in front, minimizing the distance they'd have to cross on foot. Remember, quiet and fast. Don't shoot unless you have no choice. Gunfire will draw every infected for miles. They exited the vehicles, Grant's heart hammering as he stepped into the cold. The infected were still 100 yards back, closing but not immediately threatening. He followed Kowalski through the broken front door, stepping over shattered glass into the dim interior. The store had been looted already, shelves mostly empty. But enough remained to make the trip worthwhile. Canned goods scattered on the floor, boxes of ammunition behind the counter, medical supplies in a ransacked first aid section. The team spread out, moving through the aisles with practiced efficiency, grabbing anything useful. Grant found a stash of batteries, still sealed in their packages. Battery-powered devices were valuable now that electrical grids had failed. He loaded them into his pack along with several boxes of matches, candles, a bottle of pain medication that had rolled under a shelf. Basic supplies that would extend Eilson's resources by days or weeks. A bang from outside made everyone freeze. Through the broken windows, Grant saw one of the infected had reached their vehicles and was beating against the reinforced door with mechanical persistence. Others were arriving, surrounding the vehicles, cutting off easy escape. "We've got a problem," someone said, probably stating the obvious. Kowalski moved to the window and assessed the situation. "Shit. Okay, new plan. We load up, then make a run for the vehicles. Stay together, move fast, don't stop for anything. If we get separated, rendezvous back at the highway and wait exactly 5 minutes. After that, anyone still missing gets left behind. Clear?" Everyone acknowledged. Grant checked his weapon. Full magazine, 1 round chambered, safety off. His hands were steady, which surprised him. 3 weeks ago, he'd been a pilot who'd fired a weapon maybe twice a year for qualification. Now he was preparing to fight his way through a horde of infected with the same calm he'd use for a difficult approach in bad weather. They finished loading their packs, everyone carrying maximum weight. Grant's pack must have weighed 70 pounds, enough that he felt it pulling on his shoulders. But every pound was supplies that Eilson needed, so he'd carry it. "On 3, Kowalski said, hand on the door. 1, 2, 3, exclamation mark. They burst out of the store in a tight group. The infected reacted immediately, turning toward this new stimulus, mouths opening in that gurgling rasp. Grant ran for the vehicles, his breath misting in the cold air, boots crunching on snow and broken glass. An infected stepped into his path, and he shoved it aside without slowing, using his momentum to knock it off balance. The vehicle's doors were still secure, the infected unable to breach the reinforcements. Kowalski reached his vehicle first, yanking the door open and throwing his pack inside. Grant followed suit, fumbling with the door handle, feeling infected hands grasping at his parka. He spun and slammed his elbow into a face that had been a woman's, feeling bone crunch under the impact. She staggered back and he dove into the vehicle, pulling the door shut just as more infected arrived. They slammed against the windows, leaving smears of frozen blood and saliva on the glass, their faces pressed close, those dead eyes staring with infinite patience. Grant felt his gorge rise at the sight. These had been people once, had lived and worked and loved. Now they were reduced to base instinct, hunger driving them to attack anything that moved. The engines roared and they pulled away, leaving the infected standing in the road, still reaching toward them. Grant looked back as they accelerated, watching the village recede. How many survivors had died there? How many had transformed into the things now shambling through its streets? Imon had been someone's home, a place where people raised families and built lives. Now it was just another dead zone, abandoned to the infected and slowly being reclaimed by the wilderness. "Everyone okay?" Kowalski called out. Affirmatives came from both vehicles. Grant checked himself for bites or scratches, found nothing but bruises. The woman he'd elbowed had been too slow, hadn't managed to break his skin. Lucky. Luckier than most people got these days. They drove back to Eilson in silence, each person processing what they'd witnessed. The mission had been successful by the numbers. They'd acquired supplies without losing anyone or getting infected. But it had also confirmed what everyone already knew. This was the new reality. Every mission would be dangerous. Every interaction with infected risked death or transformation. There were no safe options anymore, just varying degrees of danger. Back at base, they were quarantined for 24 hours as a precaution. Any mission outside the perimeter meant potential exposure, which meant isolation until they could be certain no one was infected. Grant spent the time in a small room with basic amenities, his thoughts cycling through the same worn patterns. Emily dead, Seattle gone, Iman lost, civilization collapsing one community at a time. He was cleared after showing no symptoms, released back to general population, and assigned to more guard duty. The routine was mind-numbing. 4 hours on watch, 8 hours off. Sleep was difficult, usually broken by nightmares or the sound of gunfire as perimeter guards dealt with infected. Food was bland and insufficient, portions shrinking as supplies dwindled despite the scavenging missions. People were starting to break. Grant saw it in the mess hall, in the bunks, during guard duty. Little signs of psychological collapse, 1,000-yard stares, sudden outbursts of anger, people muttering to themselves. The base had a psychiatrist, but one person couldn't treat hundreds of people suffering from trauma, grief, and crushing stress. Most people self-medicated with whatever substances they could find, or simply shut down emotionally, going through the motions without really being present. Rodriguez was one of the ones struggling. Grant found him one night sitting outside in the cold, staring at nothing, his lips blue with hypothermia. "Hey," Grant said, sitting down beside him despite the freezing temperature. "You okay?" "Define okay." Rodriguez's words were slurred, not from cold, but from whatever he'd been drinking. Is okay being alive when everyone you love is dead? Is okay watching the world end while we hide in a fucking bunker? We're not hiding. We're surviving. What's the difference? Rodriguez laughed bitterly. We're still just waiting to die. Maybe it takes longer here, but the end's the same. The infected keep coming. The supplies keep dwindling. Eventually this place falls, just like everywhere else. Grant didn't have an answer. Rodriguez was probably right. Eielson would fall eventually. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but eventually. The infected didn't need food or water or heat. They just kept shambling forward, patient and relentless. Sooner or later, the base's defenses would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. My girlfriend's family lived in Phoenix, Rodriguez continued. Her parents, her brother, her niece. She talked about them all the time, kept planning visits that never happened because we were always busy, and now they're gone. Phoenix fell 2 weeks ago. I watched the footage, thousands of infected filling the streets, chasing down anyone they could find. Her family was in that. Maybe they got out, maybe they didn't, but probably they're dead. Probably they're fucking zombies now, eating other people. I'm sorry, Grant said, because what else was there to say? My girlfriend died listening to me. I was on the phone with her when the infected broke into the hospital. She was hiding under a desk, whispering that she loved me, that she was sorry. I heard them find her, heard her screaming, then nothing, just dead air. Rodriguez wiped at his face, smearing tears that froze instantly on his cheeks. I should have been there, should have died with her instead of running away to save myself. You didn't run away. You followed orders. Same thing. Rodriguez stood unsteadily. I'm going to get more drunk now. You're welcome to join me, or you can go back to pretending any of this matters. He wandered off into the darkness. Grant considered following, but decided against it. Rodriguez needed to process his grief however he could, and sometimes that meant self-destructive behavior. As long as he didn't hurt himself or others, let him drink himself into oblivion. Maybe that was healthier than Grant's own method of compartmentalizing everything until he couldn't feel anything at all. Another scavenging mission went out 3 days later. Grant volunteered again, needing the action to break up the monotony of guard duty. This time they targeted a distribution warehouse 20 miles south. a facility that had supplied rural communities before the outbreak. Intelligence suggested it might still have food stores, medical supplies, cold weather gear, all desperately needed at Eielson. The mission went sideways almost immediately. They reached the warehouse without incident, finding it apparently abandoned and intact. But when they forced the loading dock doors open, they discovered it wasn't empty. Survivors had turned it into a makeshift fortress, barricading themselves inside with whatever supplies remained. Maybe 30 people, families mostly, looked up in alarm as the Eielson team entered. "This is a military operation," Kowalski announced. "We're requisitioning supplies for Joint Base Eielson. Cooperate and no one gets hurt." The survivors' leader, a bearded man in his 40s, stepped forward. "The hell you are. We got here first. This stuff's ours." "Not anymore. We're taking what we need. Over my dead body." Standoff. Both sides armed, both sides desperate, neither side willing to back down. Grant could see how this would end. Violence, death, everyone worse off than before. But Kowalski had his orders, and the survivors had their survival instinct. No room for compromise. "Last chance," Kowalski said. "Stand aside." The bearded man raised his hunting rifle. Before he could fire, one of the Eielson team dropped him with a single shot. Then chaos. Both sides opening up, muzzle flashes lighting the warehouse interior, people screaming. Grant found himself firing, not even sure at what, just pulling the trigger because everyone else was shooting, and standing still meant dying. It was over in seconds. The survivors had numbers, but the Eielson team had training and better weapons. When the last echo faded, 8 survivors lay dead or dying. The rest huddled against the far wall, hands raised in surrender. Among them, Grant saw children, saw an infant being held by its mother, saw the survivors' faces twisted with terror and hatred. "Secure them," Kowalski ordered, his voice flat. "We'll take what we need and leave." They did exactly that, moving through the warehouse loading supplies while the surviving refugees watched. Grant avoided making eye contact, couldn't bear to see their faces. He'd just participated in what was essentially armed robbery, had killed people who were only trying to survive. Not infected, not threats, just desperate humans protecting what they thought was theirs. One of the children, a boy maybe 10 years old, stood near Grant as he loaded boxes of canned goods. "Are you going to kill us?" the boy asked. Grant wanted to say no, wanted to reassure him. But honestly, he didn't know. Would Kowalski leave witnesses who could identify them, who might spread word that the military was attacking survivors? Would he risk these people following them back to Eielson? "Just stay quiet," Grant said. "Don't make trouble and you'll be fine." He wasn't sure if he believed it. They finished loading and prepared to leave. The survivors remained huddled against the wall, some crying, some simply staring with empty eyes. The bearded man's body lay where he'd fallen, blood pooling beneath him. Grant wondered if he'd had family there, if the man had died protecting people he loved. "Should we do something about them?" one of the team asked, gesturing at the survivors. Kowalski considered for a moment, and Grant saw the calculation in his eyes. Leave them alive and risk exposure, kill them and ensure silence. Simple math, the kind of cold equation that this new world demanded. "Leave them," Kowalski finally decided. "They'll scatter after we're gone. By the time they regroup, if they do, we'll be long gone and they'll have no way to find us." Grant felt relief followed immediately by shame. He was grateful they weren't executing civilians, but also aware that his relief was selfish. The right thing would have been to not attack them in the first place, to find some way to share resources or trade. But the base needed supplies, and need trumped morality now. They drove away, leaving the survivors to pick up the pieces. Grant looked back once and saw them emerging from the warehouse, checking their dead, probably planning what to do next. He'd added to their trauma, had made their survival that much harder. But his people would eat tonight, would have medicine for their sick, would last a little longer before the inevitable end. Was that worth it? Was extending survival by days or weeks worth killing for? Grant didn't know. Maybe there wasn't a right answer anymore, just a series of terrible choices where you picked the option that killed the fewest people you cared about. Back at Eielson, the mission was logged as successful. No one mentioned the survivors they'd robbed, the people they'd killed. It was just another entry in the log: supplies acquired, team returned safely, mission accomplished. Grant returned to his bunk and stared at the ceiling, trying to convince himself that what they'd done was necessary. That in a world where everyone was fighting to survive, violence was inevitable. That he'd made the right choice, or at least the least wrong one. He didn't believe it, but he had to try. The days continued grinding forward, more scavenging missions, each one more dangerous than the last as nearby resources were exhausted and they had to range farther from base. More infected appearing at the perimeter, their numbers growing as the dead from surrounding areas slowly migrated toward any sign of human activity. More personnel breaking down psychologically, requiring sedation or restraint. And the cold was getting worse. November in interior Alaska was brutal, temperatures dropping well below zero at night. Heating fuel was critically low, forcing people to bundle in multiple layers and share body heat. Frostbite cases increased, people's movements slowed, made sluggish by cold and malnutrition. The base was dying, not from infected overrunning the defenses, but from simple attrition. Command announced another evacuation, this time to a location they wouldn't specify over open channels, somewhere even more remote and defensible. Only essential personnel would be going. The rest would be left behind. The announcement didn't say that explicitly, used euphemisms like establishing secondary locations and distributed defense networks, but everyone understood. There wasn't enough fuel or aircraft capacity to evacuate everyone. Some people were being sacrificed. Grant found himself on the essential personnel list, not because he was particularly special, but because pilots were valuable and he'd proven himself capable during the scavenging missions. Rodriguez made the list too, though the younger pilot had deteriorated badly, showing up to briefings drunk or not showing up at all. The announcement of who was leaving and who wasn't caused exactly the reaction anyone could have predicted: anger, fear, desperate pleading. People begged to be included, offered bribes, claimed skills they didn't have. Families were being split up, people forced to choose between evacuation and staying with loved ones who didn't make the cut. One woman cornered Grant in the mess hall, recognizing him from a previous mission. "Please," she said, "my daughter's only 6. She's not on the list, but I am. I can't leave her." "I don't make those decisions," Grant said, hating himself for the deflection. "Then who does? Who decided my baby isn't essential enough to live?" He had no answer. Command made the calls based on logic he understood but couldn't defend. Skilled personnel took priority over dependents, able-bodied adults over children or elderly, people with critical knowledge over those without. It was brutal triage, writing off anyone who couldn't directly contribute to survival, but understanding the logic didn't make it right. The woman's daughter wouldn't be evacuated. Neither would hundreds of others deemed non-essential. They'd be left at Eielson with minimal supplies and no air support, expected to hold the base as long as possible to buy time for the evacuation to proceed unmolested. Some might survive long enough to be picked up later if resources allowed. Most wouldn't. Grant tried to get the girl added to his aircraft's manifest, used what little influence he had to argue she could be squeezed in. But Command denied the request. Weight limits were absolute. The aircraft needed for future operations couldn't be risked by overloading. The girl would stay behind with the other non-essential personnel. The night before evacuation, Grant sat in the mess hall picking at a meal of rice and canned vegetables. Around him, people said goodbye to those who wouldn't be coming, promises to reconnect, made with no real conviction behind them. Everyone knew the truth. This was probably the last time they'd see each other. Those left behind would either die at Eielson or scatter into the wilderness where the cold would claim them. Rodriguez found him there, sober for once. "You ready for tomorrow?" "No." Grant pushed his food around without eating it. "You?" "Doesn't matter if I'm ready or not. We're going because we're on the list. Same as everyone else going is going because someone decided they're valuable enough to save." He sat down heavily. "You know what the fucked up part is?" "I'm relieved. I feel guilty about it. But I'm relieved I'm not being left behind." "What kind of person does that make me?" "Human." Grant abandoned his meal entirely. "We're all just trying to survive. Can't blame yourself for that." "Can't I?" Rodriguez stared at his hands. "I've been thinking about my girlfriend's family in Phoenix, wondering if they felt this way in their last moments, relieved it was someone else dying, glad they'd survived another day, until they didn't, until the infected got them and all that relief meant nothing." Grant thought about Emily, about her final video. Had she felt relief when she locked her dying husband in the bedroom, grateful it was him infected and not her? Had that relief lasted until he broke through the door and she realized she was next? Relief was temporary, survival was temporary, everything was temporary. The only certainty was that eventually everyone's luck ran out. The evacuation began at dawn, personnel loaded into aircraft in assigned groups, the process running with military efficiency despite the emotional chaos underneath. Grant pre-flighted his aircraft while trying not to see the faces of those being left behind, trying not to hear their pleas for reconsideration. The girl and her mother stood near the terminal, holding each other. The mother was crying openly, her face pressed against her daughter's hair. The girl was silent, her face blank with shock or denial. Grant looked away, focusing on his checklist, using procedure to block out the nightmare around him. "Captain?" Someone touched his arm. He turned to find the mother, having left her daughter with others. "Please, I'm begging you. She's 6 years old. She hasn't done anything wrong. Please don't leave her to die." "I don't have the authority." "You're the pilot. You could take off with her aboard and no one would know until you landed. Please, I'll do anything. Take my place, I don't care. Just save her." Grant looked past her to where the girl waited, clutching that same type of ragged stuffed animal every frightened child seemed to carry now. He thought about his niece, about children everywhere dying because adults had failed to protect them, thought about all the things he'd done and not done since the outbreak began, all the compromises and moral failures that had allowed him to survive. "I'm sorry," he said, and climbed into his aircraft. The mother screamed something after him, but he couldn't make out the words over the engine noise. He focused on his pre-flight, on the switches and gauges, on anything but the knowledge that he was condemning a child to death through inaction. Rodriguez settled into the co-pilot seat, looking ill. "We're monsters," the younger pilot said. "We're survivors." "Same thing now, isn't it?" They took off, the aircraft heavy with personnel and supplies. Grant banked away from Eielson, leaving behind the base and everyone on it. He could see people on the ground looking up, watching the aircraft leave, probably understanding they'd never see it return. The base grew smaller behind them, and with it went any pretense that the military was still protecting people rather than just preserving itself. The destination was a location command called Safe Harbor Actual, a remote facility in the Brooks Range, accessible only by air, with natural defenses that made ground approach nearly impossible. It had been a research station before the outbreak, built to support scientific expeditions in one of the most isolated regions of Alaska. Now it would serve as the last holdout of organized military presence in the state. The flight took them over increasingly desolate terrain. The taiga gave way to tundra, then to bare mountains that looked like the surface of an alien planet. No roads, no settlements, nothing but rock and ice stretching to the horizon. It was beautiful in its emptiness, and that emptiness was exactly why Command had chosen it. No people meant no infected, no refugees, no difficult choices about who to save and who to abandon. Safe harbor. Actual appeared ahead. A cluster of buildings huddled in a valley between steep mountains. A single runway, barely long enough for Grant's aircraft, had been cleared along the valley floor. Fuel storage tanks, communications arrays, and what looked like defensive positions completed the installation. Maybe 200 people were already there, the advance party that had spent the last week preparing the facility. Grant brought the aircraft in carefully, the crosswinds making the approach tricky. His wheels touched down on the rough runway, bouncing once before settling. He taxied to the parking area and shut down, then sat for a moment in the sudden silence, processing what they'd done. They'd abandoned hundreds of people, left children to die, preserved themselves and their resources by sacrificing everyone deemed non-essential, and they'd have to live with that, carry it forever, along with all the other compromises and failures that survival demanded. "Welcome to the end of the world," Rodriguez said quietly. "Population, us." The facility was cramped, designed for maybe 50 people, but now housing nearly 10 times that after all the evacuations. Every available space had been converted to quarters. Laboratories became bunks, storage rooms became sleeping areas, hallways held sleeping bags for those without assigned spaces. It was crowded and cold and smelled of too many unwashed bodies in close proximity, but it was secure. The mountains provided natural barriers, making ground approach nearly impossible. The facility's generators provided power for heat and lights. Supply caches contained food for months, maybe a year if rationed carefully. They had weapons, ammunition, trained personnel. Everything needed to survive long-term. Everything except hope. That was the one supply no one could ration or preserve. Hope required belief that survival meant something beyond just existing another day, and that belief was hard to maintain when you'd watched the world burn and abandoned everyone who couldn't defend themselves. Grant was assigned a bunk in what had been a geology lab, sharing space with 7 other pilots. The cramped quarters meant no privacy, no personal space, everyone living on top of each other. But it was warm and dry and secure, which was more than most people had now. He tried to establish a routine: flight duties when needed, maintenance work on the aircraft, guard duty on the perimeter. The routine helped, gave structure to days that otherwise blurred together into a gray monotony. But the nightmares persisted. Emily's face merged with the little girl's, both of them staring at him with accusation in their eyes. Communication with the outside world was sporadic at best. Most radio frequencies were dead, networks collapsed, satellites no longer maintained. Occasionally, they'd pick up transmissions from other survivor groups, military units holding out in remote locations, civilian communities trying to establish safe zones, individual survivors calling desperately for help that wouldn't come. Command monitored these transmissions but rarely responded, not wanting to reveal their location or capabilities. One transmission came from Eielson. Grant was working communications duty when it came through, a voice he recognized as one of the NCOs left behind. "This is Eielson. We're being overrun, defenses failing. If anyone's listening, we tried. Tell my wife in Denver I love her. Tell her..." The transmission cut off in a burst of static and gunfire. Grant sat at the radio, hand frozen on the dial, listening to nothing. Eielson had fallen. All those people left behind, including the little girl, were dead or infected now. Another location gone. Another group of survivors erased. "Should we respond?" one of the other communications personnel asked. "No," Grant said. "There's nothing we can do." And there wasn't. Eielson was gone. and they couldn't risk exposing Safe Harbor Actual's location for people who were already lost. It was logic, cold and unarguable. But logic didn't make it easier to hear someone die while you listened, doing nothing. Days turned into weeks. Winter deepened, temperatures dropping to 40 below at night. The mountains were impassable, even by the infected, the snow too deep and the cold too intense for their deteriorating bodies to navigate. Safe Harbor Actual was isolated in the truest sense, cut off from the world by weather and distance and the collapse of everything that once connected human civilization. They sent out one more scavenging mission before winter made travel impossible. Grant volunteered, needing to do something beyond sitting in the facility slowly going mad. The target was a supply cache at a remote weather station 40 miles south, supplies that had been pre-positioned during the facility's construction years ago. The flight was harrowing, crosswinds and ice building on the wings, forcing Grant to execute an approach that violated every safety protocol he'd ever learned. But he got the aircraft down in one piece, and the team secured the supplies without encountering any infected. The cache contained food, medical supplies, fuel, enough to extend Safe Harbor Actual's viability by several months. On the flight back, they flew over what had been a small native village. Grant could see it clearly despite the gathering darkness. Buildings burned to shells, bodies frozen in the snow, infected wandering between the ruins. The population had probably been 50 people, all of them dead or infected now. Another community erased, another piece of humanity lost. How many places like that do you think are gone? Rodriguez asked over the intercom. All of them, Grant replied. Every small town, every village, anywhere people gathered. Gone. So what's the point? We're just delaying the inevitable. Grant didn't answer. Maybe Rodriguez was right? Maybe they were just delaying the inevitable, surviving without purpose beyond survival itself. But the alternative was giving up, and he wasn't ready for that yet. Not while he could still fly, still contribute, still wake up each morning and choose to face another day. They landed at Safe Harbor Actual as darkness fell completely. The runway lights looked like a constellation in the void, the only visible sign of human presence in hundreds of miles of wilderness. Grant shut down the engines and sat in the cockpit, listening to the metal tick as it cooled. "You ever wonder if we're the last ones?" Rodriguez asked. "Like, actually the last surviving military unit?" "Probably not. There have to be others. Submarines, remote installations, ships at sea. Somewhere, people survived. But we'll never know, will we? No way to communicate, no way to find out. We're alone, whether we're the last ones or not." It was true. Safe Harbor Actual had become its own world, isolated and self-contained. Whether other survivor groups existed was almost academic. They might as well be the last humans alive for all the difference it made. Winter locked them in completely. The facility became a prison of survival, everyone trapped in close quarters with nothing to do but wait for spring. Tensions ran high. Fights broke out over trivial things, someone eating another person's food, accusations of hoarding, personality conflicts amplified by proximity. Command instituted strict discipline, but even that couldn't completely prevent people from breaking down under the psychological pressure. Rodriguez stopped appearing for duties. Grant found him in the bunk room, staring at the ceiling, barely responsive. The facility's medical officer diagnosed severe depression, prescribed the limited psychiatric medications they had available, but pills couldn't fix what was wrong with Rodriguez. He'd lost everything and everyone, had been forced to participate in horrors that broke something fundamental inside him. Now he was just a shell, going through the motions of living without any real desire to continue. "He'll come around," the medical officer told Grant. "Just needs time." But Grant wasn't sure time would help. Maybe some people were too broken to fix, too damaged by what they'd witnessed and done. Maybe Rodriguez would never recover, would just exist in this liminal state until something, infection, or accident, or suicide, finally ended it. Christmas came without fanfare. Someone tried to organize a celebration, but it fell flat. How do you celebrate when everything you're supposed to celebrate, family, joy, hope, is gone? They gathered in the mess hall, ate a meal that was slightly better than usual, and sat in awkward silence while someone played carols on a battery-powered speaker. The music felt like a mockery, singing about peace on earth and goodwill toward men while the world burned. Grant thought about previous Christmases, about his sister's kids opening presents while Emily and her husband watched with tired parental smiles. About his parents, who'd retired to Florida and were almost certainly dead now. About the ordinary holiday stresses that had seemed so important, traffic, difficult relatives, the pressure to buy perfect gifts. All of it trivial compared to simple survival, but also precious in retrospect. He'd never appreciated those ordinary frustrations, never realized how lucky he'd been to have problems that didn't involve killing to stay alive. New Year's came next. Someone marked it by saying, "Another year survived," but the words felt empty. What did years matter anymore? There was no calendar that meant anything, no future to plan for, just an endless present of survival and waiting. Then, in mid-January, everything changed again. A transmission came through on a military emergency frequency, strong and clear despite the distance. Grant was on communications duty, nearly asleep at his post, when the speaker crackled to life. "This is United States Northern Command emergency broadcast. All surviving military units respond. Repeat, all surviving units respond. We are establishing hardened locations and beginning reclamation operations. Acknowledge if receiving." Grant stared at the radio, certain he was hallucinating. Command had been silent for months, presumed either fallen or too damaged to maintain operations. But this transmission suggested otherwise. Someone at the highest levels was still alive, still attempting to organize a response. He grabbed the microphone with shaking hands. "Northern Command, this is Safe Harbor Actual. We read you. Request instructions." The response came immediately. "Safe Harbor Actual acknowledged. Stand by for encrypted transmission." What followed was a burst of data, code that Grant's equipment automatically decrypted. Orders. Detailed orders outlining what command called Operation Phoenix, a plan to reclaim territory from the infected, establish permanent fortified zones, begin rebuilding civilization from whatever pieces remained. It was ambitious to the point of insanity. The orders called for coordinated military operations across multiple locations, resource sharing between surviving units, eventual establishment of civilian safe zones. It assumed capabilities that no longer existed, logistics that had collapsed, personnel who were mostly dead. But it was a plan, a structure, something beyond just hiding and hoping. Grant woke the facility commander, Colonel Vickers, who'd been evacuated from Elmendorf-Richardson along with everyone else. Vickers read the orders, his face cycling through disbelief, hope, and exhaustion. "They actually think this can work?" he muttered. "They think we can take back territory from millions of infected?" "Maybe," Grant said. "Or maybe they're just trying to give survivors something to work toward, besides sitting in bunkers waiting to die." Same thing in the end. Hope is a strategy when you don't have anything better. Vickers keyed the radio. "Northern Command, this is Safe Harbor Actual. We acknowledge receipt of Operation Phoenix orders. Will comply as resources permit." The response was almost cheerful. "Safe Harbor Actual. Good to hear from you. We'll be in regular contact going forward. Other units are coming online. You're not alone anymore. Not alone." The words hung in the air, so improbable they felt like lies. But over the following days, more transmissions came in. Units reporting from Colorado, from Montana, from remote locations Grant had never heard of. Submarines surfacing off both coasts. Naval vessels that had spent months at sea, avoiding infected ports. Military installations in Europe and Asia, each one a small pocket of survivors hanging on. Humanity hadn't been wiped out. It had been pushed to the edge, fragmented into isolated groups, but it persisted. And now, slowly, those groups were reconnecting, sharing information, beginning to coordinate. Safe Harbor Actual's orders were straightforward. Maintain their position through winter, then begin aerial reconnaissance of interior Alaska once weather permitted. Identify any surviving communities, map infected concentrations, locate resource caches that could be recovered. They were scouts, observers, laying groundwork for potential future operations if command ever accumulated enough forces to attempt reclamation. It wasn't much, but it was something. A mission beyond survival. A reason to wake up each morning beyond just seeing another day. Grant felt something shift inside him. Not quite hope, but maybe hope's shadow. The possibility that their suffering might lead somewhere, that the people they'd sacrificed and abandoned might not have died for nothing. He threw himself into preparations. The aircraft needed maintenance after sitting through winter. Systems checked and rechecked until he was certain they'd function when called upon. Maps were studied, flight paths plotted, contingencies planned. The work was consuming, demanding exactly what he needed to avoid thinking about everything else. Rodriguez showed some improvement too, responding to the news of Operation Phoenix with something approaching interest. He started appearing for meals, began working with Grant on aircraft maintenance. The deep depression remained, visible in his eyes and the way he moved, but it was no longer completely paralyzing. "You think they can actually do it?" Rodriguez asked one day while they were replacing a fuel pump. "Reclaim anything?" "I don't know. Maybe. Depends on how many infected are left, how organized survivors are, whether we can find ways to clear large areas safely." Grant torqued down a bolt. "But trying beats sitting here waiting to run out of food." "Does it, though? What if we succeed? What if we clear out some territory and establish safe zones? Then what? We just rebuild civilization knowing what happened, knowing what we did to survive, knowing that we left people to die, killed others for their supplies, made all those choices? Then we live with it, because the alternative is giving up, and I'm not ready to do that yet." Rodriguez was quiet for a long moment. "Sometimes I think giving up would be easier." "Probably. But easier doesn't make it right." They finished the maintenance in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Grant wondered if Rodriguez was right, if surviving just meant carrying guilt and trauma forever, if the cost of staying alive had been too high. But he'd made his choices, had done what seemed necessary at the time. Second-guessing now wouldn't change anything. Spring arrived slowly in the Brooks Range, winter loosening its grip with reluctance. By March, temperatures had climbed above zero during the day, though nights still plunged back below freezing. Snow remained deep but began to melt in patches, revealing frozen ground beneath. Grant began flying reconnaissance missions in April, once weather conditions improved enough for safe flight. The missions were long and lonely, flying over vast stretches of empty wilderness, looking for any signs of human activity. Mostly, he found nothing: abandoned villages, empty highways, forests that had reclaimed human spaces. The infected had spread as far as transportation networks reached, then dispersed when prey became scarce. Most had probably frozen during winter, their bodies unable to maintain function in extreme cold. But enough survived, preserved by the same cold that killed their brothers, waiting for prey that might never come again. He spotted survivors occasionally, isolated cabins with smoke from chimneys, small communities that had barricaded themselves in defensible locations, individuals moving through the wilderness. He'd mark their locations, radio back to Safe Harbor Actual, and continue his patrol. What happened with that information he didn't know. Command might send support, might ignore them, might be monitoring for future contact. It wasn't his decision to make. One flight took him over what remained of Anchorage. The city was gone, burned to the ground in places, collapsed in others. Infected still wandered its ruins, fewer now, but still present. Grant flew low, mapping the destruction, trying to reconcile what he saw with his memories of the living city. It was impossible. Anchorage had been erased, and whatever eventually rose in its place wouldn't be the same. Couldn't be. He flew over Elmendorf-Richardson too, seeing the demolished runways, the burned buildings, the infected still shambling through the base. They'd destroyed it to prevent survivors from using it, and the infected had inherited the ruins. Peterson was down there somewhere, or what was left of him after months of decay. Grant said a silent prayer for his former loadmaster, for all the people who'd died at the base, for everyone who'd been sacrificed in the name of survival. The missions continued through spring and into summer. Grant logged hundreds of hours, mapping the devastation, documenting what remained. Other units reported similar findings. Everywhere humans had gathered, infection followed. The cities were dead zones, probably uninhabitable for years until the infected finally decayed enough to be inert. Rural areas fared better but were still dangerous. Survivors scattered and isolated, many turning hostile when encountered. Command adjusted Operation Phoenix based on the reconnaissance data. Instead of reclaiming urban areas, they'd focus on rural zones, establishing hardened communities that could become foundations for eventual expansion. It would take decades, maybe generations, but it was achievable. Humanity would survive, diminished and traumatized, but alive. In July, Grant was ordered to evacuate survivors from a location near the old border of Canada, a community of about 50 people who'd held out in a fishing village. They'd made contact via radio, requesting military assistance before winter trapped them again. Safe Harbor Actual had supplies to spare now, the successful scavenging missions having built up comfortable margins, so Command approved the mission. Grant flew south with Rodriguez as co-pilot and a small security team in case the situation was hostile. They found the village intact, the survivors waving from the shore as the aircraft approached. The landing was tricky, a beach that required careful touchdown to avoid soft sand. But Grant had executed worse. The survivors were in rough shape, malnourished and exhausted, but alive. They'd fought off multiple infected attacks, lost half their original number, watched people they loved die. Standard stories now, the kind Grant heard in every survivor contact. But they'd made it, had persisted, and now they'd get to continue persisting somewhere safer. Loading them took an hour, families clustering together with the few possessions they'd managed to preserve. An old woman pressed something into Grant's hand as she boarded. A faded photograph of a young couple standing in front of the same village, smiling in the sunshine of a world that no longer existed. "My parents," she said, "built that house over there, lived their whole lives here. I'm the last one left, last person who remembers them. Don't want to forget." Grant looked at the photograph, at the young couple frozen in time, and saw his sister's face overlaid on theirs. Everyone carried ghosts now, memories of people who'd been erased by the infection. The old woman was just one more person trying to preserve something of what was lost, to ensure that the dead weren't completely forgotten. "I'll remember," he promised, though he wasn't sure if he meant it or was just saying what she needed to hear. The flight back to Safe Harbor Actual was crowded, the aircraft packed beyond normal capacity. But everyone made it, landing safely in the valley between mountains. The survivors filed out into a facility that must have looked like paradise compared to what they'd left. Warmth, safety, food. They'd still face trauma, still carry the scars of everything they'd endured. But they'd survived, and that counted for something. Rodriguez found Grant after the mission debrief. The younger pilot had continued improving, was almost functional now, though the damage remained visible in his eyes and the way he carried himself. "That was good," Rodriguez said, "helping people." "Felt good." "Yeah," Grant agreed. "Think we'll get to do more of that?" Actually help people instead of just surviving? Maybe. If we're lucky and Command's plans work out. And if they don't? Grant shrugged. Then we're still here, still fighting, still making it another day. That's all we can do. They stood in silence, watching the rescued survivors settle into their new home. It wasn't much, a crowded facility in one of the most remote locations on Earth, surrounded by wilderness and danger. But it was safe, and safety was the most precious commodity in this new world. Grant thought about his sister, about all the people he hadn't saved, about the little girl left behind at Eielson. He'd carry them forever, their ghosts joining the chorus of the dead that haunted everyone who'd survived. The guilt wouldn't fade, wouldn't be forgiven, but maybe he could balance it with actions like today, small rescues that chipped away at the enormous debt he'd accumulated. Maybe that was enough. Not redemption. There was no redeeming what he'd done, what they'd all done to survive. But purpose, a reason to keep going beyond just existing, a way to honor the dead by protecting the living. He looked up at the mountains surrounding the valley, at the vast sky above, at the harsh, beautiful landscape that had become his home. The world had ended, but not completely. Pieces remained, fragments of humanity clinging to existence in isolated pockets. And from those fragments, maybe something new could be built. Not the same as what was lost. That world was gone forever. But something that carried forward the best of it, lessons learned through unimaginable cost. "Come on," Grant said, turning toward the facility. "We've got another mission tomorrow. Better get some rest." Rodriguez followed, and together they walked toward the warm lights of Safe Harbor Actual, leaving behind the cold darkness of the Alaskan wilderness. Behind them, the aircraft sat on the runway, ready for whatever came next. And Grant was ready too, as ready as anyone could be in a world where survival meant compromise and hope meant accepting loss. The dead would always outnumber the living now. That was the reality, the permanent scar the infection had left on humanity. But the living would continue, would rebuild, would remember, and maybe, eventually, would forgive themselves for everything they'd done to see another sunrise. Or maybe not. Maybe forgiveness was too much to ask, too large a grace for crimes committed in survival's name. But they'd keep going anyway, because the alternative was surrender. And Grant had learned, through blood and horror and loss, that surrender wasn't in him. He'd survived. He'd continue surviving. And in that continuation, he'd honor everyone who hadn't been as lucky. The facility door closed behind them, shutting out the cold. Inside, people moved through their routines, preparing meals, maintaining equipment, living. It was mundane and precious, this simple act of continuing. Grant felt the weight of it settle over him, not crushing, not liberating, just present. The weight of survival, of responsibility, of being among the ones who made it when so many didn't. He'd carry that weight until his last day, however long that turned out to be. Carry it and keep moving forward, because forward was the only direction left. The past was ashes, the future uncertain, but the present was survivable. Barely, desperately, but survivable. And for now, that was enough. Now let's move on to the next story. The morning shift began the way it always did, with the metallic clang of the gate and the low hum that lived in Wayne's bones after 17 years working high voltage. He swiped his badge at the chain-link fence surrounding the Corpus Power substation, the LED blinking green, and walked past the warning signs that had long since stopped registering in his conscious mind. Danger. High voltage. Authorized personnel only. The familiar symbols, the red and yellow markers, the smell of ozone and heated metal that clung to everything within 100 yards of the massive transformers. The substation sprawled across 3 acres of coastal Texas scrubland, a maze of steel towers and ceramic insulators, of buswork gleaming in the early sun and switchgear humming with the constant flow of 138,000 volts. stepping down to feed the grid. Wayne had spent nearly 2 decades learning every inch of this place, every conductor and ground wire, every breaker and relay. He knew which transformer ran hot, which bushings needed watching, which circuit showed the first signs of corona discharge on humid nights. This knowledge lived in his hands, in the calluses and scars that mapped out a career spent keeping the lights on for a city that rarely thought about where its power came from. He found Bobby already at the truck, checking the load of equipment in the back. Bobby was newer, only 5 years in, still young enough to be excited about storm calls and overtime. He looked up as Wayne approached, his face already sheened with sweat despite the early hour. "Got a weird one," Bobby said, gesturing at the clipboard. "3-phase imbalance on the feed from Station 7. Been fluctuating all night according to the logs." Wayne took the clipboard, scanning the handwritten notes from the night shift. The numbers told a story his experience could read like text. Voltage sags, momentary interruptions, load spikes that didn't match any scheduled switching. Nothing catastrophic, but wrong. The kind of wrong that meant something somewhere was failing in ways that could cascade if left alone. "Could be a loose connection heating up," Wayne said, pulling his hard hat from the truck bed. "Or we've got an animal in the wrong place." "Tim's checking the perimeter now," Bobby said. He paused, scratching at his neck. "Hey, you hear about that thing at the hospital?" "What thing?" "Emergency room's been swamped since yesterday. Some kind of outbreak or something. My sister works there. She said they're not letting people leave once they come in. Quarantine or whatever." Wayne strapped his tool belt on, the weight settling familiar across his hips. 22 pounds of wire strippers, voltage testers, wrenches, and the hot stick holder that marked him as someone cleared to work energized lines. "Flu season," he said, though he felt something tighten in his gut. "Always hits hard down here." Bobby shrugged, unconvinced. "She said people are biting the nurses. Like actually attacking them. Had to put some guy in restraints." "Meth," Wayne said, though he'd never heard of meth making someone bite a nurse. He'd seen plenty of strange things in 17 years. Suicides on transmission towers, copper thieves electrocuted trying to steal wire, a man who'd survived 7,200 volts through his chest and walked away with burn patterns like lightning tattoos. People did crazy things. The world was full of crazy things that had explanations if you looked close enough. They found Tim, at the northern fence line, staring at something in the brush. Tim was old school, 28 years with the utility, the kind of lineman who could splice 35 kilovolt cable in a thunderstorm and never show a tremor in his hands. He was the one who'd trained Wayne, who'd taught him that electricity demanded respect the same way the ocean did. It would kill you if you forgot for even a second what you were dealing with. "Got a dog in the exclusion zone," Tim said without looking up. "Dead maybe 2 days. Torn up pretty bad." Wayne looked where Tim was pointing and saw the carcass, bloated and crawling with flies. The smell reached him a moment later, that sweet sick reek of decomposition in the heat. But what made him pause was the way the dog had died, not hit by a car, not poisoned, but ripped apart, chunks of flesh missing from the throat and belly, the ground around it dark with dried blood. "Coyotes?" Bobby asked, though he sounded doubtful. "Maybe," Tim said. He nudged the carcass with his boot, frowning. "Been seeing more weird stuff lately. Found 3 dead birds yesterday under the number 2 transformer. No marks on them, just dead." Wayne felt that tightness in his gut again, the sense that the world was slightly off-kilter in ways he couldn't name. He'd learned to trust that feeling over the years. It was the same instinct that made you double-check your grounds before touching a de-energized line. The same awareness that kept you alive when working with forces that could vaporize flesh in milliseconds. "Let's get that imbalance sorted," he said. "Call animal control about the dog." They spent the next 3 hours tracing the fault, working methodically through the station's sectors. Wayne climbed the steel structure to check the high-side bushings, while Bobby monitored the SCADA system from the control building. The sun climbed with him, turning the metal hot enough to burn through gloves, making the air shimmer above the transformers in waves of distortion. At the top of the structure, 40 feet above ground with 138,000 volts humming 3 feet from his shoulder, Wayne found what he was looking for. A connector showing signs of thermal damage, the aluminum oxidized and pitted where the current had been arcing across a gap measured in millimeters. He called down to Bobby to open the breaker, waited for confirmation, verified with his own tester that the line was dead, then applied his personal grounds, the bright copper cables that would save his life if someone threw the breaker while he was touching the conductor. Only then did he begin the work of replacing the damaged hardware, his hands moving with the practiced precision of thousands of repetitions. From up here, he could see the city spreading out toward the coast, the grid of streets and buildings that depended on this substation, on him and Bobby and Tim and the dozens of other workers scattered across hundreds of miles of transmission lines. Corpus Christi in October, the air thick with humidity and the smell of the refineries along the ship channel, the sky a washed-out blue that promised another scorching afternoon. Traffic moved normally on the highways. Boats dotted the bay. Everything looked exactly as it always did, but his phone had buzzed 4 times in the last hour with news alerts, and he could see smoke rising from somewhere downtown, a dark column that looked too thick to be a normal fire. He finished the connection, torqued the bolts to spec, inspected his work twice, then climbed down and waited while Bobby closed the breaker. The line energized with a snap he felt in his teeth, the transformers humming back to full load, the voltage balanced and clean on the meters. Good work, honest work, the kind of work that made sense in a world built on current and resistance and circuits that could be understood with math and diagrams. Tim met them at the truck, his face troubled. Control center's been trying to reach us. Radio's been spotty all morning. What do they want? Rolling outages. They're asking us to prepare for load shedding if demand keeps spiking. Also, he paused, looking at something on his phone. There's been incidents at 3 other substations. Workers calling in sick or not showing up. Station 12 reported someone tried to breach their fence last night. Tried to steal copper? Bobby asked. No. Just tried to get in, walked right into the exclusion zone, touched an energized transformer. Wayne felt his mouth go dry. That's suicide. Not if they didn't know what they were doing, Tim said quietly. Guy died instantly, but they said he was already sick, fevered, moving wrong. He looked at Wayne, and in his eyes was something Wayne had never seen there before, uncertainty. Hospital called asking if we'd had any workers bitten in the last 48 hours. Said it was critical, they know. The word hung in the air between them, wrong in every possible way. Bitten, as if they were dealing with rabid animals, not a utility emergency. Nobody's been bitten, Wayne said. Let's get lunch. They drove to the taco truck that parked near the industrial zone, but the truck wasn't there. In its place was just an empty lot and a scattering of napkins blowing across the cracked asphalt. Bobby tried 2 more restaurants before they found a convenience store still open, the clerk watching them with suspicious eyes as they paid for sandwiches and energy drinks. The television above the counter showed a news channel, but the feed kept cutting out, replaced by test patterns or emergency broadcast symbols. Wayne caught fragments, mandatory quarantine zones expanding, hospitals overwhelmed, CDC deploying to multiple cities, stay indoors, avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms of... The feed cut again before the symptoms were listed. Getting weird, Bobby said around a mouthful of sandwich. They were eating in the truck parked in the shade of a warehouse that smelled of diesel and rust. Wayne watched a helicopter pass overhead, flying low and fast, heading inland. Military, not news or medical. Yeah, Wayne agreed. His phone buzzed again, A text from his brother in Houston. "You seeing this shit? They're saying don't go to hospitals. They're saying stay home." He typed back, "Saying what exactly?" The response came seconds later. "Just stay away from anyone acting sick, I mean really sick, and lock your doors." Wayne stared at the message, trying to decode the fear he could feel even through the digital text. His brother was a cop, someone who'd seen enough bad situations to stay calm through most disasters. Whatever this was, it had rattled him enough to send warnings. The radio in the truck squawked, Tim's voice crackling through. "Wayne, Bobby, we need you back here now. We've got a situation." They made it back to the substation in under 10 minutes, Bobby driving too fast through streets that were emptier than they should be on a weekday afternoon. Wayne noticed more signs of wrongness as they drove. A car crashed into a storefront with no emergency vehicles around it, a woman running down the sidewalk with no shoes on, a group of people gathered around something on the ground that might have been a person. At the substation, they found Tim at the gate with two other workers, Dennis and Larson from the day crew. Dennis was bleeding from a cut on his forearm, holding a rag against it, his face pale. "What happened?" Wayne asked, climbing out of the truck. "Guy came at the fence about 20 minutes ago," Dennis said. His voice was shaking. "Thought he was drunk or high. He was making these sounds like choking, and his eyes they were wrong, man, all bloodshot. He grabbed the fence and wouldn't let go even when Tim tried to pull him off." Tim nodded grimly. "Had to hit him with a pipe wrench to get him away. He bit Dennis through the fence before I could stop him. Then he just stumbled off toward the highway." Wayne looked at the fence. Chain link, 8 feet high, topped with barbed wire. To bite someone through that fence required pressing your face hard enough against the metal to tear skin. The kind of action that spoke of something beyond desperation, beyond drug-induced psychosis. "Did you call the cops?" Bobby asked. "Lines are jammed," Larson said. He was older, close to retirement, and he looked genuinely frightened. "Can't get through to anyone. EMTS, police, dispatch, all busy signals or recordings saying to shelter in place." Wayne moved to Dennis, examining the bite through the blood-soaked rag. The wound was deep, ragged, the tissue around it already inflamed. Human bites were nasty, prone to infection, full of bacteria that could turn septic fast. "You need a hospital," Wayne said. "Hospital's where that guy probably came from," Dennis replied. "You hear what Bobby said about the biting? This is different. This is a medical emergency." "And what if it's not?" Dennis pulled his arm back, wrapping the rag tighter. "What if whatever made that guy act like that is something I can catch from the bite? What if the hospital's full of people like that?" Wayne wanted to argue, wanted to say that was paranoid thinking, conspiracy theory nonsense, but he remembered his brother's text, remembered the fear in the cop's voice when he said, "Lock your doors," remembered 28 years of Tim's steady competence reduced to uncertainty in the span of a morning. "Let's clean it properly at least," he said. "Get you bandaged up right. Then we see how you feel." They took Dennis to the control building, the small concrete structure that housed the breaker controls and communication equipment. Wayne cleaned the wound with bottled water and hydrogen peroxide, while Dennis gritted his teeth against the pain. The flesh around the bite was hot to the touch, angry red spreading outward in a way that seemed too fast for normal infection. Wayne wrapped it with gauze and medical tape from the first aid kit, trying to ignore the way his hands wanted to shake. Outside, the sun was beginning its descent toward evening. The substation's lights flickered on automatically, harsh sodium vapor casting everything in stark shadows. The constant hum of the transformers seemed louder now, more oppressive, as if the station itself was aware that something fundamental had shifted in the world beyond its fences. Tim called a crew meeting in the control building. All 7 workers on shift gathered in the cramped space, their faces showing varying degrees of fear and confusion. Wayne stood near the back, Bobby beside him, watching as Tim tried to project confidence he clearly didn't feel. "Okay," Tim said. "Here's what we know. There's some kind of situation developing across the city. Maybe the whole region. Communications are spotty. Emergency services are overwhelmed. We've been instructed by Control Center to maintain operations as long as possible, prioritize critical loads, prepare for grid instability." "What kind of situation?" Larson asked. They didn't specify. Some kind of outbreak, medical emergency. "It's not just medical," Dennis said from where he sat against the wall, his bandaged arm cradled against his chest. That guy at the fence, he wasn't just sick. He was wrong. The way he moved, the sounds he made. It was like he wasn't human anymore. "He was human," Tim said firmly. "Just sick." "Probably drugs, or..." "You don't believe that," Dennis interrupted. "I saw your face when you hit him. You know something's really wrong." The room fell silent. Wayne could hear the transformers humming, could hear Bobby's breathing beside him, could hear his own heartbeat loud in his ears. Through the narrow window, he watched the sky darkening, watched the city lights beginning to come on in their usual patterns, the grid doing what it was designed to do, indifferent to whatever chaos was unfolding in the streets below. "My vote is we secure the perimeter and wait for official word," Larson said. "We've got food in the break room, water, tools. This place is built like a fortress. If there's riots or looting or whatever, we're safer here than out there." "What about our families?" Bobby asked. His voice cracked slightly on the last word. "My sister's at that hospital. My parents are across town." Wayne thought of his own small apartment, the empty refrigerator, the unmade bed he'd left this morning without a second thought. He lived alone, had lived alone since the divorce 3 years ago, and most days that suited him fine. But now he thought of his brother in Houston, of his ex-wife and daughter living in Portland, of all the space between people that suddenly seemed vast and unbridgeable. "We stick together," Tim decided, "at least for tonight. See what the morning brings. If anyone wants to leave, I'm not stopping you." But I think Larson's right. We're probably safer here than anywhere else right now. 2 workers chose to leave, Rodriguez and Campbell, both with families waiting. Wayne watched them drive off into the gathering dusk, their taillights disappearing toward the city, and wondered if he'd ever see them again. The thought came unbidden and felt absurd, melodramatic. This was Texas in the 21st century, not some disaster movie. Things would stabilize. The authorities would handle whatever this was. By morning, they'd all feel foolish for panicking, but his hands were still shaking when he gripped his voltage tester, and that tightness in his gut had spread to his chest, making each breath feel inadequate. They set up a watch rotation, 2 people monitoring the perimeter at all times. Wayne took the first shift with Bobby, walking the fence line with flashlights, watching the highway beyond where traffic had thinned to almost nothing. The normal sounds of the city were different tonight. More sirens, more distant sounds that might have been screaming or just animals, a low, irregular popping that could have been fireworks or something worse. "You think Dennis is going to be okay?" Bobby asked. They were standing near the northern fence, the same spot where they'd found the dead dog that morning. "Bite infections can be serious," Wayne said, "but we got it clean. If he doesn't show signs of sepsis by morning, he'll probably be fine." "That's not what I meant." Wayne knew what he meant. He'd seen it too, the way Dennis's pupils had seemed dilated even in bright light, the way the inflammation around the bite had spread too fast, the slight tremor in his hands that might have been shock but might have been something else. "I don't know," Wayne admitted. They completed the perimeter check and returned to the control building. Inside, Tim had the television on, volume low, cycling through channels. Most showed emergency broadcasts or technical difficulties. One news station was still operational, showing a clearly exhausted anchor reading from a script with dead eyes. confirmed cases in 48 states. The illness presents initially with fever and neurological symptoms. Patients become violent and appear to lose cognitive function. Transmission is through bodily fluids, primarily saliva. If someone is infected, they will... The feed cut to black, replaced by a high-pitched tone that made everyone in the room flinch. "Well," Larson said into the silence that followed. "That's not good." Dennis was asleep in the corner, or appeared to be sleeping. His breathing was rapid and shallow, his skin flushed with fever. Wayne knelt beside him, pressed his hand to Dennis's forehead, felt the heat radiating through his skin. "He's burning up," Wayne said. "We need to get him cooled down." They carried Dennis to the bathroom, laid him in the shower, ran cold water over him until he gasped awake, his eyes wild and unfocused. He looked at Wayne without recognition for several seconds. Then awareness seemed to return, and he slumped back against the tile, shivering. "I feel wrong," Dennis whispered. "Something's wrong inside me." "It's the fever," Wayne said, but he didn't believe it, and Dennis knew he didn't believe it. "That guy bit me, and now I'm turning into him, aren't I? Whatever he had, I caught it." "We don't know that. I can feel it. Like something's eating me from the inside. Like I'm being replaced with something else." Dennis grabbed Wayne's arm with his good hand, his grip surprisingly strong. "Don't let me hurt anyone. If I start to go like that guy at the fence, promise me you'll stop me." Wayne wanted to tell him he was being irrational, that it was just fever and shock and fear talking. But looking into Dennis's eyes, he saw the clarity there, the awful knowledge of someone who could feel themselves dying and understood what was coming after. "I promise," Wayne said. They got Dennis dried off and settled in the break room, gave him water and aspirin, covered him with emergency blankets. He fell into a fitful sleep, muttering words that didn't make sense, his body jerking with tremors. Wayne sat with him for a while, watching the rise and fall of his chest, counting the seconds between breaths. Outside, the night deepened. The substation's security lights created a bubble of harsh illumination, surrounded by absolute darkness. The transformers hummed their eternal song. The voltage flowed from the transmission lines through the buswork, through the breakers, and into the distribution system that fed the city. Everything functioning exactly as designed, precise, and controllable, and logical. Bobby found Wayne at the fence near midnight, staring out at the highway where a car burned with no firefighters coming to extinguish it. "Tim wants to shut down sections of the grid," Bobby said. "Says if we're going into a prolonged emergency, we need to conserve capacity, shut down non-essential loads." "That's Control Center's call, not ours. Can't reach Control Center anymore. Lines are dead, radio's dead, internet's down. We're on our own." Wayne turned to look at the younger man, seeing his own fear reflected back. "How's Dennis?" "Worse. He's asking for you." They found Dennis sitting upright in the break room, his eyes open but somehow absent, as if he was looking at something beyond the walls. His skin had taken on a grayish cast, the veins visible beneath like dark rivers. The bandage on his arm was soaked through with fluid that looked thicker than blood. "I'm going," Dennis said when he saw Wayne. His voice was flat, mechanical. "Can feel myself going. The me that's talking right now, it's gonna be gone soon. There's gonna be something else in here that looks like me but isn't. Dennis, no, listen. You need to understand. It's not an infection. It's not a disease. It's a change. I can feel it changing how I think, changing what I want. And what I'm starting to want?" He broke off, shuddering. "You have to lock me up somewhere, or kill me, one or the other. Don't let me hurt anyone." Tim was standing in the doorway, his face ashen. "We're not killing anyone. We'll secure him in the equipment shed. It's got a solid door, concrete walls." Dennis lunged without warning, moving with a speed that shouldn't have been possible for someone so sick. He hit Tim's center mass, both of them crashing into the doorframe, Dennis's teeth snapping at Tim's throat. Wayne reacted on instinct, grabbing Dennis from behind, pulling him back while Bobby seized his arms. It took all three of them to restrain Dennis, and even then he thrashed with inhuman strength, making sounds that weren't words, weren't even human, just raw need expressed as noise. They dragged him to the equipment shed, shoved him inside, slammed the heavy steel door, and threw the bolt. Dennis hit the door from the inside hard enough to dent the metal again and again, rhythmic impacts that echoed across the substation. Through the narrow window, Wayne could see his face, transformed now into something that barely resembled the man he'd worked beside for years. The fever had broken his capillaries, turning his eyes into red pools. His lips were peeled back from his teeth in a permanent snarl. He moved without coordination, without any sign of pain or exhaustion, just endless violent purpose. "Jesus Christ," Tim whispered. They stood in front of the shed, listening to Dennis throw himself against the door, watching through the window as he tore at his own skin trying to reach them. "What is this? What the fuck is this?" Wayne didn't answer. He was thinking about the bite, about transmission through bodily fluids, about how many people in the city had been bitten in the last 2 days, thinking about exponential growth, about how fast a contagion could spread if every infected person bit multiple others before being contained, thinking about the empty streets, the dead communication lines, the smoke rising from downtown. Larson appeared from the control building, moving fast. "We've got movement at the southern fence." Multiple contacts. They ran to the fence line, bringing flashlights and tools that could serve as weapons. What they found made Wayne's stomach drop. A dozen people, maybe more, stumbling through the scrubland toward the substation. They moved like Dennis had moved, jerky and uncoordinated but relentless, drawn by the lights or sounds or some sense that prey existed behind the fence. "Oh no," Bobby breathed. "Oh no, no, no." The first of them reached the fence and grabbed the chain link without hesitation, even as warning signs clearly marked the danger. The fence wasn't electrified. That would have been a liability nightmare. But these people didn't know that. They pressed against it, reaching through the gaps, their hands grasping at nothing. More came behind them, packing against the fence, their weight making the posts groan. And then Wayne saw the worst thing. Several of them wore uniforms, medical scrubs, security guard outfits. One wore the reflective gear of a utility worker, the bright colors now stained with blood and filth. "They're from the hospital," Wayne said. "They're from everywhere." One of the infected was climbing the fence, fingers finding purchase in the chain link despite the barbed wire at the top tearing his hands to ribbons. He didn't react to the pain, didn't slow, just kept climbing with mechanical determination. Others began following his example, hauling themselves upward, blood making the metal slick. "The circuit!" Tim shouted. "Wayne, can we electrify the fence?" Wayne's mind raced through the possibilities. The fence was grounded, part of the substation's safety system. But there were ways to energize metal, ways to create a potential difference that would send current through anything touching it. Dangerous, possibly illegal, definitely something that would violate every safety protocol he'd ever learned. "The auxiliary transformer," he said. "We could tap the low-voltage side, run it through a breaker we can control, connect it to the fence through an isolated section. But anyone who touches it, they're already dead," Tim said. He was watching the climbers, now 3 of them halfway up the fence, their faces twisted with that same mindless hunger. Aren't they? Whatever they were, those people are gone. Wayne thought of Dennis, of the clarity in his eyes before the change completed, of his warning, "Don't let me hurt anyone." He thought of exponential growth, of how many more infected there would be by morning if this group got through the fence. "Okay," he said, "help me get to the transformer yard." They ran through the substation, Bobby trailing behind them. while Larson stayed to watch the fence. The infected were making sounds now, not screaming, but something worse. A low, collective moan that barely sounded like it came from human throats. The sound carried across the scrubland, was answered by more sounds from the darkness beyond the lights. The auxiliary transformer was a relatively small unit, only 480 volts on the secondary side, used to power the control building and security systems. Wayne opened the panel with shaking hands, traced the circuits, found the breaker he needed. He pulled cable from the truck. Heavy gauge copper meant for underground service, began stripping the insulation with his wire cutters. "This is insane," Bobby said. He was holding the flashlight, his hand trembling so badly the beam jumped and wavered. "We're going to electrify the fence. We're going to kill people." "They're not people anymore," Tim said quietly. He was helping Wayne pull the cable, feeding it through conduit, moving with the practiced efficiency of 3 decades of electrical work. "Whatever that thing is Dennis has become, that's what they are now. And if we don't stop them here, they'll kill us, and then they'll spread into the neighborhoods, and there'll be more and more until—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Wayne made the connections at the transformer, double-checked every terminal, verified the breaker was open. Then they ran the cable along the ground to the southern fence section, far enough from the main gate that they wouldn't accidentally energize their only exit. The infected were still climbing, 2 of them now at the top, one tearing through the barbed wire with his bare hands, strips of skin hanging from his palms. "Isolate this section from the rest of the fence," Wayne ordered. He was moving on autopilot now, his training overriding his horror. "Cut the chain link here and here. We need a break in the continuity." They cut the fence with bolt cutters, created a 10-foot isolated section between the climbers and the rest of the perimeter. Wayne attached the cable to the severed fence with heavy-duty clamps, then ran a ground line to the substation's ground grid. A simple circuit, transformer to fence to ground, with every amp wanting to flow through anything that completed the path. "When I close this breaker," Wayne said, 480 volts is going through that fence section. That's enough to... It's lethal, you understand? This is lethal force." "Do it," Tim said. Wayne hesitated. In 17 years, he'd seen what electricity did to human bodies. Had seen the burns, the nerve damage, the cardiac arrest from current through the heart. Had seen men survive 7,200 volts and seen men die from 120. Had learned in every safety training, every near-miss investigation, every memorial service for a fallen lineman, that electricity was not a weapon. It was a force of nature that had to be respected, controlled, never used carelessly. But the climber had reached the top of the fence, was pulling himself over, ignoring the barbed wire tearing through his clothes and flesh, would drop to the ground inside the perimeter in seconds. Wayne closed the breaker. The effect was instantaneous and horrible. The climber seized as the current hit him, his muscles contracting in tetany, locking him in place against the now energized fence. Smoke began rising from his hands where they gripped the metal, the smell of burning flesh mixing with ozone. The others pressed against the fence grabbed on and seized as well, their bodies jerking in that terrible dance that electricity forced on living tissue. The collective moan cut off, replaced by the sizzle and pop of current through meat. Wayne watched, forcing himself not to look away. This was his doing. His knowledge, his skills, turned into a killing tool. The climber's hair ignited, a brief flame in the darkness. His eyes cooked in their sockets. The current flowed and flowed, unfeeling and exact, following Ohm's law with perfect indifference. "Turn it off," Bobby said. He was crying, tears running down his face. "Wayne, turn it off." "Not yet," Tim said. "There's more coming." He was right. Wayne could see them in the darkness beyond the fence, at least 30 more infected stumbling toward the lights. They reached the fence, grabbed the electrified section, seized and burned and died, and still more came behind them. The smell was overwhelming now, like a grill left burning with meat forgotten on it. The sweet, rotten reek of cooked flesh. After 10 minutes, Wayne opened the breaker. The current stopped. The bodies, he counted 17, slumped against the fence or lay at its base, smoke still rising from the points of contact. A few of them twitched, nerve impulses firing randomly, but none of them moved with purpose anymore. None except the ones that had never touched the electrified section. Wayne counted at least a dozen more in the darkness, circling the perimeter, testing the fence in other locations. And beyond them, he could see lights in the distance, fires burning across the city, the glow of a civilization tearing itself apart. "They're not stopping," Larson called from the eastern fence. "We've got more over here, maybe 20. Wayne looked at Tim, saw his own despair reflected in the older man's face. They had maybe 100 feet of fence they could electrify before they ran out of cable. And the infected just kept coming, drawn by the lights and sounds and the electromagnetic hum that filled the air around the substation. "The whole perimeter," Wayne said. "We need to energize the whole fence." "That's a mile of chain link," Bobby said. "We don't have that much cable." "No," Wayne agreed, "but we have high voltage lines. We have transformers. We have everything we need to create a barrier that nothing alive can cross." Tim stared at him. "You're talking about using transmission voltage. That's 138,000 volts. That would be an arc flash hazard. The metal would vaporize anything that touched it. The electromagnetic field alone could—" "I know what it would do. But those things out there are going to breach this fence eventually. If not tonight, then tomorrow. And when they do, we're dead and this entire substation goes dark, and however many people are still alive in this city lose power." Wayne pointed at the control building. "We're the grid. We're what's keeping some semblance of order. We can't let it fall." They worked through the night, 3 skilled linemen doing something that would have gotten them fired and probably imprisoned under normal circumstances. They ran conductor from one of the de-energized spare positions, heavy aluminum cable rated for thousands of amps. They created an isolated ground return path, separate from the main grid. They installed breakers and protective relaying that would, in theory, prevent the system from backfeeding into the distribution network. Every hour, more infected arrived at the fence. They came in groups of 5 or 10, individuals stumbling from the darkness, once an entire family still holding hands in a grotesque parody of unity. Wayne stopped counting after 50. The equipment shed where they'd locked Dennis had fallen silent, and Wayne tried not to think about what that meant. By dawn, they were ready. Wayne stood at the control panel, his hand on the breaker that would energize the fence. Outside, at least 100 infected pressed against the chain link, their hands reaching through the gaps, their mouths opening and closing, that terrible moan filling the morning air. "Last chance to tell me this won't work," Wayne said. "It'll work," Tim replied. "Question is whether we want it to." "What choice do we have?" Tim didn't answer, because there was no answer that didn't involve choosing between dying now or living with what they were about to do. Wayne closed the breaker. At 138,000 volts, the current didn't flow through the bodies touching the fence. It vaporized them. The metal superheated instantly, turning contact points into tiny suns that consumed flesh in milliseconds. The electromagnetic field around the conductor created a corona of ionized air, a purple-white glow that surrounded the entire perimeter. The infected didn't even have time to seize. They simply came apart, reduced to carbon and steam and the smell of obliterated meat. The fence itself became a barrier of pure energy, humming with lethal potential, the air around it crackling with voltage looking for ground. Any living thing that came within 3 feet would experience induced current, would feel the tingle that preceded death. Anything that actually touched the metal would cease to exist in any recognizable form. They watched the infected approach the fence, watched them reach out, Watched them die before they made contact. Watched the corona discharge touch them and flash burn their extended hands. Watched them stumble back, confused by this invisible barrier, unable to understand what prevented them from reaching their prey. "It's working," Bobby whispered. He sounded horrified, not relieved. Wayne closed his eyes, but he could still see the purple glow through his eyelids, could still hear the crackle of electricity finding ground through the morning moisture, could still smell the ozone and burnt flesh that would probably never leave his nostrils. They'd turned the substation into a fortress, but in doing so, they'd also trapped themselves inside a barrier they couldn't cross without dying. The fence that kept the infected out would kill them just as quickly. They were safe for now, but they were also prisoners. The sun rose over Corpus Christi, revealing a city that looked like it had survived a war. Buildings burned, cars sat abandoned on highways, bodies lay in the streets, and everywhere, Wayne could see them moving. The infected, thousands of them now, wandering through the ruins with mechanical purpose, hunting the living that remained. Tim set up a watch rotation, 2 people on the perimeter at all times, monitoring the fence and the infected that continued to arrive in irregular waves. Bobby tried the radio again, scanning every frequency, finding only static. Larson inventoried their supplies. 4 days of food if they rationed carefully, plenty of water from the coolers and pipes, tools and equipment enough to maintain the substation for months if necessary. No one mentioned escape. No one said aloud what they all knew. They were going to run out of food long before this crisis resolved. And even if they found a way to turn off the fence long enough to make a run for it, where would they go? The city was gone. The grid was failing. Everything that made civilization function had collapsed in less than 48 hours. Wayne spent the morning inspecting the substation's critical equipment, checking transformer oil levels, verifying circuit breaker operation, monitoring the SCADA system that showed load demands fluctuating wildly as sections of the city went dark or experienced surges. The grid was dying, but it was dying slowly, sections failing in cascade as substations fell offline one by one. He watched the displays, seeing Station 12 go dark, then Station 7, then Station 3. Each failure took out hundreds or thousands of customers, neighborhoods going black, hospitals losing power, water pumping stations shutting down. He tried to calculate how many people were dying with each outage and gave up when the numbers became too large to hold in his head. "Where next?" Tim said, standing beside him at the control panel. "Once the transmission lines feeding us fail, we're done. Couple days at most. We could bring up the backup generators, keep the critical systems running." For what? To sit here and starve while we watch the world end from behind our electric fence? Wayne didn't have an answer. He'd spent 17 years learning how to keep the power on, how to restore lines after storms, how to maintain the grid that modern life depended on. But no one had trained him for this. No procedure existed for when the people you were trying to serve turned into monsters that wanted to eat you. He went to check on Dennis, though he knew what he'd find. The equipment shed was silent now, the door dented but holding. Through the narrow window, Wayne could see Dennis's body lying motionless on the concrete floor. He'd torn most of his clothes off, scratched deep gouges in the walls and door with his bare hands. The bandage on his arm was gone, the bite wound visible as a ragged hole in his flesh, surrounded by black veins spreading up toward his shoulder. Wayne watched for several minutes, looking for any sign of breathing. Found none. Dennis was dead, had probably died hours ago when his fever finally burned through whatever remained of his humanity. Wayne felt a strange gratitude that Dennis had died locked up, unable to hurt anyone, his final request honored. He said a brief prayer, the first prayer in years, asking forgiveness for a man who'd done nothing wrong except get bitten by something that shouldn't exist. The day dragged on, hot and humid. the sun beating down on metal that radiated heat like a furnace. The infected continued to arrive in irregular groups, drawn by the sounds and lights of the substation. They'd learned, if learning was the right word for whatever passed as cognition in their ruined minds, that they couldn't approach the fence. They circled the perimeter at a distance, pacing like animals, occasionally testing the barrier with a stick or rock, jerking back when the corona discharge reached out and burned whatever they held. Bobby found something strange in the afternoon. He called Wayne to the western fence, pointed at one of the infected that stood about 20 feet back, just staring at the substation. "That one's been there for 3 hours," Bobby said, "just standing, watching. The others wander around, but this one, it's like it's thinking." Wayne studied the figure. Male, middle-aged, wearing the remains of a business suit. His face was gray with fever, his eyes bloodshot, but there was something in his expression that suggested awareness beyond the mindless hunger. As Wayne watched, the infected man picked up a long piece of rebar from the ground, hefted it, then threw it at the fence. The rebar hit the electrified chain link and exploded in a shower of sparks, vaporized by the current. The man stumbled back, then retreated to his watching position. "It's experimenting," Wayne said slowly. "Testing the fence with objects. Learning." "They can't learn," Bobby said, but his voice was uncertain. They're just infected. They're not intelligent." Wayne thought about exponential growth again, thought about evolution and adaptation. If the infection spread through bites, then the infected that survived longest would be the ones that learned to hunt most effectively. Natural selection in fast forward, favoring any behavior that led to successful transmission. "We should name him," Bobby said with black humor. "Something friendly." "Fred. Let's call him Fred." "Let's not," Wayne replied, but he found himself watching Fred with growing unease. Because if Fred could learn to test the fence, what else could he learn? What else could the infected learn collectively, their individual observations somehow shared through whatever connection existed in their ruined nervous systems? Night fell, and with it came sounds from the city that made Wayne grip his voltage tester like a weapon. Screaming, gunfire, explosions that lit up the sky with brief flashes. The grid continued to fail, more substations dropping offline until only a handful remained. Wayne watched the SCADA displays with a lineman's understanding of what each failure meant. More darkness, more chaos, more people dying in the collapse. Larson took first watch, positioned on the roof of the control building with binoculars and a pipe wrench. Wayne tried to sleep in the break room but gave up after an hour of listening to the infected moan and the distant sounds of civilization dying. He found Tim at the control panel, staring at the displays with red-rimmed eyes. "I had a family once," Tim said without preamble. "Wife, 2 kids, boy and a girl. They left me about 10 years ago. Said I cared more about the job than them, and you know what? They were right. I chose this, chose electricity over flesh and blood." Wayne sat down beside him. "You couldn't have known?" "No, but I'm realizing now that every choice has a cost. I chose the grid, chose to understand voltage and current and power transmission, and maybe that choice is the only reason I'm still alive. My kids, they'd be about Bobby's age now. Wonder if they made it. Wonder if they're out there somewhere, or if they're..." His voice broke. "If they're like Dennis. Tim, we're not getting out of here, Wayne. You know that, right? Even if we could get past the fence, where would we go? The whole world's ending. Best we can do is keep the lights on as long as possible. Give whoever's left a little more time." Wayne looked at the displays, at the few remaining green indicators showing substations still online. Station 8 is still operational, Station 15, Station 23. For now. But they'll fall. We'll fall. Everything falls eventually. Then we make it mean something that we stood as long as we did. Tim looked at him, managed a tired smile. You sound like a lineman. Stubborn bastards, all of us. They sat in silence, watching the grid die in slow motion. Two men who'd spent their careers bringing light to darkness, now trapped in an island of power, surrounded by an ocean of the infected. The breach came on day 3, though breach wasn't quite the right word for what happened. Wayne was on watch at the southern perimeter when he noticed the infected had stopped their usual circling. Instead, they were gathering in the scrubland about 50 yards from the fence, collecting in a mass that numbered in the hundreds. He grabbed the radio, called the others, watched with growing dread as more infected arrived to join the gathering. "What are they doing?" Bobby asked, arriving at Wayne's side with Tim close behind. "I don't know." But Wayne had a terrible suspicion. He'd seen the way Fred had learned to test the fence, had watched other infected pick up and mimic the behavior. Now he was watching them gather en masse, oriented toward a single point on the fence. "They're going to charge it," Tim said, understanding. "They're going to pile up bodies until they can climb over." "That won't work," Bobby said. "The fence will kill them." "All of them? 300 bodies? 500? At what point does the mass of dead flesh insulate the live ones enough to let them cross?" Wayne did quick calculations in his head, trying to remember the resistance of human tissue, the breakdown voltage of organic material. At 138,000 volts, the first bodies would vaporize. The next wave would burn. But eventually, enough carbon and ash might accumulate to change the characteristics of the barrier, might create a path that living tissue could survive for the seconds needed to reach the top. "They can't be that coordinated," Bobby said, but he didn't sound convinced. The infected began to move, not all at once, but in waves, groups of 20 or 30 charging the fence, hitting it at running speed, dying instantly in bursts of purple light and vaporized tissue. The smell was overwhelming, forcing Wayne to pull his shirt over his nose and mouth. Wave after wave hit the fence, bodies piling up, the chain link sagging under the weight of the dead. "The fence is going to fail," Tim said. "Not from the charge, from the physical weight. We didn't design this for hundreds of bodies pressing against it." Wayne ran for the control panel, Tim right behind him. Bobby stayed at the fence, watching the charge with horrified fascination. Wayne checked the load on the fence circuit, saw it fluctuating wildly as the current found new paths through the pile of bodies, saw the breaker approaching its trip threshold. "If we lose the fence, we're dead," Tim said. "If we don't do something, the breaker's going to trip anyway," Wayne replied. He stared at the panel, running through options. They could try to de-energize the fence, cut power, and rely on physical barriers. But the chain link was already compromised, posts leaning, sections separating from the damage. They could abandon the control building, retreat to the transformer yard where the metal structures might provide better defense, but that meant giving up the controls, giving up any ability to manage the grid. Or they could do something insane. "The main transmission line," Wayne said. "The 138 kilovolt feed from Station 7. "What if we backfeed it?" Tim stared at him. "You want to reverse the flow? Send power back into the transmission system?" "Not just reverse it. Overload it. Trip every breaker between here and Station 7. Create a massive voltage spike that propagates through the entire sector. Any substation that's still online would see the surge and automatically disconnect to protect equipment. That would black out the entire southeastern grid. Thousands of customers, hospitals, water plants, everything still running." "Everything still running is already dying," Wayne said. "This way, we create a surge that might give us enough power to really energize this fence. Turn it from a barrier into a weapon that nothing can cross. And kill ourselves in the process. The voltage feedback would fry every piece of equipment in this station, including us if we're anywhere near the conductors." Wayne nodded. "Probably. But it might give Bobby a chance. Might give anyone left alive in the city a chance if it takes out enough of the infected near the other substations." Tim closed his eyes, When he opened them, they were clear and calm, the expression of a man who'd made peace with his choices. "You're talking about 40 years of safety training telling me not to do this. I'm talking about staying alive versus keeping the rules." "Fuck the rules," Tim said quietly. He moved to the control panel, began pulling up schematics on the display. "We'll need to reconfigure the breaker controls, bypass the protective relaying, manually close the circuits in sequence to create the feedback loop. It'll take both of us working at the same time." They worked frantically, pulling covers off control cabinets, tracing wiring, jumping out the safety interlocks that would prevent exactly what they were planning to do. Outside, Bobby shouted over the radio that the fence was starting to buckle, that infected were climbing the pile of bodies, that they were maybe minutes away from breach. Wayne made the final connection, his hands steady despite the terror coursing through him. This was what 17 years had trained him for. Not this specific action, but the confidence to make decisions with lethal consequences, to treat electricity not as something to fear, but as a tool that could be understood and controlled. "Ready?" Tim asked. He was at the main breaker panel, one hand on the control for the transmission line feed, the other on the fence circuit breaker. "Ready," Wayne confirmed. He keyed the radio. "Bobby, get to the transformer yard, behind the blast walls. Now." "What are you—" "Now!" Wayne watched Bobby run from the fence, disappear behind the massive concrete and steel structure of the #1 transformer. Then he nodded to Tim. Tim closed both breakers simultaneously. The feedback was instantaneous. Power meant for stepping down from transmission to distribution voltage instead reversed, amplified, fed back into itself in a loop that grew exponentially with each millisecond. The fence went from 138,000 volts to something approaching 1,000,000, the current spiking beyond anything the equipment was rated for, the electromagnetic field expanding outward like a pulse. The infected touching the fence vaporized completely, reduced to superheated gas in the microseconds before Wayne's vision went white. He felt the shockwave hit him, felt himself thrown backward as the air itself ionized, felt the electricity find every ground path, including the one through his body. He was aware of falling, aware of hitting concrete, aware of his heart stopping, the current through his chest interrupting the electrical signals that kept it beating, aware of darkness closing in, and then awareness itself ended. He woke to Bobby doing chest compressions, counting under his breath, pausing to breathe into Wayne's mouth, resuming compressions. Wayne felt his heart restart, felt the rhythm return, felt air moving in his lungs again. He gasped, coughed, tried to speak, and managed only a croak. "Don't move," Bobby said. His face was burned on one side, blistered and oozing. "You're alive. Somehow, you're alive." Wayne turned his head, saw Tim lying nearby, saw that Tim wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, that the current had found him in a way it hadn't quite killed Wayne. Bobby followed his gaze, shook his head. "He was gone before I got to him. Went instantly, I think. Didn't feel anything." Wayne closed his eyes, grief mixing with the pain of burns he was just beginning to feel across his body. When he opened them again, he forced himself to look at what they'd done. The fence was gone. Not just de-energized, but gone. Vaporized in a line that ran for 300 yards, the chain link reduced to droplets of molten metal that had frozen in strange sculptures. The posts had exploded, the concrete foundations cracked by thermal shock, and the infected, there were none within 200 yards of the substation. The pulse had propagated outward through the ground and air, had found every living thing within the blast radius, and stopped it. Beyond the kill zone, Wayne could see more infected arriving, drawn by the sound and light. But they stopped at the edge where the grass was scorched black, seemed to sense that crossing that line meant death. "We're not trapped anymore," Bobby said. "The fence is gone. We could leave, Wayne tried to sit up, managed with Bobby's help. His body felt wrong, nerves misfiring, muscles twitching with residual current. He'd taken maybe a tenth of the voltage that had killed Tim, had survived through luck and the insulation of his rubber-soled boots, but he'd come close enough to death to know what it felt like. "Where would we go?" Wayne asked. His voice was raw, barely functional. Bobby looked at the city, at the smoke rising from countless fires, at the few remaining lights that showed where power still flowed. "I don't know, but we can't stay here. The substation's wrecked. Half the equipment's fried. We've got no power, no fence, no—" His voice broke. "Tim's dead. Dennis is dead. Maybe everyone else in the city's dead too." Wayne forced himself to stand, leaning heavily on Bobby. Together they walked to where Tim lay, his body burned but mostly intact, his face frozen in an expression that might have been peace or just the relaxation of death. Wayne knelt beside him, placed his hand on the older man's shoulder. "You taught me everything," Wayne said quietly. "Showed me how to read voltage, how to respect the current, how to keep the lights on even when everything else was falling apart. Hope you knew that mattered. Hope you knew you mattered." They buried Tim in the scrubland behind the substation, using shovels meant for trenching cable. The ground was rocky and hard, the work exhausting, but they kept at it until they had a grave deep enough that animals wouldn't disturb it. Bobby said a few words, his voice cracking, and Wayne said nothing because words felt inadequate. They spent the rest of the day inventorying what remained. The backup generators were intact, could provide power for lights and basic systems. The food supplies had survived. The water was still clean. In theory, they could hold out for a week or two if they stayed. But the infected were gathering again, learning that the fence was gone, testing the perimeter with increasing boldness. By nightfall, they'd grown bold enough to enter the scorched zone, approaching to within 50 yards of the control building. "We need to leave," Bobby said. They were on the roof, watching the infected circle. "Tomorrow at first light. Pack what we can carry and make for the highway. Maybe find other survivors." "You saw the city," Wayne said. "You saw what it looks like out there. So we die here instead? Stay until they figure out how to get in?" Wayne didn't answer, because Bobby was right. They couldn't stay. The substation that had been their fortress was now just another trap, and the infected would find a way in eventually. They always did. That was the horrible logic of exponential growth. Given enough time, enough attempts, enough learning, they would succeed. But leaving meant abandoning the grid, abandoning the mission that had defined Wayne's entire adult life. As long as the substation remained operational, even at minimal capacity, it provided power to whatever remained of the city. Turn it off, walk away, and that much more of civilization went dark. "What if we could restore partial service?" Wayne said slowly. "Not full power, but enough to keep critical loads running. The hospital, water pumping stations, whatever's left of emergency services." "With what equipment?" We blew up half the switchgear. "We've got tools. We've got knowledge. We could bypass the damaged sections, run temporary feeds, create a skeleton system that could operate for weeks if we're careful." Bobby stared at him. "You want to stay? After everything that's happened, you want to stay here and play lineman while the world ends?" "I want to make what we did mean something. Tim died to create that pulse, to buy us time. If we just run, then it was for nothing. It was for survival. That's not nothing." Wayne felt the burns on his body, the damaged nerves that might never heal right, the exhaustion that went deeper than muscle and bone. He thought about 17 years of learning to read voltage, of understanding power flow, of being part of the invisible infrastructure that kept civilization functioning. Thought about how much of his identity was wrapped up in being a lineman, in being someone who fixed things when they broke. "I need to try," he said. "You should go. Take supplies, head for the coast or inland or wherever looks safest. But I need to try to keep the lights on. It's what I know how to do. It's all I know how to do." Bobby was quiet for a long time, watching the infected circle below. Finally, he said, "You're going to get yourself killed." "Probably. And you're okay with that?" Wayne thought about Dennis begging to be locked up, about Tim making peace with his choices, about Fred learning to test the fence. Thought about how the world had changed in less than a week, how everything he'd built his life around had collapsed, how the only thing left that made sense was staying true to the skills that defined him. "Yeah," Wayne said. "I'm okay with that." They slept in shifts, Wayne taking first watch despite his injuries. The infected tested the perimeter throughout the night, coming closer, retreating, learning. Fred was among them, Wayne noticed, still wearing the tattered remains of his business suit, still moving with that disturbing suggestion of intelligence. Wayne watched Fred pick up a rock, weigh it in his hand, then throw it toward the control building. The rock fell short by 20 feet, but Wayne understood what Fred was learning. Distance, trajectory, the limits of his infected body's capabilities. By morning, Wayne had a plan. They spent the day rewiring the station's damaged circuits, bypassing the destroyed breakers, creating a parallel system that could handle maybe 20% of the normal load. It was sloppy work, full of temporary fixes that would have gotten them fired under normal circumstances, but it was functional. By evening, they had power flowing again, a thin thread of current connecting the substation to the distribution network. Wayne checked the SCADA system, saw with surprise that 3 other substations had come back online. Station 8, Station 23, and Station 15, all showing active status, all presumably staffed by linemen who'd made the same choice he had, who'd decided to stay and keep the lights on even as the world collapsed around them. "We're not alone," Bobby said, reading the displays over Wayne's shoulder. "There's others out there doing the same thing." Wayne keyed the radio, tried the dispatch frequency, got only static. But then faintly he heard a voice. "Station 8, holding with reduced capacity. If anyone's listening, we're here. We're still here." He grabbed the mic, replied, "Corpus Power Substation online. Partial service. 2 operators remaining." The response was immediate. "Corpus, this is Station 8. "Jesus, we thought everyone else was gone." "What's your situation?" "Perimeter compromised. Infected gathering. Supplies limited. You?" "Similar. We've been using the bucket trucks as mobile observation posts. Can see across half the city from up here. It's bad, Corpus. Most of the city's dark. Most of it's burning. But there's pockets of survivors. We've been keeping power to the hospital and a couple of residential blocks that are still fortified. How many infected? Thousands. Tens of thousands. They own the streets now, but they're not spreading anymore. We think everyone who's going to turn has turned. The rest of us are either dead or immune or locked up tight enough that we haven't been exposed." Wayne felt something loosen in his chest, the first hint of hope he'd felt in days. "So it's not extinction. It's just the end of the world as we knew it." "Yeah, but not the end of everything." They talked for an hour, sharing information, coordinating what remained of grid operations. Station 8 had 4 linemen still alive, had managed to fortify their perimeter with vehicles and shipping containers. Station 15 was down to 1 operator, an older man named Richard, who'd apparently barricaded himself in the control building and refused to leave even when offered rescue. Station 23 wasn't responding, but the SCADA showed it was operational, power flowing, someone keeping it running even if they weren't answering the radio. "We could coordinate," the operator from Station 8 said. "Share resources, rotate personnel, create a network of stations that support each other. It's not much, but it's something." "It's enough," Wayne said. "It's more than I thought we'd have." Over the following days, they established routines. Wayne and Bobby worked in shifts, one maintaining the equipment while the other watched for threats. The infected continued to circle but seemed to understand that the humans inside the substation could defend themselves, had learned caution from the deaths at the fence. Fred remained a constant presence, always watching, always learning. And Wayne found himself watching back, studying the infected man the way he'd once studied fault currents and voltage drops. The radio became their lifeline, conversations with the other stations providing human connection across the isolation. They shared technical advice, warned each other of infected movements, occasionally just talked about things that weren't related to survival. Wayne learned that Station 8's crew had families in the fortified residential blocks they were powering, that Richard at Station 15 had stayed because his wife was buried in the cemetery next to the substation and he couldn't bring himself to leave her. Station 23 remained silent, but its generators kept running, a mystery that might never be solved. On day 7, Bobby announced he was leaving. "I can't do this anymore," he said. They were on the roof, watching the sunset over the ruined city. Living day to day, surrounded by those things, knowing we're just postponing the inevitable. My sister's out there somewhere, or was. My parents. I need to know. I need to try to find them. Wayne understood. He'd felt the pull too, the urge to search for the people who'd defined his life before the collapse. His brother in Houston, his ex-wife and daughter in Portland, the friends and co-workers who'd scattered in those first chaotic days. But he'd made his choice, had committed to staying, and changing that choice now felt like betraying Tim's sacrifice. "Take the truck," Wayne said. "Take half the supplies. Radio if you find a safe zone." "You're really going to stay? Even alone?" Wayne looked at the substation, at the transformers humming with power, at the lights that still burned in the control building. Someone has to keep it running. That's what linemen do. We keep the lights on. Bobby left at dawn, the utility truck loaded with supplies and weapons improvised from tools. Wayne watched him drive through the gap where the southern fence had been, watched him navigate around the scorched kill zone and the bodies that still littered the scrubland. The infected noticed the movement, began following the truck, but Bobby drove fast enough to outdistance them. Within minutes, he was gone, disappeared into the maze of streets that led toward the coast. Wayne was alone for the first time since the outbreak began. The silence was profound, broken only by the hum of transformers and the distant moans of the infected. He felt the weight of solitude settle over him, heavier than any tool belt, more crushing than any fear. He got to work. The substation became his entire world. He walked the perimeter multiple times a day, checking for breaches, monitoring the infected's behavior, watching for signs that they were learning new ways to attack. He maintained the equipment with obsessive care, lubricating bearings, checking oil levels, tightening connections, treating each component as if it were precious, irreplaceable, because it was. Every transformer, every breaker, every length of conductor was one more piece of a grid that connected him to the other survivors, that proved civilization still existed even in reduced form. The infected tested him constantly. They tried digging under where the fence had been, but the rocky ground defeated them. They tried throwing objects at the control building, learning to aim better with each attempt. Once, Fred managed to hit the window with a brick, cracking the glass, proving that whatever intelligence remained in his ruined mind was growing more sophisticated with time. Wayne shot Fred with the nail gun they'd used for mounting cable straps, hitting him center mass. Fred stumbled back, looked down at the nail protruding from his chest, then continued circling as if nothing had happened. Wayne tried again, hitting Fred in the head this time, watching the infected man drop and lie still for 30 seconds before climbing back to his feet, the nail now permanently embedded in his skull. They couldn't be killed by anything except massive trauma or electricity. That was the lesson. Anything else? Bullets, nails, bludgeoning, stabbing. They survived, or if they didn't survive, it took so long to kill them that they could inflict lethal damage first. Station 8 called with bad news on day 10. They'd lost contact with Station 15. Richard had stopped responding to radio calls, and the SCADA showed his station going offline. Wayne stared at the display, feeling the loss like a physical blow. He'd never met Richard, knew him only as a voice on the radio, but the old man had become real to him, a connection across the darkness. "We're down to 3 stations," the operator from Station 8 said. His name was Carlos, Wayne had learned, and he had a wife and 2 kids in the residential block. "How long can we keep this up?" "As long as we have fuel for the generators," Wayne replied. "As long as the equipment holds. As long as we do." "And when we can't anymore?" Wayne didn't have an answer, because the truth was that they were all living on borrowed time, keeping systems running that were designed to be maintained by thousands of people, maintained with supply chains and replacement parts, and institutional knowledge that no longer existed. Eventually, something critical would fail in a way they couldn't fix, and the lights would go out for good. But not today. Not while he could still turn a wrench, read a voltage, splice a cable. The infected learned to hunt in coordinated packs by day 14. Wayne watched them drive a survivor, a woman who'd been scavenging in the industrial zone, toward the substation, cutting off her escape routes, herding her like wolves with prey. She made it to within 100 yards of Wayne's position before they pulled her down. Her screams lasted less than a minute. Wayne found her body the next morning, partially eaten, already beginning to show signs of fever. He watched from the roof as she died, watched her reanimate 3 hours later, watched her stand and join the other infected circling the substation. One more monster added to the horde. One fewer survivor in a world that couldn't afford to lose any. He named her Alice, though he had no idea what her real name was. Named her because she deserved to be remembered as human, even if only for the minutes it took Wayne to whisper a prayer over her before she stood and tried to kill him. The supplies ran low by day 18. Wayne had been rationing carefully, but there was only so much food in the break room, only so many ways to stretch canned soup and crackers across weeks of survival. He tried catching rainwater, setting up collection tarps on the roof, but October was dry season, and rain came infrequently. The water in the pipes still flowed when he turned on taps, but he didn't trust it. Who knew what contamination had entered the system as pumping stations failed and treatment plants went offline? Station 8 offered to send a runner with supplies, but Wayne refused. The city between them was a maze of infected, and risking someone's life to feed him felt selfish. Better to conserve what he had, reduce rations further, hope that somehow supplies would stretch until rescue came, though no one talked about rescue anymore. The government, if it still existed, wasn't coming to Corpus Christi. The military had its hands full with larger population centers. The world had fractured into isolated pockets of survival, each one fighting its own battle against the infected, and there were no resources to spare for a lone lineman in a wrecked substation. He lost weight, felt his body consuming itself for fuel, felt the burns from the electrical pulse taking longer to heal than they should. His hands trembled when he worked, exhaustion making simple tasks difficult. But he kept going because stopping meant giving up. And giving up meant Tim had died for nothing, meant the grid would fail completely, meant abandoning the identity that had defined him for 17 years. On day 21, the breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Wayne was checking the SCADA system, noting that Station 23 had gone offline during the night, when he heard sounds from the damaged fence section, not the usual moans of the infected, but voices, human voices, speaking English. He grabbed the rifle, a hunting rifle he'd found in Dennis's locker, loaded with ammunition that was probably decades old, and moved carefully to the perimeter. 3 people stood at the edge of the kill zone, a man in his 40s wearing the remains of a military uniform, a younger woman with a medical bag slung over her shoulder, and a teenager who carried a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. "Corpus Power Substation?" the military man called out. "Is anyone alive in there?" Wayne stepped into view, keeping the rifle ready but not pointed at them. "I'm here." "Who are you?" "Lieutenant Morrison, National Guard, or what's left of the Guard. This is Dr. Reeves and her son. We've been moving through the city looking for survivors, trying to consolidate whoever's left into defensible positions." "How many have you found?" "Counting you? About 200 across the whole city, plus another 300 in the hospital that managed to fortify before being overrun. We're setting up at the industrial port, chain link fences, shipping containers, deep water access for evacuation if needed." Wayne felt something he'd almost forgotten. Hope. Real hope, not the desperate kind that sustained him through each day, but actual possibility that survival might mean more than just postponing death. "Station 8 has 4 people," Wayne said. "There might be someone at Station 15. The SCADA went dark, but the operator was still alive last I heard." Morrison nodded, making notes on a tablet that somehow still had power. "We'll check it. But we need you to make a choice. Stay here and keep the power running, which we appreciate, by the way. It's the only reason the hospital's still functional. Or come with us to the port. We're building something there. Not civilization exactly, but something close. A place where people can be safe." Wayne looked back at the substation, at the transformers and switchgear and cable runs that he knew as intimately as his own body. Looked at the control building where Tim had died to create a pulse that had saved them all. Looked at the SCADA display showing 2 remaining stations online, 2 thin threads of current connecting the survivors to something that resembled the old world. "I need to keep the power running," Wayne said. "The hospital, the pumping stations, they need the grid. We can send people to help. Train them in basic operations. You don't have to do it alone." "I'm not alone. There's Carlos and his crew at Station 8. We coordinate, we support each other. We're keeping the lights on." Morrison studied him, and Wayne saw understanding in the lieutenant's eyes. "You're not going to leave, are you? No matter what I say. This is what I do. It's who I am. Then let us resupply you. Food, water, medicine, ammunition. Let us set up communication so you can coordinate with the port settlement. Let us help you do what you're determined to do anyway." Wayne lowered the rifle. "Okay. Yeah, I can work with that." They brought supplies over the next 3 days, teams of survivors escorted by armed guards, carrying crates of food and purified water and medical supplies that felt like luxury after 3 weeks of rationing. Dr. Reeves insisted on examining Wayne, tisking at his poorly healed burns and the signs of malnutrition, prescribing antibiotics and calories and rest that Wayne knew he wouldn't take. "You're killing yourself," she said bluntly, "working alone in these conditions, with inadequate food and no backup. Another month and you'll collapse." "I won't be working alone," Wayne replied. Morrison had agreed to send 2 volunteers to train as assistant operators, people who could learn the basics of substation maintenance, who could handle the routine tasks so Wayne could focus on the complex repairs. The volunteers arrived on day 25, a woman named Terry who'd worked as an electrician before the outbreak, and a younger man named David who'd been studying engineering at the university. Neither had Wayne's experience, but both understood basic electrical theory, could read schematics, could follow instructions. Wayne spent the next week teaching them everything he could cram into their heads: how to read the SCADA system, how to operate breakers safely, how to recognize the signs of failing equipment. "The key thing," Wayne said during one training session, "is respecting what you're dealing with. Electricity doesn't care about your intentions. It'll kill you just as dead if you're trying to save lives as if you're trying to steal copper. You have to think 3 steps ahead, always verify your assumptions. Never trust that something is de-energized just because it should be. Terry and David learned quickly, soaking up knowledge with the desperate focus of people who understood that survival might depend on these skills. Within 2 weeks, they could handle basic operations, could monitor the equipment for problems, could even perform simple maintenance under Wayne's supervision. It wasn't enough to fully replace him, but it was enough that Wayne could sleep for more than 2 hours at a stretch, could take a break without watching the station fall apart. It was enough that he started to believe they might actually sustain this long term. Station 8 fell on day 32. Wayne woke to alarms on the SCADA system, saw the indicators showing massive load fluctuations, then complete failure. He grabbed the radio, tried to raise Carlos, got only silence. Tried again and again, calling for Station 8 until his voice went hoarse. Finally, a different voice answered, "Corpus, this is Morrison at the port." Station 8 is gone. The infected breached their perimeter during the night. We got the families out, brought them here. But Carlos and his crew, they stayed to keep the power on while people escaped. The station's offline. They're gone. Wayne felt the grief hit him like voltage, stopping his breath, making his heart stutter. 4 people he'd never met face to face, who'd been voices on the radio, fellow linemen doing the same impossible job. Gone. Dead or infected, or both. Did they suffer? Wayne asked. It was quick, Morrison said, and Wayne knew it was a lie but appreciated it anyway. He sat in the control building staring at the SCADA display that now showed only one station online. Corpus Power Substation. The last functioning piece of the grid in a city that had once housed 300,000 people. The weight of that responsibility was crushing, but so was the pride. Because Carlos and his crew had died keeping the lights on, had made the same choice Wayne had made, had proved that being a lineman meant something even when the world ended. He keyed the radio. "Morrison, we're going to keep running. As long as the equipment holds, as long as we have fuel, we're going to keep the power flowing. For the hospital, for the port, for everyone who's left." Understood. And Wayne, thank you. What you're doing, what you and the others did, it matters. People need to know that someone's still keeping things running. That civilization hasn't completely collapsed. Wayne looked around the control building, at the panels and displays and controls that had been his world for 3 decades. Looked at Terry and David watching him with expressions that mixed fear and determination and something that might have been hope. "It's what we do," Wayne said simply. "It's what linemen do." The weeks that followed established a rhythm that felt almost sustainable. Wayne, Terry, and David rotated shifts, maintaining the equipment, monitoring the infected's behavior, coordinating with Morrison's teams at the port. Supply runners came weekly, bringing food and fuel and news from the growing settlement. The infected remained a constant threat, but they'd learned that the substation was defended, had shifted their hunting to easier prey. Fred was still there, still watching. Wayne saw him every day, standing at the edge of the perimeter, studying the substation with those bloodshot eyes. Sometimes Fred would pick up objects, rocks, pieces of metal, once a length of pipe, and examine them, turning them over in his hands as if trying to remember what tools were for. Wayne found himself watching Fred in return, fascinated and horrified by this evidence that some intelligence survived infection, that the monsters weren't just mindless. On day 45, Fred did something that changed everything. Wayne was on the roof, scanning the perimeter with binoculars, when he saw Fred gather a group of infected. Not randomly, Fred moved among them purposefully, touching them, making sounds that might have been communication. The infected responded, following Fred to a section of the western fence that had been damaged during the initial pulse, where twisted metal created handholds that might be climbable. Fred pointed at the fence, actually pointed with deliberate intention, then pantomimed climbing. The other infected watched, and Wayne could see something passing between them, some form of learning that shouldn't have been possible for creatures with ruined nervous systems. "Terry!" Wayne shouted down into the control building. "We've got organized activity at the western fence. Get the rifles." They watched Fred lead the infected to the fence, watched them begin climbing in a coordinated assault. These weren't the random charges of the early days. This was planned, thought out, a tactic being executed. Wayne and Terry fired, dropping infected, but more kept coming, kept climbing, kept learning from each failed attempt. "They're adapting," Terry said, her voice tight with fear. "They're learning how to breach our defenses." Wayne made a decision. He ran to the control panel, began throwing breakers, redirecting power flow. "David, I need you to run conduit from the auxiliary panel to the western fence. Heavy gauge whatever we have left. Move!" They worked frantically, repeating the electrification they'd done during the first breach, but this time with less power, less voltage. A trap that would kill anything touching the fence without destroying the infrastructure. Wayne made the connections, checked them twice, then energized the fence section while infected were still climbing. The effect was less dramatic than before. These were only 480 volts, not transmission voltage, but it was enough. The infected seized, fell, lay twitching at the fence base. Fred watched from a safe distance, and Wayne would have sworn he saw calculation in the infected man's expression, saw him learning from this failure just as he'd learned from all the others. "He's going to figure it out eventually," Terry said. She was watching Fred too, her rifle trained on him but not firing. "That one there, the one in the suit, he's different. He's thinking." "I know. Can we kill him? Before he teaches the others whatever he's learning?" Wayne considered it. Taking out Fred would be easy. A single shot with the hunting rifle, aim for the head, drop him before he could react. But killing Fred felt wrong in a way Wayne couldn't articulate. Fred was a person once, was maybe still a person in some reduced form, was learning and adapting and surviving just like Wayne was. "Not yet," Wayne said. "Let's see what he does. Maybe if we understand how they learn, we can stay ahead of them." It was a rationalization, and they both knew it. But Terry nodded, lowered her rifle, let Fred continue circling. The infected probe on day 47 was more sophisticated. They came at multiple points simultaneously, testing different sections of the fence in coordinated groups. Wayne, Terry, and David ran from point to point, firing weapons and electric shocks, barely managing to repel the assault. When it was over, they counted 32 infected bodies and knew that this was just reconnaissance, Fred gathering information about their defenses. "We can't sustain this," David said. He was younger than the others, still in his early 20s, and the constant stress was wearing him down. "They're learning faster than we can adapt. Eventually they'll find a weakness. Then we don't give them time to find it," Wayne said. He was looking at the SCADA display, at the power flows, at the reserves they still had in fuel and equipment. "We make them afraid to approach. We create a kill zone that nothing can survive." Over the next 3 days, they worked on Wayne's plan. They ran conductor in a grid pattern around the entire substation perimeter, buried it shallow under the soil, connected it to the auxiliary transformer through a breaker Wayne could control from the roof. The grid covered an area 50 yards deep, extending outward from where the fence had been, creating a trap that looked like ordinary ground, but was actually a massive ground plate waiting to be energized. "When we energize this," Wayne explained to Terry and David, "anything standing on the grid will complete a path to ground through their body. Current will flow from one conductor to another through their feet. It'll stop their heart, fry their nervous system, kill them in seconds." "What about people?" David asked. "Survivors who might approach?" "We paint warnings. We make it clear that the perimeter is lethal, and we only energize it when we see infected approaching." It was a desperate plan, full of risks, but it was better than waiting to be overrun. They tested it during the next probe, waited until infected were crossing the grid, then energized it. The effect was horrifyingly effective. Every infected on the grid dropped simultaneously, killed by current flowing through their bodies, smoke rising from contact points at their feet. Fred watched from beyond the grid, and Wayne saw him step back, saw him understand that the ground itself had become lethal. Saw him turn and retreat, taking his group with him, abandoning the attack in the face of a defense he couldn't counter. They'd bought time. Not much. Fred would eventually figure out insulation, would find a way to cross the grid without completing a circuit. But for now, the substation was secure, and Wayne felt a grim satisfaction in staying one step ahead. Morrison visited on day 53, bringing news from the settlement. We're up to 400 survivors at the port. Got basic sanitation running, food supplies organized, defenses holding. We're even starting to think about sustainability. Fishing, water purification, maybe farming if we can clear enough land. That's good, Wayne said. They were in the control building, sharing a meal of canned stew that tasted like luxury after weeks of crackers and protein bars. You're building something. We're trying. But we need infrastructure, need power for lights, refrigeration, communications, need the grid that you're maintaining? Morrison paused. How long can you keep this up? Honestly, I don't know. Equipment's holding for now, but we're running on generators and fuel's going to run out eventually. Maybe 3 months if we're careful, 6 if we're lucky. And then the lights go out. The hospital goes dark. Whatever you're building at the port loses power. We all go back to the Stone Age. Morrison was quiet for a moment, studying Wayne with an expression that mixed respect and sadness. You know we'd take you in at the port. You and your crew, you've done enough, more than enough. Wayne shook his head. Someone has to keep the power on. That's what linemen do. That's what we've always done. Even if it kills you? Especially then. Because if we give up, if we let the grid die, then everything Tim and Carlos and Richard died for was meaningless. And I can't. I won't let that happen. Morrison left supplies and a radio upgrade that would let them communicate more reliably with the port. He also left a map showing other settlements that had been identified across the region, some as small as 20 people, others approaching 1,000. Corpus Christi's grid, reduced as it was, still provided power to a surprising number of survivors. You're keeping more people alive than you know, Morrison said as he prepared to leave. Don't forget that. Don't forget that what you're doing matters. Wayne watched the lieutenant and his escort team disappear into the city streets, then returned to the endless work of maintenance. The transformers needed oil changes. The generators needed filters replaced. The SCADA system was showing anomalies that required investigation. Normal work, the kind Wayne had done for 3 decades, made strange only by the context of collapsed civilization. The infected adapted to the grid by day 60. Wayne watched Fred lead a group to the perimeter, watched them collect pieces of wood and metal and plastic, watched Fred demonstrate how to place the materials on the ground to create insulated paths. It took hours, the infected working with surprising coordination, but eventually they constructed a crude bridge across the grid, a path that let them approach the substation without touching the conductive soil. Wayne destroyed the bridge with rifle fire, electrified it while infected were crossing, killed a dozen before they retreated. But he knew Fred would try again, would keep trying until he succeeded. The infected had time. They didn't need food or rest or relief from the constant pressure. They could probe forever, learning from each failure, adapting to each defense. We can't win this, Terry said that night. They were on the roof, watching Fred circle in the darkness, a shadow moving with purpose among the mindless. Eventually they'll get through. It's just math. Then we make the math favor us, Wayne replied. We build better defenses. We stay smarter than they are. And when we can't anymore? Wayne didn't answer. Because the truth was that Terry was right. This was a losing game, a battle against exponential odds that could only end one way. But giving up meant letting the grid fail, meant abandoning the identity that had sustained him through the collapse. Better to keep fighting, keep building, keep the lights on for one more day. David found the solution in an old maintenance manual, a procedure for creating electromagnetic barriers around sensitive equipment. It involved using the substation's high-voltage conductors to generate powerful magnetic fields that would induce current in any conductive material passing through them, including the iron-rich blood in living tissue. It's basically a giant metal detector, David explained, showing Wayne the schematics. But instead of detecting metal, it stops anything with blood from getting close. The induced current disrupts nerve function, causes pain, makes it impossible to approach. The power requirements would be massive, Wayne said, studying the diagrams. We'd have to dedicate most of our generation capacity to maintaining the field. But it would work. And it would be passive. No need to manually energize sections or watch for breaches. The field would be on continuously. Wayne looked at the SCADA display, at the loads they were serving, at the delicate balance between generation and demand. Diverting power to a defensive barrier meant reducing what they could provide to the hospital and settlement. It meant choosing defense over service, survival over mission. Do it, Wayne decided. Draw up the plans. We'll implement it in sections, test it before committing fully. But if it works, if it actually stops them, then it's worth the trade-off. They spent 2 weeks constructing the barrier, running new conductor in loops around the perimeter, installing the control equipment that would generate and maintain the electromagnetic field. Wayne did the calculations himself, checking them 3 times, making sure the field strength would be sufficient without being so powerful it damaged their own equipment. The test came on day 78. They energized the barrier during an infected probe, watched as the creatures approaching the substation suddenly stopped, their bodies seizing, their advance halted by pain from induced current. Fred tried multiple times to cross, tried different approaches, tried using the insulated bridges that had worked against the grid. But the electromagnetic field was omnipresent, surrounding the substation in an invisible sphere that nothing living could penetrate. Wayne watched Fred retreat, saw frustration in the infected man's movements, saw him understand that this defense had no counter. The substation was sealed off, unreachable, a fortress of electromagnetic force. It worked, Terry said, her voice filled with wonder. It actually worked. Wayne felt relief wash over him, the first real relief in months. They'd done it. They'd created a defense that could hold indefinitely, that didn't require constant vigilance, that let them focus on maintenance instead of survival. But the relief was tinged with sadness because he knew what this meant for the grid. With the barrier running, their generation capacity was cut by 60%. The hospital received priority power, but the settlement at the port and the scattered survivor groups had to make do with rolling blackouts, scheduled outages, rationed electricity. Morrison understood when Wayne explained the situation. You made the right choice. We can work with limited power, we can adapt, but we need you alive. We need that substation operating. I'm sorry. Don't be. You've kept us running for longer than anyone had right to expect. We'll figure out the rest. But Wayne couldn't shake the feeling that he'd failed somehow, that choosing defense over service violated something fundamental about being a lineman. He'd spent 3 decades believing that keeping the lights on was the highest calling, that sacrifice was justified if it maintained the grid. Now he'd chosen survival over mission, had admitted that there were limits to what he could do. Tim would have understood, Wayne thought. Tim had made the same choice at the end, had chosen to die rather than let the infected breach the substation. But understanding didn't make it easier. The weeks passed slowly, marked by routine maintenance and the constant hum of the electromagnetic barrier. The infected learned to avoid the substation entirely, hunting easier prey in the ruins of the city. Wayne watched their numbers slowly decrease as attrition took its toll. The infected didn't seem to need food, but they needed something, some energy source that depleted over time. Bodies fell in the streets, failed to reanimate, slowly decomposing back into the earth. Fred survived when others fell. Wayne saw him regularly, always at a distance, always watching the substation with those bloodshot eyes. Whatever kept Fred functional when others failed, it seemed related to his intelligence, his ability to adapt and learn and solve problems. Wayne found himself wondering if Fred was evolving, if the infection was changing in response to selective pressure, favoring the smart over the mindless. On day 90, Morrison brought a delegation from the port settlement, council members who'd been elected to make decisions for the growing community. They wanted to discuss long-term planning, sustainability, the future of the power grid. "We're thinking about expansion," one council member said. Her name was Patricia, and she'd been a teacher before the collapse. "There's a solar farm about 50 miles inland, might still be operational. If we could restore transmission lines, bring that capacity online, we'd have power that didn't depend on generators and fuel." Wayne studied the map she spread on the table, recognized the facility she meant. "That's a major project. You'd need crews to inspect and repair miles of transmission line, restore substations that have been offline for months, coordinate switching and load balancing across multiple nodes." "We'd need linemen," Patricia agreed. "People with expertise in high-voltage transmission, people like you." Wayne felt the pull of it, the appeal of a project that resembled the work he'd done before the collapse. Real line work, not just maintenance and defense, but actual grid operations at scale. It was tempting in ways that Morrison's invitation to join the settlement hadn't been. "I can't leave," Wayne said. "This substation could be operated by Terry and David," Patricia interrupted. "They've learned from you. They understand the systems. You've built something that can survive without you." Wayne looked at Terry and David, saw them nod. They had learned. They could maintain the equipment, manage the loads, keep the barrier running. The substation would continue operating whether he was there or not. "The solar farm project would take months," Patricia continued. "Maybe years. We'd be building a grid from scratch, training new linemen, establishing maintenance protocols, creating infrastructure that could last decades. It's the kind of work that defines the future, not just survival, but actual civilization." Wayne thought about Tim telling him that every choice had a cost. Thought about 17 years of learning to read voltage, of understanding power transmission, of being part of the invisible infrastructure that kept lights burning. Thought about how civilization was just the accumulation of people choosing to maintain systems instead of letting them fail. "I'll think about it," Wayne said. He walked the perimeter that night, checking the barrier by habit, watching the indicators that showed the electromagnetic field humming with power. The substation was quiet, peaceful in ways it hadn't been since the collapse. No infected pressed against the defenses, no alarms sounded, just the eternal hum of transformers and the whisper of current through conductors. Fred was out there somewhere in the darkness, watching. Wayne could feel his presence like an itch between his shoulder blades. He wondered if Fred understood what the humans in the substation were planning, if some remnant of the man Fred had been could comprehend that his kind was losing, that evolution favored intelligence over infection. "You're thinking about leaving," Terry said. She'd found Wayne at the western fence, stood beside him, looking out at the ruined city. "Maybe. The solar farm project, it's important work. So is this, keeping this station running, being the anchor that the settlement's grid depends on. You and David can do that. You've learned everything I could teach you. Learned the technical stuff maybe, but not... She paused, searching for words. Not what it means to be a lineman? Not the identity part. The thing that made you stay when everyone else ran? That made Tim sacrifice himself? That made Carlos and his crew die keeping the power on? That's not something we can learn from a manual. Wayne was quiet, watching the darkness, feeling the weight of 3 decades of electrical work pressing down on his shoulders. Being a lineman means keeping the lights on, that's all. The rest, the identity, the sacrifice, that's just what happens when you take the job seriously enough. And the solar farm project? That's not taking the job seriously? It is, but it's forward-looking, building something new instead of maintaining what's left. It's different. Different how? Wayne struggled to articulate what he felt. This substation, it's a connection to what we were. Every transformer, every breaker, every length of conductor was installed and maintained by people who believed in the grid, who believed that keeping the power flowing mattered. Keeping it running honors that belief, honors Tim and Carlos and Richard and all the other linemen who died defending what they'd built. And building something new dishonors them? No, but it acknowledges that what we had is gone, that we're starting over. And I'm not ready to accept that yet. Terry put her hand on his shoulder, squeezed gently. Wayne, what we had is gone. Corpus Christi's grid served 300,000 people. Now it's serving a few hundred. That's not maintenance. That's hospice care for a dying system. The solar farm project is about building something that can actually grow, that can support a real civilization. She was right. Wayne knew she was right. But knowing didn't make the choice easier. He made his decision on day 97. He would stay another week, train Terry and David on the remaining systems they hadn't fully mastered, document every quirk and vulnerability of the substation's equipment. Then he would join the solar farm project, would use his expertise to build something that could outlast him. It felt like betrayal and necessity in equal measure, like giving up and moving forward, like honoring the past by building for the future. He was on the roof during his final night, watching the stars with unusual clarity now that the city's light pollution had died, when he saw movement at the perimeter, not infected. The electromagnetic barrier kept them at bay. This was something else. Fred stood at the edge of the barrier, clearly visible in the substation's lights. He wasn't pressing against the field, wasn't trying to breach it. He was just standing, watching the substation the way he'd watched it for 3 months. Wayne studied him through binoculars. Fred's body showed the decay of long infection, skin gray and mottled, clothes hanging off a frame that had lost muscle mass, hair fallen out in patches. But his eyes were clear, focused, tracking Wayne's movements with unsettling awareness. On impulse, Wayne grabbed a flashlight, began flashing it in patterns. Morse code, something he'd learned decades ago and barely remembered. He spelled out a simple message, H-E-L-L-O. He didn't expect a response, didn't believe that anything human remained in Fred's infected brain. But after a moment, Fred raised his hand, moved it in deliberate patterns. Not Morse code, Fred probably didn't remember that either, but clearly intentional communication. Wayne felt his breath catch. He flashed again, CANYOUUNDERSTAND. Fred's hand moved, pointed at Wayne, pointed at the substation, pointed at himself. A sequence that could have meant nothing or could have meant, I see you, I understand, we are the same. What are you? Wayne whispered, though Fred couldn't hear him across the distance and through the barrier. What's left of you in there? Fred turned and walked away, disappeared into the darkness with that same purposeful stride. Wayne watched him go, feeling something shift in his understanding of the infected. They weren't just monsters, they were changed humans, reduced humans, but perhaps still humans in some essential way. Fred proved it. Intelligence survived infection, adapted, found new forms. Maybe that was what the future looked like. Not extinction or recovery, but evolution into something different. Humanity split into two branches, those who remained unchanged and those who'd been transformed by the infection into something that could survive in ways the original couldn't. He didn't share Fred's visit with Terry or David, didn't know how to explain what he'd seen, what it might mean. Instead, he finished his final preparations, packed the few personal belongings he'd kept at the substation, said goodbye to the transformers and breakers and conductors that had been his whole world for 3 months. On his last morning, he stood in the control building, hand on the main panel, feeling the hum of power through the metal. Terry and David watched him, respectful of the moment. "Take care of it," Wayne said. "This substation, this grid, it's more than just equipment. It's a promise that civilization doesn't end just because we want it to. Every hour you keep it running is an hour someone gets light, power, hope. Don't forget that." "We won't," Terry promised. "We'll keep the lights on." Wayne nodded, turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing. There's an infected, I call him Fred, who watches the perimeter regularly. Male, business suit, moves differently than the others. If you get a chance, don't kill him. I think there's something in him we need to understand." "Why?" "Because if the infection can produce intelligence like that, can adapt and learn and maybe even communicate, then this isn't just a zombie outbreak, it's the beginning of something else, something we need to figure out before we decide what the future looks like." He left before they could ask more questions, before he could second-guess his decision. Morrison met him at the perimeter with an escort team, helped him navigate through the electromagnetic barrier's carefully maintained gap, led him out into the city streets. Wayne looked back once, saw the substation's lights burning bright against the darkness, saw the transformers and towers and conductors he'd devoted 3 months to protecting, saw Terry and David watching from the roof, silhouetted against the sky. Then he turned forward and walked toward the solar farm project, toward building something new, toward a future that terrified and excited him in equal measure. The months that followed were the hardest of Wayne's life, harder even than the first desperate days of the outbreak. They traveled 50 miles through infected territory, lost 3 people to attacks, had to barricade themselves overnight in abandoned buildings, while hordes passed by outside. But they made it to the solar farm, found it surprisingly intact, began the slow work of restoration. Wayne trained new linemen from survivors who had basic mechanical or electrical knowledge, taught them to read voltage, respect current, understand the power flows that would define their rebuilt civilization. Some learned quickly, others died making mistakes that Wayne had warned against, but that could only be understood through experience. They restored transmission lines mile by mile, replaced damaged towers, spliced cable, tested each section before energizing it. Wayne worked 18-hour days, fell into his sleeping bag exhausted, dreamed of voltage drops and load balancing and Fred standing at the perimeter making patterns with his hands. By month 6, they had power flowing from the solar farm to the port settlement. Real power, sustainable power, not dependent on generators and dwindling fuel supplies. The settlement's population had grown to 800, with farms beginning to produce food, fishing boats bringing in catches, workshops manufacturing tools and clothes, and the 1,000 necessities of civilization. Wayne stood at the new substation they'd built to step down the solar farm's voltage for distribution, watched the transformers hum with current, felt pride in what they'd accomplished. This was real work, meaningful work, work that would outlast him. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd abandoned something important at Corpus Power substation, had left unfinished business in that electromagnetic fortress. He requested a return visit after 8 months, got permission from the settlement council, made the journey with a small escort team. The city looked different now, clearer somehow, with fewer infected wandering the streets. The ones that remained seemed older, slower, more obviously decayed. Whatever kept them functioning was running out for most of them. The substation appeared the same from a distance, lights burning, electromagnetic barrier humming, transformers visible through the chain link. But as Wayne got closer, he saw differences. New antenna arrays on the roof, additional solar panels supplementing the generator power, a garden plot inside the perimeter where someone had planted vegetables in disturbed soil. Terry met him at the barrier gap, her face lighting up with recognition. "Wayne! Jesus, it's good to see you. We heard the solar farm project succeeded. Is it true? You're powering the whole settlement now?" "Most of it. Still working on extending distribution to the outer zones." Wayne looked past her at the substation, noting other changes: paint on the control building, organized tool storage, efficiency improvements he'd have made if he'd had time. "You've done good work here." "We've been talking to the other settlements over radio, sharing techniques, coordinating responses to infected movements. There's maybe 2,000 people spread across the region now, and they all depend on what we built here." David emerged from the control building, older looking than Wayne remembered despite the relatively short separation. He carried himself differently too, with a confidence that came from surviving the impossible. "The electromagnetic barrier's been holding," David reported. "We've had to adjust the field strength a few times as the infected adapted, but nothing's breached the perimeter in months. Food and water supplies are good. Morrison's teams do regular resupply runs. We're stable." "What about Fred?" Wayne asked. Terry and David exchanged glances. "He's still out there. We see him regularly. He's changed, degraded physically, but the intelligence seems intact, maybe stronger. He's been leaving objects at the perimeter, arranged in patterns." She led Wayne to the eastern fence, pointed to the ground beyond the barrier, where someone had arranged pieces of metal and wire in geometric shapes: circles, triangles, squares, basic geometry that suggested mathematical thinking. "He's been building more complex patterns over time," Terry explained. "We think he's trying to communicate, or maybe just preserving what intelligence he has left by exercising it." Wayne stared at the patterns, feeling something crystallize in his mind. He's not degrading. He's adapting. The infection changed him, but he's still in there, still thinking, still trying to connect. What does it mean? It means we can't just wait for them all to die. Some of them, the ones like Fred, they're going to survive. They're going to be part of whatever comes next, and we need to figure out how to coexist with them, or we're just postponing another war. They spent the day at the substation, Wayne catching up with Terry and David, inspecting the improvements they'd made, approving their work with a pride that felt parental. They'd become real linemen, had internalized not just the technical skills, but the identity, the sense that keeping the power flowing mattered more than personal safety. As evening approached, Wayne stood at the perimeter, watching for Fred. The infected man appeared as if summoned, emerging from the ruins to take up his usual watching position. Wayne grabbed the flashlight, began signaling THANKYOUFORNOTBREACHING. Fred stood motionless for a long moment. Then, slowly, deliberately, he raised both hands, crossed them over his chest. The universal gesture for peace, for truce, for mutual recognition between thinking beings. Wayne felt tears on his face, didn't bother to wipe them away, because Fred understood. Despite the infection, despite the transformation that had turned him into something monstrous, Fred understood that they weren't enemies. They were both just trying to survive in a world that had changed beyond recognition. "What are you doing?" Terry asked quietly. "Making contact," Wayne said, acknowledging that whatever Fred is now, he's still deserving of recognition. Still part of this world we're rebuilding. He signaled again. W-E-W-I-L-L-R-E-M-E-M-B-E-R-Y-O-U. Fred lowered his hands, turned, walked away into the gathering darkness. Wayne watched him go, understanding that this might be the last time they communicated, that Fred's body was failing even if his mind remained sharp. But the moment mattered. The acknowledgement mattered. Wayne left the substation the next morning, returned to the solar farm project and the endless work of building a grid that could sustain civilization. He trained more linemen, restored more lines, watched the network expand to serve a growing population. Life was finding its rhythm again, not the same rhythm as before the collapse, but something new that incorporated the lessons learned in blood and voltage. He heard months later that Terry and David had left the substation, turned operations over to a new crew, moved on to different projects. The station kept running, kept providing power to the dwindling number of survivors in Corpus Christi, a testament to redundancy and training and systems designed to outlast the people who built them. He heard that Fred was seen less frequently, that his body finally failed, that he was found one morning at the perimeter's edge, arranged in a final geometric pattern that might have been art or mathematics, or a message no one could interpret. Wayne mourned Fred's death, spoke no prayers because he didn't know what prayers would be appropriate for a creature that had been human and became something else but never stopped thinking. Instead, he worked. Restored another transmission line, trained another lineman, kept the lights burning for one more community that was learning to live in a world that would never be what it was before. The settlement grew, the grid expanded. More substations came online, crewed by people Wayne had trained or people those people had trained, knowledge propagating the way electricity propagated through conductors. Within 2 years, they had a functioning regional grid serving 5,000 survivors across 300 square miles. Within 5 years, they were building new generation capacity, experimenting with wind turbines and small hydro plants, creating redundancy that would allow the system to survive future disasters. Wayne retired from field work at 10 years, his body worn down by a decade of hard labor and the lingering effects of the electrical pulse that should have killed him. He taught at the lineman academy they'd established at the settlement, passing knowledge to a new generation who'd never known the old world, who'd grown up in the collapse and learned to build from ruins. He told them about Tim, about Carlos and Richard, and the other linemen who'd died keeping the power on. Told them about the choice between running and staying, about understanding that electricity demanded respect, about the identity that came from maintaining systems people depended on. He told them about Fred, about intelligence surviving transformation, about the importance of acknowledging that the world had changed and would keep changing in ways they couldn't predict. And on quiet nights, he returned to Corpus Power Substation, walked the perimeter where the electromagnetic barrier had long since been shut down, stood among the transformers and switchgear and conductors that had been his whole world during those desperate months. The equipment still ran, maintained by newer linemen, serving a city that was slowly repopulating as survivors filtered back to reclaim what had been lost. He placed his hand on the #1 transformer, felt the familiar hum of power, felt the connection to Tim and the choices they'd made together in those final hours. Felt the current flowing through his life, connecting past to present to future in an unbroken circuit. "We kept the lights on," Wayne said to the darkness, to the ghosts, to the memory of who he'd been before the world ended. That's what linemen do. That's what we'll always do. The transformer hummed in response, carrying power into the night, keeping the lights burning for people who mostly didn't know his name, who took electricity for granted the way people had always taken it for granted. And that was exactly how it should be. The grid working invisibly, maintained by people who dedicated their lives to understanding voltage and current and the million ways civilization depended on electricity flowing where it was needed. Wayne walked home through streets that were lit and increasingly safe, past houses where families were raising children who would never remember the outbreak, past workshops and schools and farms that represented humanity's refusal to surrender to catastrophe. The work continued. The grid expanded. Civilization rebuilt itself one connection at a time, and somewhere in the ruins outside the city, Wayne liked to imagine that Fred's final pattern still remained, a geometric testament to intelligence that had survived transformation, a reminder that the world held mysteries that couldn't be explained by voltage and current and mechanical understanding, a reminder that being human, or once human, or whatever Fred had become, meant finding ways to connect even across the barriers that separated thinking minds. The light stayed on. That was what mattered. The light stayed on, and people rebuilt, and the grid grew stronger, and linemen kept doing what they'd always done, climbing towers and splicing cable and maintaining the invisible infrastructure that made everything else possible. Wayne had been a lineman for 40 years when he finally died, peacefully in his sleep, his body worn out by work and age and the cumulative damage of a lifetime spent around high voltage. They buried him with full honors at the settlement, planted a tree over his grave with a plaque that read, "Wayne Mitchell, lineman, kept the lights on." His students spoke at the funeral, told stories of his training methods, his insistence on safety protocols, his ability to diagnose equipment problems by sound alone. They talked about his patience, his willingness to explain complex concepts until everyone understood, his absolute refusal to let anyone work on energized equipment without proper precautions. But the story they returned to most was the one Wayne had told about the electromagnetic barrier, about 3 people defending a substation against impossible odds, about choosing to stay when running was the sensible option, about being a lineman, meaning more than just technical skill. It meant being someone who maintained systems even when it would have been easier to let them fail. The settlement's grid continued growing, spreading across the region, connecting communities that were building something new from the ashes of what had been lost. The work continued long after Wayne was gone, carried forward by people who understood that civilization was just the sum of individuals choosing maintenance over abandonment, connection over isolation, light over darkness. And at Corpus Power Substation, where Wayne had made his stand, the transformers kept humming, the current kept flowing, the lights kept burning into the night. The equipment required maintenance and eventual replacement, but the function continued. Power stepping down from transmission voltage to distribution voltage, feeding the grid that sustained human life. In the end, that was the only monument that mattered. Not plaques or eulogies, but functioning systems maintained by competent hands. Electricity flowing where it was needed. The lights staying on for one more day, one more week, one more decade. The work continued. The lights stayed on. That was what linemen did. That was what they would always do. For as long as humanity needed power and people willing to climb towers and splice cable and keep the grid functioning against entropy and disaster and the 1,000 ways systems could fail. The story wasn't about heroism or sacrifice, though those were part of it. The story was about ordinary people doing necessary work, maintaining infrastructure that most took for granted, finding meaning in the technical demands of keeping electricity flowing from generation to consumption. Wayne had been one lineman among thousands, his individual contribution small in the scope of the grid that spanned continents. But small contributions accumulated. Individual choices to stay instead of run, to repair instead of abandon, to teach instead of hoard knowledge, those choices built the foundation for everything that came after. The lights stayed on because people like Wayne made them stay on, and as long as there were people willing to learn the technical skills, respect the lethal nature of high voltage, and commit to maintaining systems larger than themselves, the lights would continue burning against the darkness. That was the final lesson, the one Wayne had learned in those desperate months at Corpus Power Substation. Civilization wasn't sustained by governments or armies or grand gestures. It was sustained by linemen keeping the power on, by teachers educating the next generation, by farmers growing food, and engineers building systems and doctors treating illness. It was sustained by ordinary people doing necessary work, finding meaning in competence, taking pride in systems that functioned because someone had maintained them properly. The lights stayed on, the grid expanded, humanity rebuilt. And somewhere in the technical manuals and training procedures that shaped new generations of linemen, Wayne's voice echoed forward. Respect the voltage. Verify everything. Stay alert. Keep the lights on. That was the job. That was the calling. That was what defined a lineman in a world that would always need electricity and people skilled enough to maintain the infrastructure that provided it. The story ended the way all stories ended, with darkness approaching and lights burning to hold it back, with systems functioning because someone had chosen maintenance over failure, with the eternal hum of transformers carrying power into an uncertain future. The lights stayed on. They would always stay on, as long as someone remembered what Wayne and Tim and Carlos and Richard and countless other linemen had understood. That technical competence combined with commitment to service created infrastructure that outlasted the individuals who built it. The work continued. The story continued. The lights stayed on.